Chapter 435. Lin Feng's body trembled violently. His fists were tightly clenched together. His eyes were filled with endless anger and unwillingness. He had never felt so powerless before. But today, he finally knew what it meant to be an ant. Emperor Bubai didn't seem to be much older than him. However, all he did was conjure a strand of demonic qi, which transformed into a large hand and grabbed his neck. It was as easy as crushing an ant. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented humiliation. Ling Er. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He wanted to become stronger. He had never felt like this before. Lin Feng wanted to become stronger. Bang! Elder Yang rushed out of the ruins. He coughed violently and saw Lin Feng trembling with his head lowered. Elder Yang walked over and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Child, don't be discouraged. With your talent, you will catch up sooner or later. Besides, Linger might be fine." "Really? Will Linger really be fine?" Linger looked hopefully at Elder Yang. The experts of the Martial Spirit Hall quickly gathered and were dispersed by Elder Yang. Yuji sighed and said, "She will be fine. Even if she is under house arrest, her life won't be in danger because she is the legendary mysterious Yin Witch." "What's a mysterious Yin Witch?" Lin Feng asked. "It's an unimaginably powerful physique. The mysterious Yin Witch's physique reincarnates once every million years." Yuji said, calculating the time. The mysterious Yin Witch should be reincarnating around this time. The divination master on Longhu Mountain speculated that the mysterious Yin Witch's reincarnated body was in the East Prefecture. "I came here to find the mysterious Yin Witch, but I didn't expect Ling Er to be the mysterious Yin Witch. A special physique. What kind of physique is it?" Lin Feng asked in disbelief. Whether it was Yuji or the mysterious demon sovereign Tianfa, they were all deliberately looking for the mysterious Yin Witch. "It must be an unimaginably terrifying physique, right? It said that the mysterious Yin Witch's body has 3 nature-defying qualities." Yuji slightly frowned, her expression filled with fear. She said, "The first one is the mysterious Yin Witch's martial spirit. It said that it's an extremely tyrannical martial spirit. This martial spirit can devour other people's martial spirits to infinitely increase its own martial spirit. Unlimited improvement." Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He knew how difficult it was to upgrade his martial soul. His devouring martial spirit. The second upgrade was achieved after going through untold hardships to find 3 bluestone martial talismans. The third upgrade was still far away. But the mysterious Yin Witch's martial soul could be infinitely improved. This was simply inconceivable. Yuji said, "The second ability, bloodline memory." At this point, a look of disbelief appeared on Yuji's face. She continued, "Rumor has it that the mysterious Yin Demonis bloodline contains 3,700 types of supreme divine abilities." Hiss. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He naturally knew what this meant. A top-notch divine ability could often establish a top-notch force. 3,700 types of top-notch divine abilities. If one could learn all of them, how heaven-defying would that person be? Yuji said, "The third ability is the slaughtering space." Slaughtering space? What's that? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Once the mysterious Yin Witch awakens, there will be 2 paths. First, if she is led to good, she might become a kind person. Second, if she is led to evil, she will revive the terrifying slaughtering space. The slaughtering space is a terrifying ability. Anyone who is enveloped in it will definitely become nourishment for the slaughtering space, providing powerful energy to the mysterious Yin Witch, helping her to continuously improve her strength. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression became extremely ugly. Tianfa, the demon sovereign, was obviously an evil expert. How could he lead Ling Er to good? They would definitely think of a way to turn Ling Er into the evil mysterious Yin Witch. "Who are they?" Lin Feng said in a gloomy voice. "If you want to know who they are, come find me when you cultivate to the creation realm." Yuji said. Yin-yang. Creation. Life and death. Reincarnation. This was Earth Realm Level 4. Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. So, He didn't even have the right to know who they were. I understand. Lin Feng muttered, I hope you can take care of Li Qingxian and Qi Wei. Of course. Elder Yang nodded. Lin Feng saluted with his fists and walked into the distance. Elder Yang wanted to call out to Lin Feng, but Yu Ji stopped him. Yu Ji sighed and said, today's impact on him was too great. Master, will he be depressed because of this? Elder Yang asked worriedly. Boom. In the distance, a terrifying battle intent surged and swept through the world. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Sensing the powerful battle intent emanating from Lin Feng, Elder Yang smiled bitterly and said, what a shocking battle intent. This guy actually got rid of his decadence so quickly and became full of fighting spirit again. That's what's truly terrifying about him. His will is simply too powerful. Elder Yang, you should know that as one cultivates to a higher realm, talent becomes secondary. The stronger one's will is, the greater one's future achievements will be. Take the 100 saints of our human race for example. When they were young, there were a few saints who were kicked out of their sects due to their lack of talent, but later on, they became ancient saint emperors, yes. Elder Yang nodded. I wonder how the fire Qilin is doing. Lin Feng flew in the direction of the true martial country, frowning slightly. He followed the people of the martial spirit palace and left the Qingyang sect. The fire Qilin followed the immeasurable Taoist to dig up the graves of the Qingyang sect's ancestors. He didn't know if he had successfully escaped. But thinking about the immeasurable Taoist and the fire Qilin's shrewdness, it shouldn't be a problem for them to escape. Half a month later, Lin Feng returned to the Azure Dragon Institute. Master, you're finally back. Zi Yuan missed you so much. Zi Yuan said with a red face. Lin Feng dotingly rubbed Zi Yuan's little head and said, when I wasn't here, did you stop cultivating? Not at all. Zi Yuan is very diligent. Zi Yuan waved her little fist and said. In the afternoon, Lin Feng gathered the upper echelons of the Dragon Institute and divided the work. At the same time, he told them that he would soon leave and join the Martial Spirit Palace. The upper echelons of the Dragon Institute were very happy because they knew how terrifying the Martial Spirit Palace was. After that, Lin Feng went to visit Wenren Kanglan and told him about this matter. Wenren Kanglan nodded and said, the Martial Spirit Palace is also a good place to go. I will inform the Institute Master about this matter. I'm sure the Institute Master will be happy for you. Lin Feng stayed in the imperial capital for 3 days and had a short reunion with Shangguan Feia. Then, he left the imperial capital and returned to his family. Chapter 436. When Lin Feng returned, the entire Lin clan was decorated with lanterns and banners. It's good that you're back. Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Xiong, gave Lin Feng a bear hug. Third uncle. Lin Feng hugged Lin Xiong back. Go and say hello to your grandfather and second uncle, Lin Xiong said with a smile. Lin Xiong said with a smile. Looking at this nephew of his, Lin Xiong felt incomparably proud. When Lin Tsungqiong, the first elder, the second elder, and the others heard that Lin Feng had returned, they quickly came out. Grandfather, first uncle, second uncle, Lin Feng bowed to the elders of the Lin clan. Good boy, we're family. There's no need for such formalities. It's good that you're back. Lin Tsungqiong smiled kindly. Lin Feng looked around but didn't see his father, so he asked curiously, Grandfather, where's my father? Lin Tsungqiong said, let's go back and talk. Lin Tsungqiong and the other higher-ups followed Lin Feng to the main hall. Lin Tsungqiong sighed and said, your father has been gone for more than half a year. Before he left, he told us not to tell you because he didn't want to disturb your cultivation. This is the jade tube your father left for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tsungqiong took out a jade tube and gave it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, where did father go? Lin Tsungqiong said, you'll know everything once you see the contents of the jade tube. Back in his room. Lin Feng took out the jade tube his father had left for him. His divine sense entered the jade tube. In an instant, the world started spinning. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he had arrived in a mysterious space. A space-time transformation array. Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected it to be a space-time transformation array of the heaven grade. Lin Feng's first thought was that this was impossible. His father's cultivation level didn't seem high. Wait, did he really know his father well? Lin Feng suddenly realized that in these 19 years, he really didn't understand his father at all. In Lin Feng's memories, his father had always been a man of few words and had always been injured. When he was young, Lin Feng had asked him about his mother. But his father didn't tell him. He just kept silent. Later on, Lin Feng knew that he was different from other children. He only had a father and no mother, but Lin Feng never complained. He worked hard to cultivate, hoping to become his father's pride. Feng a gentle voice suddenly rang out, pulling Lin Feng back to the spacetime where the jade tube was located. Lin Feng saw his father, Lin Baitian, standing not far away and looking at him with a gentle expression. "Father, where did you go?" Lin Feng asked. He still hadn't recovered from his shock. Lin Feng didn't know why there was a heaven-ranked spacetime conversion array in the jade tube left behind by his father. Even in the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent, there were very few people who could set up such a terrifying array. Why was his father able to do it? By the time you entered this distorted spacetime, I had already left the Tianwu continent. Lin Baitian's voice rang out. Left the Tianwu continent? How is that possible? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. He had once heard the Fire Chelin say that only gods could leave the Tianwu continent. The 4 heaven stages of the earth realm, yin-yang, fortune, life and death, reincarnation. Only those who had surpassed the reincarnation realm could reach the legendary god realm. Father, the cultivation base of a god. I know there are many things you don't understand, but right now, there are some things I can't explain to you clearly. Maybe even your grandfather doesn't know. Our clan is just a branch of the clan. Back then, I went out to travel and awakened our clan's immortal blood. That's how I gradually understood the secrets of our clan. Now, you've grown up. Even though your immortal blood hasn't awakened yet, I'm sure that not long after, as your cultivation level increases, your immortal blood will awaken. Lin Baitian suddenly said. Immortal bloodline. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought back to Yu Ji's shocked expression when she talked about the mysterious Yin Demon Lady. The mysterious Yin Demon Lady's bloodline wasn't the strongest, but it was still unimaginably terrifying. As for the immortal bloodline, just from the name alone, it was probably even stronger than the mysterious Yin Demon Lady's bloodline. The year I awakened my bloodline, I got to know your mother. Lin Baitian's voice turned gentle. After that, we gave birth to you. Lin Baitian looked at Lin Feng warmly. Mother. Lin Feng mumbled. This was the first time his father had talked about his mother. After that, something terrifying happened. Lin Baitian's face was filled with pain. Your mother was suppressed by the 9 heavens god mourning coffin in the depths of the starry sky world. I was imprinted with a Dao injury. Your uncle and I carried you and escaped from that world. In order to protect you, your uncle died in the starry sky world. I carried you back to the Tianwu continent. Uncle. Lin Feng's tears flowed down. So, he had an uncle. And his uncle had died in order to protect him when he was still a baby. This was an uncle he had never met before. Just like that, he had died in the cold and dark starry sky. Ever since I returned, I have never told your grandfather about what I've been through all these years. Our bloodline is an abandoned bloodline. Our bloodline has long been dormant. It was only in my generation that the immortal bloodline was awakened. My physical body is immortal. Otherwise, I might have died in the starry sky as well. Lin Baitian murmured. I had thought that this would be a secret, and I would never speak of it for the rest of my life. But to think that there would be a day where I would recover. As for you, you have also inherited your mother's heaven-devouring martial spirit. If you can cultivate to the rebirth state one day, you can cross the endless ocean. Once you've done so, go and look for someone called Dugu Ya. He was a friend of mine in the past, and he will help you continue your cultivation. Don't ask about our whereabouts. Your mother and I wish for you to live on well. Lin Baitian's figure was fading away. No, father. Don't disappear. Father, where did you go? What's the world you're talking about? Who sealed my mother? Who wants to kill you? Who killed my uncle? Where was my mother sealed by the 9 heavens coffin? Father, don't disappear. I beg you, tell me how to find you, shouted Lin Feng. He had learned too much from his father's words. Back then, his father, his mother, his uncle. They must have all reached the level of gods. But they had still managed to escape from that world. His mother had been sealed by the 9 heavens coffin in the depths of the starry sky. He didn't know if she was still alive. His uncle had died trying to protect him. His father. Was he going to the depths of the starry sky to find his mother? Why did he hear such endless sorrow? Did his father know that he would never come back? Son, your mother and I wish for you to live on. Live well. Don't come looking for us, murmured Lin Beitian. He stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Lin Feng's hand again, but his imprint disappeared into thin air. Chapter 437. Aotian Ancient Capital was one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the Eastern County. It was the strongest and most mysterious organization in the Eastern County. Aotian Ancient Capital was different from the other ancient cities. Other ancient cities had several ancient organizations, but Aotian Ancient Capital only had one organization. The city lord, Dugu Aotian, controlled the entire Aotian ancient city. On this day, Dugu Aotian had set up an altar in the city, and there was a small golden man on it. Dugu Aotian was leading the high-ranking officials of Aotian Ancient Capital to worship the mysterious golden man. Suddenly, a shocking fluctuation appeared in the sky, and a powerful energy poured into the golden man's body. Swish, swish, the golden man opened its eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from its eyes. It emitted a dazzling light that made people's hearts palpitate. The exalted immortal is here, many people cried out in alarm. Dugu Aotian and the high-ranking officials of Aotian Ancient Capital bowed to the golden man. Dugu Aotian and the people of Aotian Ancient Capital greet the exalted immortal. Then, Dugu Aotian and the others knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. The golden man said coldly, "No need for formalities." "Yes, sir," Dugu Aotian replied, but he didn't get up. He was still kneeling on the ground. The golden man said, "Dugu Aotian, receive the immortal's decree." When Dugu Aotian heard the golden man, he quickly knelt down and stuck his butt out. He looked extremely pious. A beam of immortal light surged out, and a scroll emerged from the immortal light. Dugu Aotian, go to the godly prefecture of the Eastern County, in the Zhenwu country, and find a cultivator whose name is Lin. His name is Lin Beitian, and he must capture him. As for the Lin clan, HMPH, they're an abandoned clan, they should have disappeared a long time ago. Kill all of them, don't leave a single one alive. Yes, your majesty, shouted Dugu Aotian, taking the scroll with both hands. Swoosh. The golden man's immortal light shot up into the sky and disappeared. The terrifying chi that had filled the courtyard also disappeared. "My lord, who was that person just now?" asked one of the high-ranking officials. "Shish. We can't talk about him. Just do your job properly. Go and investigate the Lin clan, Lin Beitian," Dugu Aotian said in a deep voice. "Sir, there's no need to investigate. I know about the Lin clan," said one of the higher-ups of the proud Heaven Ancient Capital. "Oh, you know?" Dugu Aotian asked in surprise. A few years ago, there was a small clan in the Zhenwu country that contributed a small spiritual vein to Sun Moon City. That clan was the Lin clan. The Lin clan of the Zhenwu country that the mysterious man mentioned was most likely the Lin clan, that person from Aotian Ancient Capital said. "Excellent. Gather the conquering Heaven Legion. This time, I will personally lead the troops to wipe out the Lin clan," Dugu Aotian instructed. "Yes, City Lord." Crack, the jade tube shattered. All the seals related to Lin Beitian were destroyed along with the jade tube. There was no evidence left in the world. "Father." Lin Feng's eyes were filled with pain. He could sense his father's determination to die. 19 years had passed since his mother had been sealed in the starry sky world by the 9 heavens coffin. Was his mother still alive? Lin Feng had so many questions in his heart. He knew that his enemies were extremely strong and unimaginably strong. That was why his father didn't want him to go and find them. But as a son, how could he know that his mother had been sealed in the starry sky world and not go and save her? As a son, how could he know that his father would be in danger and that he would have to drag out an ignoble existence? I need to become stronger. I need to cross the ocean and find my father's friends. Lin Feng's face was contorted in anger. There had never been a moment when he was as weak as he was now. He knelt on the ground, trembling violently. Lin Kuan, Lin Yu and the others who had been cultivating in Jialan University heard that Lin Feng had come back, so they hurried back. When they went back to the clan, Lin Feng took out all the Dharma clothes and weapons he had collected and gave them to everyone. There were a total of 42 treasure-level magic treasures, and there were more than 200 spirit-level magic treasures. Lin Dong was pleasantly surprised. Brother Feng, you're amazing. You've collected so many weapons. Is this a treasured weapon? Even Jialan University only has 3 treasured weapons. Our Lin family has 42 treasured weapons. Lin Feng said, you can't use these weapons for the time being. I'll let my grandfather distribute them. You can each choose 2 spiritual-level weapons. You can choose an offensive weapon and a robe. The Lin family members were delighted. With these treasures, the Lin family's power would increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Dong said, Brother Feng, let me choose a treasure. I'm the weakest, so I should choose a powerful treasure to protect myself. Lin Dong's eyes were shining. This guy didn't want to choose a treasure to protect himself. He probably wanted to choose a treasure to show off. If you continue to be so picky, we won't even give you a spiritual-level weapon. Lin Xiong glared at Lin Dong. Lin Dong had always been afraid of his father. He couldn't help but shrink back in fear. Lin Feng said, I still have a treasured soft armor here. You can have it. When Lin Feng finished talking, he took out a celestial soft armor. Initially, Lin Feng wanted to wear it himself, but since Lin Dong wanted a precious weapon, he couldn't use an offensive precious weapon. However, if he wore a defensive precious weapon, even if he couldn't use it, it would still be extremely powerful. Brother Feng, I love you to death. Lin Dong was about to give Lin Feng a bear hug and a passionate kiss. Lin Feng quickly dodged and smiled. Hurry up and try it on. Lin Dong grinned. He hurriedly took off his clothes and tried to see if this treasure soft armor fit him. Lin Feng stayed in the Lin family for 3 days. He planned to leave for the martial spirit palace the next day. That night, the whole family had a joyous meal together. Dozens of miles away, 300 to 400 ferocious beasts shrouded in black flames were charging towards the Green Cloud City. Dugu Aotian sat cross-legged on a black flame beast king and asked in a low voice, How far is Qingyun City? A commander of the Sky-Conquering Legion replied, Sir, there are still 50 li left. Okay. Dugu Aotian nodded. Dugu Aotian nodded. The cold wind caused his robe to flutter. Dugu Aotian looked in the direction of Green Cloud City and revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 438. Roar. Bestial roars broke the silence of the city. Heavens, look. What's that? Black flame beasts. Those are black flame beast. They are ferocious beasts equivalent to generals. There are more than 800 of them. Look, there are people sitting on those black flame beast. Is that an army of black flame beasts? Who the hell is this person? They're heading towards the Lin clan. Qingyun City was in an uproar. The city wasn't very big, so the appearance of an army of black flame beasts was earth-shattering news. Countless people rushed to the streets. Clean up these despicable people. Dugu Aotian glanced at the cultivators below. Yes, sir. Immediately, a dozen or so black flame beast cavalrymen broke away from the group. Those black flame beast cavalrymen brandished their spears and swept out. Swish, 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 swish. Hurry up and run. Many people shouted in fear and tried to run away, but they couldn't escape from the Grim Reaper's sword. The streets were filled with corpses. The originally bustling street instantly became deathly silent. Many people had been alerted by the huge commotion. Many people were hiding in their houses, shivering. However, the black flame beasts didn't kill the people who were hiding in their houses. "You're just a bunch of ants, how dare you come and watch? You're really reckless," said the captain of the conquering Sky Legion, smiling evilly. He quickly led a dozen black flame beasts back to the group. "In the Lin clan. What's going on?" asked Lin Tsungcheong. At that moment, all the members of the Lin clan were gathered together. They hadn't left yet. Naturally, everyone also heard the mournful screams outside. "Master, it's bad. There are many black flame beasts outside. They're killing everyone they see. They're rushing towards the Lin clan." A guard of the Lin family hurriedly ran into the hall and said with a pale face, "What? Are they coming for the Lin clan?" Everyone from the Lin family had a drastic change in expression. Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. Could it be that he had provoked an enemy? But that shouldn't be the case. Even his enemies didn't know his identity. Furthermore, even if he knew of Lin Fan's identity, he would never send such a large force like the Black Flame Beast Army to deal with the Lin family. Something unknown must have happened. Could it be? Lin Feng's face revealed a trace of astonishment. He recalled some of his father's words in the Jade Tube. Their clan was a branch of a mysterious and powerful clan. However, their clan had been abandoned until their father revived their undying bloodline. Could it have something to do with this? When Lin Feng thought of this, he felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. "Grandpa, I'm afraid that something big is about to happen. Quickly tell the old, weak, women, and children to hide," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Lin Tsungcheong's face changed when he heard this. He anxiously shouted, "Third brother, bring the old, weak, women, and children to hide in a secret room. The rest of you, come with me to see what's going on." "Ha ha ha ha, hide? Where are we going to hide? It's too late to hide now." However, at that moment, a cold laugh was heard. Many people from the Lin clan vomited blood because of the laughter. Terrifying. The person who laughed was too terrifying. Rumble, hundreds of black flame beasts rushed to the front of the Lin family mansion. The people from the Lin clan walked out of the hall and looked up at the black flame beast cavalry in the sky. Their faces turned extremely pale. These people were too terrifying. They could easily wipe out the Lin family without breaking a sweat. "May I ask where you are from? Why have you come to the Lin clan?" Lin Tsungcheong asked. "Where is Lin Baitian? Where is he?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. Dugu Aotian's cold gaze swept across the area. Lin Tsungcheong said, "Baitian is outside. He's not in the clan. He's not in the clan. Where did he go?" Dugu Aotian's face immediately darkened. He remembered that the immortal had ordered him to capture Lin Baitian. If he couldn't find Lin Baitian, how could he explain himself? Lin Tsungcheong said, "We don't know where he went either. Maybe you can wait for a while. Maybe Baitian will come back then. Wait for a while." A hideous smile appeared on Dugu Aotian's face. "I don't have that much time to wait. Attack. Kill all the people from the Lin clan." "Yes, sir." The Black Flame Beast cavalry rode their Black Flame Beasts towards the Lin clan. "Kill them," Lin Xiong shouted. Swish, swish, swish. On the Lin clan side, everyone who had a magical weapon took it out and attacked the Black Flame Beast cavalry. The Black Flame Beast cavalry roared and rushed over, their bodies filled with killing intent. Boom! The two sides immediately started fighting. Even though the Lin clan also had magical weapons, their cultivation levels were no match for the Black Flame Beast cavalry. Slash, slash, the sound of bodies being torn apart spread through the air, followed by blood-curdling screams. The Lin clan's members all fell into pools of blood. 5th grandpa, 8th grandpa, 13th uncle. Looking at his family members who had died tragically, Lin Feng's eyes turned red. "I'll kill you all," shouted Lin Feng. His 5 devouring martial spirits revolved. He condensed a magnetic field, held the Black Dragon Sword and attacked a Black Flame Beast cavalry. The Black Flame Beast cavalry were all martial kings, but Lin Feng was using his full strength, so they couldn't stop him. Slash. Lin Feng rushed over and killed a Black Flame Beast cavalry with a single slash of his sword. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His face was distorted. His heart was filled with an endless amount of deadly energy. Slash, 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 Lin Feng killed more than 10 Black Flame Beast cavalry. How could such a small clan have such a strong young man? It seems like what the immortal said is true, this clan is not simple. That young man must die, otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. Seeing Lin Feng kill more than 10 strong cultivators, Dugu Aoqian's face suddenly sank. He waved his spear and attacked Lin Feng. Boom! A terrifying attack engulfed Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was shocked to find that he couldn't move. He could only watch as the attack flew towards him. Am I going to die? I hate myself, I don't have the ability to save my family. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Feng shouted Lin Xiong. He quickly rushed over and pushed Lin Feng away. Bang! Lin Xiong's third uncle received Dugu Aoqian's attack and his body exploded. He died on the spot. Slash. Lin Feng was also swept away by the shockwave and coughed up blood. Third uncle, shouted Lin Feng as his body fell to the ground. Lin Feng wanted to control his body, but he found that he couldn't move at all. Why is this happening? Lin Feng didn't understand why such a disaster would befall them. He didn't even know who the people who wanted to exterminate the Lin family were. Die, young man, Dugu Aoqian sneered and waved his spear. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. But at that moment, a figure appeared from the darkness and grabbed Lin Feng. Dragon counter steps. That person shouted and took 9 steps in the air. Bang! His body exploded and turned into a blood-red light. He grabbed Lin Feng and shot off into the distance. They disappeared into the darkness without a trace. Damn it, he was saved. Kill the Lin clansmen, don't let any of them go. Dugu Aoqian's face was extremely gloomy. Yes, sir, shouted the Black Flame Beast Rider. Just as they were about to start a massacre, suddenly, a loud rumble sounded. A loud rumbling sound was heard as a huge hand that blotted out the sun descended from the sky and enveloped the area. Oh my God, a gigantic hand. The Black Flame Beast Rider cried out in fear. The members of the Lin clan also looked at the gigantic palm in the sky in shock. Dugu Aoqian was astonished when he sensed the terrifying chi of the gigantic hand. He shouted, "Retreat!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Black Flame Beast Rider quickly retreated. The gigantic hand that blotted out the sky grabbed all the clansmen of the Lin family and quickly charged into the clouds, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 439. Don't, Lin Feng screamed in fear, his body trembling violently. His eyes were closed, but his face was filled with fear. He dreamed of his family members' tragic deaths, he dreamed of his third uncle being killed by that mysterious expert in order to save him. Young master, young master. Zi Yuan looked at Lin Feng with a pained expression. She pulled Lin Feng into her embrace, and Lin Feng hugged Zi Yuan tightly as if she was his only support. How is Lin Feng? Long Shiyu asked. Young master will be fine, but young master Long, your complexion is not good, you should rest. Zi Yuan looked at Long Shiyu worriedly. The person who saved Lin Feng was none other than Long Shiyu. After learning that Lin Feng was leaving, Long Shiyu, who was full of secrets, also left the Azure Dragon Institute to bid farewell to Lin Feng. Initially, Lin Feng planned to leave Zi Yuan in the Azure Dragon Institute to continue cultivating, but when Zi Yuan learned that Long Shiyu was coming to bid farewell to Lin Feng, she begged Long Shiyu to bring her along because she didn't want to be separated from Lin Feng. In Zi Yuan's opinion, when they arrived at the Lin family, the young master wouldn't let her stay in the Azure Dragon Institute, right? By the time Long Shiyu and Zi Yuan arrived at the Lin family's residence, the Lin family was already in a terrible state. The secret technique Long Shiyu used was very harmful to his body, thus his face was extremely pale. I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Long Shiyu leaned against the cave wall to rest. 2 hours later. I'll kill you all to avenge my family. Lin Feng abruptly sat up, his face filled with fear and hatred. Young master, you're finally awake. Zi Yuan started sobbing. Looking at her young master's pained expression in his sleep, she had lost count of how many times she had cried. Zi Yuan, why are you here? Am I not dead yet? Lin Feng asked in disbelief. He saw his third uncle die trying to save him. Then, he was sent flying by the shockwaves and fainted. It was young Master Long who saved young Master. Zi Yuan hurriedly said. Lin Feng. Long Shiyu walked over. Shiyu, why are you here? Lin Feng looked at Long Shiyu in surprise. I wanted to say goodbye to you, Lin Feng, but I didn't think that the Lin clan would suffer such a tragedy. Long Shiyu said in a low voice. Shiyu, thank you for saving me. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng, we've been through a lot together. We're as close as brothers. There's no need to thank me. Long Shiyu said. Lin Feng and Long Shiyu gave each other a bear hug. Where are my clansmen? Lin Feng said, his voice filled with pain. In his mind, the tragic scene of his clansmen falling into pools of blood once again appeared. Lin Feng felt like he was watching his loved ones die and he couldn't do anything to save them. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Lin Feng, don't worry. I saw a gigantic hand in the sky. It grabbed the members of the Lin clan and took them away. Long Shiyu said. Really? Lin Feng grabbed Long Shiyu's arm. It's true. I saw it too. Zi Yuan hurriedly nodded. How wonderful. How wonderful. The Lin clan hasn't been exterminated, shouted Lin Feng, sounding like his heart was being torn apart. But many of the Lin clan's clansmen had died. His third uncle's laughter was still lingering in his ears. But from now on, he would never be able to see his third uncle again. Tears. Tears fell from Lin Feng's eyes. Don't cry, Prince. Zi Yuan helped Lin Feng wipe his tears. She was crying too. She knew that Lin Feng was heartbroken. She was just as heartbroken as he was. Zi Yuan felt like her heart was about to break when she saw her prince's heart break. Long Shiyu said, Lin Feng, this isn't as simple as it seems. If I'm not mistaken, those people are from Ao Tian Ancient City. Ao Tian Ancient City is the #1 ancient city in the eastern region of the Godly Lands. They're much stronger than Sun Moon City, Sky Saint City, and other ancient organizations. Ao Tian Ancient City? Lin Feng looked grim. Indeed, the leader of the group is Ao Tian Ancient City's governor, Dugu Ao Tian, said Long Shiyu. Dugu Ao Tian. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and remembered that name. He wanted to imprint that name into his soul. Lin Feng, Ao Tian Ancient City is the strongest of the 10 great ancient cities. They're extremely powerful, and they're looking for you. Nobody in the Eastern Godly Prefecture can compete with them. Even if you hide in the Martial Spirit Palace, you won't be able to hide from them. You can't stay in the Eastern Godly Prefecture any longer. You have to leave, said Long Shiyu, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Where there's life, there's hope. When my cultivation level increases in the future, it won't be too late to return to the Eastern Divine Land and avenge my dead clansmen. The world is so big. Where can I go? Whispered Lin Feng. Cross the magnetic fog lake and go to the desolate region. It's a very chaotic place, and Ao Tian Ancient City can't get involved in the affairs of the desolate region. There are a few ancient sects in the desolate region, and you can join them. I'm sure that with your talent, you'll become a peerless cultivator in the future. When you reach the Eastern County, the Godly Lands will be destroyed. Lin Feng nodded. Wasteland. All right, I'll go to Wasteland, said Lin Feng, his eyes filled with determination. He knew he had to survive. He had so many things to do. He had to find his father. His mother was still in the starry sky world. He had to save her. His clan members had died tragically. He had to avenge them. He had to find out where his clan members were. He had to survive. Zi Yuan, it's too dangerous to stay with me. You. Lin Feng looked at Zi Yuan, but before he could finish, Zi Yuan shook her head and said, No, I want to stay with you. No matter where you go, I want to stay with you. If you don't want me, I'd rather die. Lin Feng looked at Zi Yuan's stubborn little face and felt sad. All right, let's go through the magnetic fog lake to Wasteland, said Lin Feng. All right, Zi Yuan nodded. Then, Lin Feng looked at Long Shiyu. He said, Shiyu, tell Feiya that I'm fine. I'll go back to her. Don't worry, Lin Feng, said Long Shiyu. Under the night sky, Lin Feng and Long Shiyu hugged each other. Lin Feng took Zi Yuan to the magnetic fog lake. Long Shiyu, on the other hand, was heading towards the imperial capital. Swoosh! Several figures appeared in the darkness. Young master! These mysterious figures in the darkness bowed respectfully to Long Shiyu. One of them said, "Young master, you should go back. Otherwise, master will be worried." "Give me half a month," said Long Shiyu. "All right." Another black-clothed man said, "Is there anyone here that young master is concerned about? Was it that person? If master finds out, he'll definitely die." Long Shiyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "If anyone dares to tell anyone about Lin Feng, I'll make sure they die. Yes, we'll keep it a secret." The powerful men in black quickly lowered their heads. Soon, Long Shiyu and the others left as well. The forest became quiet again. Bestial roars could be heard, echoing in the mountains for a long time. Chapter 440. The magnetic fog lake was located between the East Province and the desolate region. It was extremely dangerous, but there were also many natural treasures. Many cultivators would enter the magnetic fog lake in search of natural treasures. However, passing through the magnetic fog lake was not an easy task. There were many powerful fierce beasts residing in the magnetic fog lake. Therefore, many people would enter the magnetic fog lake in groups. The fewer people there were, the more likely they would be attacked by the fierce beasts. This was because many of the fierce beasts in the magnetic fog lake had gained intelligence and liked to attack groups of cultivators with fewer people. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan arrived at the town closest to the magnetic fog lake. This place was more than 50 kilometers away from the lake. Because the fierce beasts in the magnetic fog lake would occasionally rush to the shore to attack cultivators, there were no towns around the lake. Most of the cultivators resting in the town were people who wanted to explore the magnetic fog lake. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan were eating in a restaurant when Zi Yuan said, "Young master, the magnetic fog lake seems to be very dangerous. Look, many people are gathering cultivators to enter the magnetic fog lake." Lin Feng nodded and said, "There are many fierce beasts in the magnetic fog lake, and it's extremely dangerous. Moreover, it's said that above the magnetic fog lake is a no-fly zone. There are powerful restrictions that restrict the void above, making it difficult to fly. If cultivators can't fly, it's even more dangerous. Therefore, many cultivators are gathering together to explore the magnetic fog lake. Little brother, are you also going to enter the magnetic fog lake?" At this moment, among the guests at the next table, a middle-aged cultivator cupped his fists with a smile and asked aloud. Lin Feng calmly nodded and said, "Yes, my cousin and I are also planning to enter the magnetic fog lake. However, we're not going to explore the magnetic fog lake. Instead, we're going to cross the magnetic fog lake and head to the desolate region." "Cross the magnetic fog lake? What a coincidence, we're also planning to cross the magnetic fog lake. Brother, do you want to come with us?" the middle-aged cultivator said with a smile. Lin Feng slightly raised his brows and glanced at the group. There were a total of 5 people, 2 middle-aged cultivators, 1 middle-aged woman, 1 old woman, 1 withered old man, and 1 gloomy young cultivator. He was also trying to guess the identities of these people. The middle-aged cultivator candidly said, "Don't worry, little brother, we are just a temporary team. We can take care of each other on the way, and it will be safer. Moreover, crossing the magnetic fog lake is very difficult. Only experienced people can take everyone through the lake. It just so happens that the fellow Daoist who formed this team has gone through the lake several times and is very experienced. If we follow that fellow Daoist, we will definitely be able to successfully cross the lake." Lin Feng asked, "Is the fellow Daoist you mentioned here?" "That cultivator went out to do some things. We'll wait for him here. I heard that he came from Mount Longhu," the middle-aged cultivator said. "Mount Longhu? Daoist priest?" Lin Feng was surprised. Taoism was very mysterious, and Mount Longhu was one of the foundations of Taoism. Wu Liang Daoist was the first Daoist that Lin Feng had come into contact with. Although he was usually a little unreliable, Wu Liang Daoist was actually very capable. "That's right, he's a Taoist priest," the middle-aged cultivator said. "All right, Since that's the case, us cousins will travel together with everyone. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Little brother's strength is extraordinary. With little brother joining us, our team will be even stronger. I'm called Sun Buping, and this brother is called Lei Ming. The cultivator pointed at a tall and sturdy cultivator and began to introduce them. After a series of introductions, Lin Feng knew that the tall and sturdy middle-aged cultivator was called Lei Ming, the middle-aged woman was called Han Yang, the old woman was called Granny Tianji, the skinny old man was called Zhao Zhongluan, and the young cultivator was called Fan Lingfeng. Lin Feng introduced Zi Yuan and himself. He didn't say that Zi Yuan was his servant, he said that she was his cousin. Zi Yuan and Lin Feng were practicing cultivation in the Qingyang sect in the godly lands of the East Province. Now, they were going back to see their relatives. Therefore, they had to cross the magnetic fog lake. Not long after, the Taoist priest that Sun Buping mentioned returned. This Taoist priest was skinny and had a gloomy gaze. His body emitted a gloomy and cold aura. He wore a Taoist robe and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. Sun Buping had introduced this Taoist priest to Lin Feng before, and Lin Feng knew that this Taoist priest was called Taoist priest Shen Cheng. Taoist priest Shen Cheng, this is brother Lin Feng, and this is brother Lin's cousin, Zi Yuan. Brother Lin's strength is extraordinary. Do you think he can join our team and cross the magnetic fog lake together? Taoist priest Shen Cheng glanced at Lin Feng and nodded. Since brother Sun recommended him, then he can join. However, he has to pay 200 spirit stones as a guide fee. Lin Feng nodded, took out 200 spirit stones, and gave them to Taoist priest Shen Cheng. Taoist priest Shen Cheng weighed the spirit stones in his hand, put them away, and said, "All right, everyone, go back to the inn and rest for an hour. Then, we'll take a griffin to the magnetic fog lake. When we arrive, we'll take a boat and cross the magnetic fog lake." Everyone left the restaurant. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan followed the group to the inn where they had been resting. "Prince," that person gave Zi Yuan a very uncomfortable feeling. Zi Yuan whispered while they were resting in the room. Lin Feng nodded. He had the same feeling, but as long as that person could take him and Zi Yuan across the magnetic fog lake, it was enough. Lin Feng said, "Don't call me prince for now. Call me cousin. Don't expose yourself." "All right." Zi Yuan stuck out her tongue. After resting for an hour, Sun Buping told everyone to set off. The group rode a griffin to the magnetic fog lake. They weren't very far from the magnetic fog lake, only about 100 miles away. After riding a griffin for an hour, they could see the magnetic fog lake. "Everyone, we've arrived at the magnetic fog lake." The griffin stopped outside the magnetic fog lake. The owner of the griffin turned his head and said with a smile, "Let's go down." Taoist priest Shen Cheng said and jumped down first. Then, the others jumped down one after another. The griffin soared into the sky and soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and the others walked towards the magnetic fog lake. In the distance, a group of cultivators entered the magnetic fog lake on a boat. There were more than 10 cultivators, and there was no lack of experts among them. However, the boat traveled for about 100 meters when suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the magnetic fog lake and sucked the boat in. "What's going on?" Many people cried out in alarm. In the next moment, a huge creature rushed out of the whirlpool, opened its mouth, and tried to swallow the boat. Heavens, what's that? Everyone's faces were pale as they looked at the terrifying creature. Chapter 441. Only its head and a part of its body had emerged from the water, but it was already 1,000 meters long. It was so huge that it looked like a ferocious beast from ancient times. Now, this terrifying existence opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the small boat in one gulp. It's a black water serpent. It's the overlord of the magnetic fog lake. Damn it. Why are we so unlucky? We've just entered the magnetic fog lake and we've already met a black water serpent, shouted a group of cultivators in panic. Some of them abandoned the boat and tried to fly to the shore, but flying was forbidden in the magnetic fog lake, so they fell into the water. They swam to the shore as fast as they could. But it was useless. The black water serpent opened its mouth wide and swallowed all the cultivators and the boat whole. "Dead. They're all dead," shouted Fan Lingfeng. His face was pale. It's a black water serpent. Let's retreat, said Xian Cheng. They quickly retreated into the forest. The others didn't dare hesitate and also retreated into the forest. The black water serpent was the overlord of the magnetic fog lake. Even yin-yang cultivators couldn't defeat it. They had to run for their lives. Luckily, the black water serpent didn't leave the magnetic fog lake easily. After swallowing a dozen cultivators, the black water serpent disappeared into the lake. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others took a deep breath. Said Fan Lingfeng worriedly, "Master, the magnetic fog lake is too dangerous. Something as terrifying as a blackwater serpent has already appeared in the outer region of the lake. How can we possibly cross the lake? Will we die in there too?" said Priest Xian Cheng. The blackwater serpent is one of the rulers of the magnetic fog lake. Normally, it doesn't show up in the outer area of the lake. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it came here today. Don't worry, the blackwater serpent will leave soon because it doesn't want to be hunted by strong cultivators of the human race. It will only feel safe when it's in its own nest. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Wait here, said Xian Cheng. With that, Xian Cheng entered the forest. Not long after, Xian Cheng came back with a ferocious beast. He dragged the beast's corpse to the lakeside and threw it into the lake. A fish with sharp spikes appeared and swallowed the beast's corpse. It was a piranha that lived in the magnetic fog lake. The black water serpent has left, said Xian Cheng, waving his right hand. There was a flash of light and a boat landed in the lake. It was about 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. It was made of some unknown type of catalpa wood, and it was covered in inscriptions. Said Xian Cheng. Said Xian Cheng. My boat has an exorcism spell. Ordinary ferocious beasts and ferocious beasts won't dare approach it. However, once we enter the magnetic fog lake, don't try to leave the boat because it's forbidden to fly. If you leave the boat, you'll fall into the magnetic fog lake. There are countless ferocious beasts in the magnetic fog lake. Think about whether you can survive the attacks of those ferocious beasts. Everybody was astonished. Some people even wanted to leave. At that moment, Sun Buping smiled and said, Master Xian Cheng, you've come to the magnetic fog lake 7 or 8 times and you haven't encountered any danger. You must have a secret way to get there, right? Xian Cheng nodded and said, You can say that. Everybody's eyes lit up. Lei Yiming said, Then we'll count on you. I've taken your money, so I'll protect you. Get on the boat, said Xian Cheng. Everybody thanked him and got on the boat. As for the small boat, it wobbled towards the magnetic fog lake. Cousin, look behind us, Zi Yuan said. Her face was pale as she pointed behind the boat. Behind the boat, there was a dense group of piranhas. Those piranhas were 1/2 meter long and had sharp fangs that could pierce through a person's skin in an instant. If a yin-yang realm expert fell into the magnetic fog lake and was surrounded by piranhas, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Xian Cheng said, Those piranhas are very scary, but don't worry, they won't dare to approach the boat. The boat gradually went deeper into the magnetic fog lake. As they went deeper, the fog became thicker. 5 days later, the boat was attacked by a dozen or so ferocious beasts. They had the bodies of fish and the heads of tigers, and they were called Huyu. They were extremely ferocious, and they attacked the boat ferociously. Lin Feng and the others worked together to kill the Huyu. Xian Cheng quickly activated the formation on the boat, and the boat's speed increased a lot. They quickly left the area, and the corpses of the Huyu were quickly devoured by the other Huyu. But what happened next made Lin Feng and the others' expressions become unsightly. They were attacked by a dozen or so different types of ferocious beasts, and the frequency of the attacks was increasing. Obviously, this was different from what Sun Buping had said. Xian Cheng hadn't led them to avoid the ferocious beasts in the magnetic fog lake. Instead, it seemed like he had led them to an even more dangerous place. Lin Feng said, Master, why do I feel like we've come to a nest of ferocious beasts? Lei Yiming and the others' expressions changed when they heard Lin Feng. Fan Lingfeng asked loudly, Master Xian Cheng, what's going on? When we came, You said that you could avoid the ferocious beasts in the magnetic fog lake. But now, we're being attacked more and more frequently, and the ferocious beasts attacking us are getting stronger and stronger. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? The others' expressions were unsightly, and they looked gloomily at Xian Cheng and Sun Buping. They felt that the two of them had tricked them, but they didn't know what their goal was. Boom! At that moment, Lin Feng and the others were attacked again. This time, it wasn't a ferocious beast that attacked them, but a 10-meter-long boat. There were more than 20 cultivators on the boat. The leading cultivator was dressed in a green robe. He looked middle-aged and had a scholarly aura, like a well-read scholar. However, his voice was gloomy. Isn't this Taoist Master Xian Cheng? What's wrong? Are you looking for the golden flame fruit again? But this time, your luck is pretty bad. You met me. Kill all these people for me. Life-stealing scholar, don't go too far. Master Xian Cheng shouted coldly. 30 years ago, when you ambushed me, why didn't you say that? The middle-aged cultivator called life-stealing scholar sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, the cultivators around him took out bows and arrows and shot at Lin Feng and the others. A dense number of arrows pierced through the void and shot at them. Not good, everyone's expression changed. These arrows weren't ordinary arrows. They were magical arrows that had been reinforced with formations. They were much stronger than many magical treasures. If they were hit by these arrows, they would die without a doubt. Chapter 442. A battle between cultivators was a battle of life and death. The weaker party would die without a grave. Hide behind me, said Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng, pulling Zi Yuan behind him. He took out his black dragon sword and swung it at the arrows. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Feng cut down the arrow that was flying towards him. The rest of the people hurriedly drew their weapons to block the incoming arrows. Pu. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. Fan Lingfeng had been shot in the left side of his chest. The arrow pierced through his body in an instant. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot, aiming for Fan Lingfeng's head. Lin Feng's facial expression slightly changed. He hastily raised his sword and cut the arrow which was flying towards Fan Lingfeng's head. Seal, activate! Shouted Daoist Xian Cheng. He activated the protective array on the boat. Buzz! A violent fluctuation swept out, and an energy light screen appeared, wrapping the entire boat inside. At this moment, the life-stealing scholar's subordinates once again shot out a barrage of arrows. However, all of them were blocked by Xian Cheng's restriction. Whoosh! The small boat quickly rushed into the fog and disappeared without a trace. Chase! The life-stealing scholar waved his hand and chased after the boat that Lin Feng and the others were on. However, the fog covered the magnetic fog lake, and visibility was very low. He couldn't find Lin Feng and the others. I don't want to die. Save me. Fan Lingfeng looked at everyone pleadingly. Cousin, he's so pitiful. Save him. Said Zi Yuan softly. She was very kind. Lin Feng nodded and squatted down. He looked at the arrow that had pierced through Fan Lingfeng's chest, and his expression became serious. He had to pull the arrow out first to stop the bleeding and heal the wound. If he stopped the bleeding and healed the wound first, he would start bleeding again when he pulled the arrow out. Granny Fector glanced at the injured Fan Lingfeng and said, the arrow shattered his heart. He can't be saved. As soon as Granny Tianji's voice fell, Fan Lingfeng's body twitched violently a few times before he completely lost all signs of life. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. He looked coldly at Xian Cheng and said in a deep voice, Daoist, shouldn't you give us a reasonable explanation? Lei Yiming's face darkened as well. You lied to us by saying that you would bring us across the lake. You were actually bringing us to search for that golden fire fruit. You wanted us to be your cannon fodder, right? The middle-aged female cultivator, Han Yang, who had been silent, looked at Sun Buping with a gloomy gaze. She said coldly, Sun Buping, we have known each other for 10 years. I didn't expect you to be so cruel and unscrupulous. You even deceived an acquaintance. Sun Buping suddenly said in a deep voice, Han Yang, you can't talk nonsense. When did I deceive you? Indeed, Daoist Shen Cheng wanted to bring everyone across the magnetic fog lake. However, before that, we had to search for the golden fire fruit. Everyone's expressions turned even uglier. Sun Buping was simply shameless. He actually had the nerve to use such a clumsy excuse to fool everyone. The skinny old man, Zhao Zhongluan, said gloomily, "If anyone has an opinion about this matter, you can jump off the boat now. No one is stopping you." Lin Feng and the others chose to remain silent after hearing Zhao Zhongluan's words. It seemed that Zhao Zhongluan was also in cahoots with Daoist Shen Cheng and Sun Buping. Lin Feng, Lei Yiming, and Han Yang secretly exchanged glances. Lei Yiming's eyes flashed coldly, as if he wanted to take a gamble. From Lei Yiming's point of view, Daoist Shen Cheng, Sun Buping, and Zhao Zhongluan had 3 people, while they had 4 people including Granny Tianji. It was still uncertain who would win and who would lose in this battle. Han Yang was a little hesitant, while Lin Feng shook his head. If he was the only one here, he might be like Lei Yiming, planning to fight to the death with Daoist Shen Cheng and the other 2 to seize control of the boat. However, Lin Feng still had Zi Yuan by his side. Zi Yuan had almost no cultivation. Once they fought, the other party only needed 1 palm to take Zi Yuan's life. Lin Feng would definitely not fight to the death with Daoist Shen Cheng and the others. He shook his head slightly. Lei Yiming was secretly anxious. In the end, he could only sigh. Daoist Shen Cheng said gloomily, "Some people seem to have some other thoughts, but this poor Daoist advises this benefactor, it's best not to have any other thoughts, because if you dare to have any other thoughts, only death awaits." As his voice fell, Daoist Shen Cheng's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Martial King 10th Heavenly Layer. Lei Yiming's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Lin Feng's expression also became very solemn. This Daoist Shen Cheng's cultivation was too terrifying. It was not something they could contend against because Lei Yiming's cultivation was about the 5th heavenly layer of the Martial King realm, and Hanyang was also about the same realm. Granny Tianji closed her eyes and did not communicate with anyone, as if she had no intention of dealing with Daoist Shen Cheng. What's more, the other party was not just Daoist Shen Cheng, but also Sun Buping and Zhao Zhongluan. Therefore, if this battle really started, Lin Feng and the others would undoubtedly die. At this time, Sun Buping said with a smile, "Everyone, there is no need to be so hostile. The golden flame fruit is a legendary spirit fruit. This spirit fruit can greatly increase the probability of a cultivator entering the yin-yang realm. If we obtain the golden flame fruit, everyone will have a share. This is also a win-win situation." The golden flame fruit was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. Countless people would go crazy for it, but it had always been a legendary treasure. Besides, Daoist Shen Cheng had obviously failed to find it many times. Now, he was looking for the golden flame fruit again. Lin Feng and the others naturally didn't think that Daoist Shen Cheng and the others would succeed. Besides, if they encountered danger, Daoist Shen Cheng would definitely use them as a shield. However, the current situation forced Lin Feng and the others to endure for the time being. "Alright, let's go look for the golden flame fruit together, but you better keep your promise. After you find the golden flame fruit, we will also have a share of it. Also, you must safely send us to the other side of the magnetic fog lake, otherwise, the fish will die and the net will be broken," said Lei Yiming while grinding his teeth. "Of course, we've always kept our promises," said Lin Feng. Daoist Shen Cheng nodded. The boat continued moving deeper into the lake, but after a short time, they sensed a terrifying and ice-cold qi enveloping them. This aura made everyone's hair stand on end. "Not good, something terrifying must be watching us," said Lin Feng in a deep voice. "Look, what's that?" Han Yang suddenly pointed in the distance. In the thick fog, there were 2 bright moons in the sky. The terrifying qi was coming from there. When they looked carefully, they were extremely shocked. Those weren't moons, they were the eyes of a ferocious beast. Chapter 443. Blackwater Mystical Snake. "It's that Blackwater mystical snake." Sun Buping screamed in horror. That was because that terrifying existence was quickly approaching them. Looking from afar, they could see that frighteningly huge head. Only a small part of it was above the water, but it was already 1,000 meters high. Two pairs of cold eyes were like two bright moons hanging in the air. Lin Feng and the others had already seen how terrifying the black water mystical snake was, but they hadn't thought they'd meet one here. Endless fear filled everyone's heart. Swoosh! The speed of the boat was extremely fast, rushing into the distance, hoping to escape from this place. Rumble! But at this moment, huge waves surged into the sky, sweeping across the world. Boom! Then, a huge tail appeared and directly whipped towards the boat. It was a tail as big as a mountain. The Blackwater mystical snake whipped its tail towards the boat. Jump off the boat! Xian Cheng roared in horror and jumped out first. Everyone hurriedly jumped into the water. Zi Yuan was completely stunned. Lin Feng held Zi Yuan in his arms and jumped into the lake. Bang! The Blackwater mystical snake's huge tail whipped down fiercely, splashing water everywhere. No one could avoid the Blackwater mystical snake's attack. The powerful impact sent Lin Feng and the others flying. Xian Cheng, Lei Yiming, and Sun Buping all had extremely powerful defensive treasures on them, but at this moment, those treasures were also shattered, and they fell into the lake. Han Yang and Zhao Zhongluan were wearing pinnacle spiritual treasures. They encountered a great disaster, and their bodies directly exploded, dying tragically on the spot. Lin Feng was also sent flying by the huge force of the Blackwater mystical snake's attack. Wah! Lin Feng immediately vomited blood and fell into the water with Zi Yuan in his arms. Zi Yuan felt her face was hot. She touched it and realized that it was Lin Feng's blood. Zi Yuan finally came back to her senses. She looked at Lin Feng, who was sinking into the lake, and her little face was extremely pale. No, master. Don't die. It's all my fault. Zi Yuan cried anxiously. She quickly swam into the water, hugged Lin Feng, and dragged Lin Feng up. But at this moment, a terrifying aura shrouded them. The Blackwater mystical snake had already rushed over, its huge head hanging above the water, its cold eyes looking at Zi Yuan and Lin Feng. The Blackwater mystical snake had a strange feeling in its heart. If it could devour these two people, its bloodline power would be greatly enhanced. And its bloodline power. The Blackwater mystical snake opened its mouth, wanting to devour Lin Feng and Zi Yuan. Zi Yuan looked at the Blackwater mystical snake in horror. She carried Lin Feng on her back and struggled not to sink. She only had one thought in her mind: she had to protect the master. It had always been the master who had protected her. Now it was her turn to protect the master. Zi Yuan's eyes became resolute. She shouted, "Back off! Back off! I won't let you hurt the master." The Blackwater mystical snake naturally understood what Zi Yuan meant. However, it was full of disdain. It had devoured too many human cultivators. Before they were devoured, they either begged or threatened it. But so what? The Blackwater mystical snake didn't care. It opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow the two humans in front of it. However, the Blackwater mystical snake's sudden appearance caused the girl's eyes to change. The girl's eyes turned dark green in color. CNPNYC. 3K, a mysterious and ancient language came out of Zi Yuan's mouth. Zi Yuan's eyes became more and more demonic. Those deep green eyes seemed to be filled with endless mystery. Zi Yuan extended her right hand. Her voice became deep and ethereal. It was as if her voice had come from another world. Screech! The Blackwater mystical snake screamed in agony. It felt as if its soul was about to be torn apart. The Blackwater mystical snake had never felt this way before. It hadn't even felt this way when it fought a human expert to the death. Why? Why is this happening? My soul is about to be torn apart. The Blackwater mystical snake screamed in agony. Its mountainous tail slapped the surface of the water viciously. Thump, thump, thump. Waves of 10,000 feet tall swept across the sky. Ioiv, CNPNYC. 3K, Zi Yuan's deep and mysterious voice sounded again. The Blackwater mystical snake felt its injuries worsen. The Blackwater mystical snake had never felt so terrified before. Yes, it was fear. Facing the girl who seemed so weak that it could crush her in an instant, the Blackwater mystical snake felt endless fear. The Blackwater mystical snake even thought that it was an illusion, but it was real. 3K, Ioiv, CNPNYC, the mysterious voice sounded again, like the voice of the Grim Reaper. The Blackwater mystical snake retreated in terror. It seemed to have thought of something. It cried out in disbelief, deep green eyes. Heavenly demon eyes. Is it the legendary heavenly demon eyes? The words she was muttering were the snake tongue. That's right, it must be the legendary heavenly demon devil eyes and snake tongue. Why would the heavenly demon devil eyes and snake tongue appear? Is she a descendant of the terrifying ancestor sky serpent? She's a descendant of an ancestor who has awakened the heavenly demon eyes and mastered the snake tongue. That's terrifying, really terrifying. If she recovers the memory of the divine powers in her bloodline, if she can master the true power of the heavenly demon eyes and snake tongue, then who in the heavens can stand against her? The ancestor sky serpent. Legend had it that he was born at the beginning of the world, at the same time as the Archean dragon-esque elephant. How terrifying was he? The ancestor sky serpent's most terrifying abilities were the legendary heavenly demon eyes and snake tongue. These were two unimaginable abilities. No one knew how terrifying the heavenly demon's devil eye and snake tongue were, because those who had seen them were already dead. Boom. The Blackwater mystical snake did not dare to stay. It dived into the magnetic fog lake and disappeared. After the Blackwater mystical snake escaped, Ziyuan's deep green eyes returned to normal. What happened? Why did the Blackwater mystical snake run away? Chapter 444. Sir, wake up. Sob. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Lin Feng could faintly hear sobbing. Then, he felt something dripping from the corner of his mouth. It tasted salty. I think I was attacked by the Blackwater serpent. Am I dead? Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. Lin Feng didn't want to die. There were too many things he wanted to do. But at that moment, Lin Feng had encountered the Blackwater mystical snake. There was no way he could survive. Lin Feng was extremely tired, he wanted to fall asleep. He was surrounded by an endless amount of darkness, little by little. But at that moment, the sorrowful cries echoed in the endless darkness once again. Sir, wake up, will you? I beg you, sir, don't leave me alone. Ziyun, I'm crying. Didn't I die? Why am I hearing Ziyun's sobbing? Just as Lin Feng was about to be devoured by the darkness, the sorrowful sobbing sounded in Lin Feng's heart. He tried to open his eyes. A tear-stained face appeared in his line of sight. Ziyun. Lin Feng murmured. That's great. You've finally woken up. You scared me to death. Ziyun was so happy that she started crying. I'm not dead. It feels so good to be alive. Lin Feng murmured. He could feel the endless darkness dispersing. He was still alive. However, Lin Feng's injuries were too severe. He quickly fainted again. When Lin Feng woke up again, the sky was already dark. He found himself lying in a warm embrace. Lin Feng smelled the fragrance of a virgin. He moved slightly. He could even feel a pair of bulges near his mouth. Were those Ziyun's breasts? This little girl had actually developed so well. Lin Feng couldn't help but blush. He was already so injured, yet he was still thinking about such nonsense. Young master, you're awake. Ziyuan looked at Lin Feng in pleasant surprise. Lin Feng nodded and said, Ziyuan, help me up. Ziyuan nodded and helped Lin Feng up. What is this place? Lin Feng asked. This is a deserted island. Ziyuan said softly. Lin Feng nodded. He and Ziyuan were really lucky to be on a deserted island. Lin Feng looked at Ziyuan in confusion. What about the Blackwater mystical snake? It didn't eat us. How did we escape? Ziyuan also looked confused and said, that Blackwater mystical snake seems to have run away, but I don't know why it ran away either. Lin Feng said, maybe there's a reason we don't know, but to be able to survive the Blackwater mystical snake's attack is really lucky. Cough, cough, cough. After saying a few words, Lin Feng started coughing violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was still very pale. It was hard to imagine how strong the Blackwater mystical snake was. Lin Feng had already been severely injured by the Blackwater mystical snake's attack. If the snake had attacked him again, he would have died a horrible death. "Young master, how are you feeling?" Zi Yuan's eyes reddened when she saw Lin Feng coughing up blood. She was terrified and on the verge of tears. She kept blaming herself. "I'm so useless. I've dragged you down. If it weren't for me, you would have been able to dodge the Blackwater mystical snake's attack. It's all my fault. I couldn't help you at all. You almost died because of me. Silly girl, don't blame yourself. If it weren't for me, you would have died in the magnetic fog lake a long time ago." Lin Feng wiped away Zi Yuan's tears and said, "Zi Yuan, help protect me. I need to go into seclusion to recover." "Don't worry, young master. I won't let you get hurt again." Zi Yuan clenched her fists. "All right." Lin Feng nodded and smiled. "I'm sure you can do it." Lin Feng's injuries were too severe. He didn't dare waste any more time. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed a few healing pills. Then, he used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation to heal himself. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. He sensed his body's condition and found that he had mostly recovered. When Zi Yuan saw that Lin Feng had woken up, she was pleasantly surprised. "Young master, are you finally healed?" "Yes, I'm completely healed," Lin Feng said when he saw how tired Zi Yuan was. "Didn't you rest at all?" "I have to protect you, young master," Zi Yuan said softly. Lin Feng was touched. He said, "Rest for a while. Don't tire yourself out." Zi Yuan nodded and hugged Lin Feng tightly. She was so tired that she quickly fell asleep. She had a beautiful smile on her face. She was having a good dream. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. She was really tired. She quickly fell asleep and smiled. Lin Feng didn't know what she was dreaming about. Lin Feng looked outside the cave. It was still night, and the island was very desolate. Lin Feng didn't even hear the roars of beasts. In the middle of the night, suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky from the depths of the island. It flashed and disappeared. What was that? Lin Feng was shocked. He thought he had seen wrong, but Lin Feng quickly realized that he hadn't seen wrong. It was indeed a golden light that had shot up into the sky and disappeared. There must be something shocking in the depths of the island. Lin Feng muttered. The next day, Zi Yuan woke up. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan walked towards the depths of the island. Lin Feng was still thinking about the golden light he had seen the night before. It had come from the depths of the island and shot up into the sky. The island was shrouded in thick fog, and visibility was limited to 5 or 6 meters. When he released his divine sense, he could roughly sense the situation around 20 meters away. Lin Feng didn't know if there was something terrifying on the island, so he was very careful. When Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the island, he saw a ruin. It seemed that many people had lived here in the past, but now it was completely abandoned. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Not long after, the ground cracked open and a pitch-black figure rushed out. It was an extremely ugly existence that emitted an evil and gloomy aura. It had a pair of demonic eyes that made people's hair stand on end. Corpse demon. Lin Feng gasped. It was a legendary corpse demon. It was said that after a strong cultivator died, their corpse would be buried underground and gradually turn into a dried corpse. Later on, by chance, they would awaken a consciousness and turn into an evil corpse demon. The corpse demon's body was extremely hard, even harder than many defensive treasures. It was invulnerable, and it had a ferocious temperament. Seeing the corpse demon rush out from the ground, Lin Feng quickly pulled Zi Yuan and hid behind a tree. He covered their noses with his hands. Lin Feng didn't even dare breathe because the corpse demon could sense the faint sound of their breathing. After the corpse demon rushed out from the ground, it looked around with its gloomy green eyes. In the end, it roared and rushed into the depths of the ruins. Chapter 445. Sir, what kind of monster was that? After the zombie left, Zi Yuan's face was still very pale. She recalled the sinister aura that the zombie had emitted and felt her soul tremble. That was a zombie. After a powerhouse died, His body turned into a desiccated corpse, but for some reason, his evil thoughts were awakened. Lin Feng explained. "Sir, this place is so scary. Let's leave," Zi Yuan said, a little scared. In the depths of the island, a zombie had appeared. Lin Feng also wanted to leave. He nodded and was about to leave with Zi Yuan when he suddenly saw a golden light appear in the depths of the island. Even though there was a white fog, it was difficult to hide the golden light. "That's..." Lin Feng was shocked. The golden light he had seen the night before had appeared again. Lin Feng changed his mind. He wanted to go and take a look. The golden light was extraordinary. Perhaps it was something shocking. Lin Feng changed his mind. He wanted to explore the depths of the island. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if he encountered a zombie, Lin Feng believed that with his speed, he would be able to shake it off even with Zi Yuan. "Sir, what is that golden light?" Zi Yuan asked curiously when she saw the golden light. Lin Feng said, "Perhaps it's a shocking treasure. Let's go take a look." "Okay." Zi Yuan nodded. Even though she'd just started to come into contact with cultivation, under the influence of what she'd seen and heard, she knew that fortuitous encounters were difficult to find. If she encountered a fortuitous encounter and didn't grab hold of it, then she might regret it for her entire lifetime. Deep in the depths of the island, the golden light shot up into the sky. No matter what it was shocking. Lin Feng spread out his divine will and probed with all his might. He could roughly sense everything within a 28-meter radius. Zi Yuan grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve. The two of them headed deeper into the ruins. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in front of them, followed by the sound of fighting. Lin Feng was shocked. A great battle had broken out. The white fog made it impossible for him to see the situation in front of him. Lin Feng released his divine will. The battle in front of him entered his eyes. 3 cultivators were besieging the zombie. These 3 cultivators turned out to be Daoist Shen Cheng, Sun Buping, and Lei Yiming. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. It seemed that the 3 of them had also survived. Since Zhao Zhongluan and Han Yang were nowhere to be seen, Lin Feng guessed that the 2 of them had most likely met with misfortune. In fact, just as Lin Feng expected, when the Blackwater Serpent's mountain-sized tail swung down, Zhao Zhongluan and Han Yang died right on the spot. The others fell into the water and reached the island one after another. That is, suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He saw a plant with 3 golden fruits growing on it. Rays of golden light swirled around the 3 golden fruits. From time to time, the golden fruit would emit golden rays of light. The golden rays of light soared into the sky and then dissipated into the void. Golden flame fruit. Lin Feng's eyes widened. It turned out to be the legendary golden flame fruit. Daoist Shen Cheng had entered the magnetic fog lake again and again in order to find the golden flame fruit. Lin Feng hadn't thought that this time, it would be a blessing in disguise. Shen Cheng had really found him. However, Daoist Shen Cheng was now in trouble and was attacked by the zombie. Originally, Lei Yiming and Daoist Shen Cheng's group didn't deal with each other. They even communicated with Lin Feng and wanted to attack Daoist Shen Cheng, Sun Buping, and Zhao Zhongluan on the boat. But now, it was obvious that the 3 of them had formed an alliance to deal with the zombie together and then collect the golden flame fruit. 3 golden flame fruits, this value is too great. This golden flame fruit can greatly increase the probability of a cultivator entering the yin-yang realm. If news of this spread, it will cause a storm of blood. Lin Feng murmured and squinted at the golden flame fruit. The weapon used by Daoist Shen Cheng was a silver snake flying sword. This was a treasure-level flying sword. It flashed with a burst of treasure light and was very powerful. Sun Buping took out a jade battle-like magic weapon. Its power was also very shocking. Lei Yiming held a giant hammer in his hand. Clang clang clang, the 3 people's attacks fiercely bombarded the zombie's body. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of collision. However, such a ferocious attack was unable to break through the zombie's defense. Hiss. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The zombie's defense was too amazing. It could even be said that it was unimaginably terrifying. Such a powerful magic weapon couldn't break its defense. In this battle, the zombie was already in an invincible position. The zombie quickly rushed forward and grabbed Sun Booping with its sharp claws. Sun Booping was shocked. He took out a jade talisman and threw it at the zombie. However, the zombie spat out a mouthful of demonic qi. The jade talisman was wrapped in demonic qi and flew back to Lei Ming. With a loud bang, the jade talisman exploded. Lei Ming was blown away by the energy of the jade talisman's explosion. He was dripping with blood and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Damn it! Sun Booping's expression suddenly sank. He didn't expect that his jade talisman didn't work. Sun Booping quickly retreated, hoping to avoid the zombie's attack. However, the zombie's speed was too fast. It instantly rushed in front of Sun Booping and stabbed at Sun Booping with its sharp claws. Puff! The zombie's claws pierced into Sun Booping's chest. Ah! Sun Booping let out an incomparably mournful scream. He didn't die immediately. The next moment, he saw the zombie pull out his heart and then put it in its mouth to chew. This scene could be said to be extremely bloody. Sun Booping's body immediately fell to the ground with a loud bang. This Sun Booping was very sinister when he was alive. He schemed against Lin Feng, Han Yang, Lei Ming, and others. Now, he died here. Was it karma? Let's go. Taoist Xian Cheng's eyes flashed. He shouted in a low voice and fled with Lei Ming. The zombie let out a low roar and quickly chased after them. This Lei Ming is probably going to die. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He observed Taoist Xian Cheng's cold gaze when he looked at Lei Ming. Taoist Xian Cheng probably wanted to scheme against Lei Ming and use him to get rid of the zombie. Soon, the two people and the zombie disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan quickly rushed in front of the golden flame fruits and picked the 3 golden flame fruits. Let's go, Lin Feng said and pulled Zi Yuan to the distance. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. A quarter of an hour later, Daoist Xian Cheng, who only had one arm left and was covered in blood, rushed over from afar. He seemed to have gone crazy as he shouted excitedly, "They're all dead. The 3 golden fire fruits are all mine." However, when Taoist Xian Cheng rushed to the golden flame fruits, he found that the golden flame fruits had been taken away. Ah, where are the golden flame fruits? Where are my golden flame fruits? Who plucked my golden fire fruit? Taoist Xian Cheng roared crazily. In the end, he couldn't bear such a huge blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face became very pale. Chapter 446. Who is it? Come out, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Xian Cheng's roar resounded throughout the island. He was crazily looking for the person who had taken the golden flame fruits. Whoosh! The Taoist priest of Xian Cheng passed through a dense forest where Lin Feng and Zi Yuan were hiding. One of his arms is broken. Lin Feng scanned Xian Cheng with his godly awareness and was slightly surprised. Xian Cheng was a martial king of the 10th celestial layer, but his arm had been cut off by the zombie. Maybe because he was in a hurry to find the person who had taken the golden flame fruits, Xian Cheng didn't even have time to treat his wound. The current Daoist Xian Cheng was at his weakest. Kill him, said Lin Feng, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lei Ming and the zombie had disappeared. Lin Feng didn't know if Xian Cheng had used some powerful method to kill them. Xian Cheng's methods were very strange. Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised if he had trapped or killed the zombie. Even though the zombie was strong, it only had a strong physical body. It was invulnerable. Some formations could also trap the zombie. At that moment, Lin Feng and Zi Yuan could only be safe if they killed Xian Cheng. Xian Cheng hadn't healed yet. If they waited until he was healed, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to defeat Xian Cheng even if he used all his methods. Instead, he would be killed by Xian Cheng. Now, taking advantage of Xian Cheng's injury, it was a rare opportunity. Moreover, even if he killed Xian Cheng, Lin Feng would still be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Xian Cheng had used the excuse of bringing people to the magnetic fog lake to deceive many people to follow him to find the golden flame fruits. In the end, many cultivators had died tragically in the magnetic fog lake. Xian Cheng's hands were covered in blood. Even though he wasn't a demonic cultivator, he was even more vicious than a demon. Lin Feng didn't know how many innocent people he could save in the future. However, it was not easy to kill Daoist Xian Cheng. Even if Daoist Xian Cheng was injured, he was still a martial king of the 10th heaven. If he wanted to kill Daoist Xian Cheng, he would only have a chance if he ambushed him. Ziyuan, hide here and don't run around. I'll be back soon, Lin Feng said softly. Although Ziyuan was a little scared, she still nodded. If you discover that it's not me, attack with your flying sword. Lin Feng said. Yeah. Ziyuan replied. Lin Feng gave Ziyuan a treasured artifact-grade flying sword. Moreover, Ziyuan had already made the treasured sword recognize her as its master. Therefore, Ziyuan was able to activate magic artifacts as well. Whoosh, Lin Feng silently flew into the distance, following behind Daoist Xian Cheng. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned the archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone. The archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone quickly rushed towards the side of the mountain forest, hiding in the dark and waiting for Daoist Xian Cheng to appear. As long as Daoist Xian Cheng arrived at the place where the archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone was hiding, Lin Feng would order the archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone to attack Daoist Xian Cheng. Come out, come out. You dare to steal my golden flame fruit? No matter where you hide, I will find you and tear you to pieces. Daoist Xian Cheng's hysterical roar resounded through the forest. He ran madly towards the depths. Roar, just as Daoist Xian Cheng passed by a pile of rocks, the archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone that was hiding beside the rocks rushed out as fast as lightning towards Daoist Xian Cheng. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Daoist Xian Cheng's head. Daoist Xian Cheng was indeed worthy of being a martial king of the 10th heaven. Facing this sudden attack, his reaction was extremely fast. When he saw the archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone, he immediately roared, "A mere animal dares to attack me. You're courting death." Daoist Xian Cheng thought that the archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone was an ordinary ferocious beast. Actually, that was very normal. After all, the archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone looked exactly like a ferocious beast. Daoist Xian Cheng moved to the right and dodged the archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone. Then, he waved his arm and punched the archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone. Bang! Along with a muffled sound of collision, Daoist Xian Cheng's powerful punch fiercely landed on the archaic Sage Emperor Cheung Chi's clone. Daoist Xian Cheng's face was originally filled with a ferocious smile, but at that moment, he looked astonished. That ferocious beast wasn't made of flesh and blood. It's a clone, not good. Daoist Xian Cheng's expression changed and he wanted to retreat. Ah! In the next moment, Daoist Xian Cheng let out a painful roar. My head is going to split open. A soul attack, who ambushed me? Daoist Xian Cheng beat his head fiercely. He really wanted to pry open his head. That unparalleled pain made Daoist Xian Cheng feel like he was better off dead than alive. Whoosh! At the same time, a treasured flying sword flew out of the white fog towards Daoist Xian Cheng. Lin Feng didn't show himself. He chose to hide in the dark and unleash his flying sword to attack Daoist Xian Cheng. Daoist Xian Cheng's cultivation was too strong. He didn't know if Daoist Xian Cheng had some terrifying secret technique. If he got too close, he might be killed by Daoist Xian Cheng. He went to kill Daoist Xian Cheng but failed. Instead, he was killed by Daoist Xian Cheng. That was too tragic. Flying sword. Daoist Xian Cheng's face twisted. I know it's you. Lin Feng. It's you, you little bastard. I felt your aura. You're the one who ambushed me. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. I'll capture you and tear you to pieces. Daoist Xian Cheng's senses were terrifying. He sensed Lin Feng's aura hiding nearby. He let out a roar, his gaze extremely sinister. Boom! Daoist Xian Cheng's body emitted a powerful aura. He used it to protect himself from Lin Feng's soul attack. At the same time, Daoist Xian Cheng endured the pain in his head and sent a palm strike towards the flying sword. Roar! The two-headed Cheung Chi's roar shook the heavens as it pounced towards Daoist Xian Cheng. Scram! Daoist Shen Cheng was truly terrifying. With a roar, he formed a huge sound wave attack. The powerful sound wave swept out and ruthlessly struck the two-headed Cheong Chi. The two-headed Cheong Chi's huge body was instantly sent flying. At the same time, Daoist Shen Cheng reached out to grab the flying sword. Crack! Daoist Shen Cheng grabbed the flying sword and sneered, "Kid, the flying sword can't kill me. You're dead." Hum. Just as Daoist Shen Cheng was feeling smug, the white fog behind him parted. A figure appeared as fast as lightning and slashed towards Daoist Shen Cheng with a sword. It was Lin Feng. He had hidden behind Daoist Shen Cheng and launched a shortkill attack. Now that Daoist Shen Cheng had lost an arm and his soul was severely injured, his combat strength had decreased sharply. Now that he was in front of Daoist Shen Cheng had no time to use his magic treasure to deal with him. He could only rely on his body. This was Lin Feng's chance. "Kid, you finally appeared. It's time for you to die." Daoist Shen Cheng sneered. He turned around extremely quickly. Although he didn't have time to use his magic treasure, Daoist Shen Cheng wasn't worried about his own attack. He directly slapped his palm towards Lin Feng's sword. Daoist Shen Cheng was very confident in his attack. With his earth energy protecting his body, it was very difficult for ordinary magic treasures to break through his defense. However, Daoist Shen Cheng didn't know that Lin Feng's sword was the Black Dragon Sword. Even a precious weapon would be cut in half by the Black Dragon Sword, let alone a body of flesh and blood. The Black Dragon Sword ruthlessly slashed down, instantly tearing apart Daoist Shen Cheng's protective earth energy. "Impossible!" Daoist Shen Cheng cried out in horror. He quickly retreated, but it was too late. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Nothing is impossible. Dying under the Black Dragon Sword is not something you want to die." Puff! Lin Feng's powerful sword cut off Shen Cheng's arm, and then his sword cut off Shen Cheng's head. "Black Dragon Sword, so it's this treasure. It's a precious sword from the Godly Sword Manual. I can't die in peace." Daoist Shen Cheng screamed and fell to the ground. He twitched a few times and died. Chapter 447. Phew! Looking at Daoist Shen Cheng's corpse, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely lucky to have been able to kill Daoist Shen Cheng. If Daoist Shen Cheng hadn't been heavily injured and underestimated his opponent, killing him would have been as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng quickly walked to Daoist Shen Cheng's side and took his storage ring, then quickly left. Ziyun, back in the forest, Lin Feng called out softly, "Sir, I'm here." Ziyun ran out from behind a rock. "Let's go," Lin Feng said and left with Ziyun. They returned to the cave where they had rested before. "Sir, are you injured?" Ziyun looked at Lin Feng worriedly. "I'm fine." Lin Feng smiled and took out the storage ring he had gotten from Daoist Shen Cheng. Daoist Shen Cheng had been in the magnetic fog lake for many years and had tricked many cultivators into entering the lake to become his cannon fodder in search of the golden flame fruit. Lin Feng guessed that Daoist Shen Cheng should have many good things on him. Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered Daoist Shen Cheng's storage ring and found that it was about 10 square meters in size, which was more than twice the size of his own spirit ring. Such a large storage ring was extremely valuable. There were more than 10 boxes of spirit stones in the storage ring. There were low-grade spirit stones, low-grade spirit stones, and high-grade spirit stones. Other than that, there were also more than 10 magic treasures. There was a treasure-grade flying sword, which was the most valuable magic treasure. The rest were mostly magic treasures, and there were also 3 spirit treasures. Other than that, Lin Feng also found more than 10 secret manuals and 2 formation books. Was Daoist Shen Cheng a formation master? Surprisingly, there were books on deployment spells. Lin Feng checked them and found that they were all yellow-level deployment spell books. They weren't very useful to him, but deployment spell books were extremely rare. Even yellow-level deployment spell books could be sold for an astronomical price. There were also dozens of different kinds of talismans. Among them, there was no lack of powerful offensive talismans. These talismans were also refined by a spirit array master. The distorted runes added a powerful force to the talismans. Daoist Xian Cheng's storage ring still had several hundred kinds of precious elixirs. Lin Feng discovered that there were more than 10,000 years old elixirs. Lin Feng secretly thought that this Daoist Xian Cheng had collected a lot of good things. Even the inheritors of ancient powers would find it difficult to possess such wealth. Hey! Suddenly, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a scroll. With a single thought, the scroll flew out. Lin Feng grabbed the scroll and opened it. He saw that it was a map. The map depicted the magnetic fog lake in great detail. Even the locations of the ferocious beasts within the magnetic fog lake were clearly marked. It's a map. Are we here? Zi Yuanyuan pointed at a place. Lin Feng nodded. There was a line of words written where they were marked. This area is the Blackwater mystical snake's nest. It's extremely dangerous. Fuck. When he saw those words, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. That bastard Daoist Xian Cheng had known about the Blackwater mystical snake's nest. The Daoist Xian Cheng had probably never explored this place before, so he had taken the risk to come here and encountered the Blackwater mystical snake. Lin Feng and the others had thought that they were just unlucky to have encountered the snake. How could this be considered unlucky? They had come to the Blackwater mystical snake's nest, so it was highly likely that they had been discovered by the snake. With the map, we'll be able to find our way out, but we need a boat. Lin Feng frowned. Because there were ferocious beasts in the magnetic fog lake, they needed a boat with a deployment spell to repel the beasts. Lin Feng didn't know how to use a deployment spell of the Earth level, but he didn't know how to use one. I wonder if there are any ships docked around this island. Lin Feng frowned. He hoped that they could find a boat. Maybe some cultivators had come here before, but they had all died. Otherwise, how could such evil creatures have appeared? They just didn't know if there were any boats. Let's go around and see if we can find a boat, said Lin Feng. Zi Yuan nodded and left with Lin Feng. Brother, this is the island. There's golden light, the golden fire fruit must be here. Lin Feng was startled and quickly hid in a tree with Zi Yuan. Soon, a group of more than 10 people arrived. It's them. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at those people. They were the ones who had attacked them before. The leader of the group was called Life-Stealing Scholar. Lin Feng hadn't thought that these people would come to the island too. I wonder if the Daoist Xian Cheng and the others are here too. Let's go faster, said Life-Stealing Scholar. They were chasing the Daoist Xian Cheng, Lin Feng, and the others. That was how they had found this place. When he thought about the golden fire fruit, his eyes lit up. The group of more than 10 people quickly moved deeper into the island. It's them, whispered Zi Yuan. It's bad. We can't stay on this island any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they search the island, they'll definitely find us. Lin Feng looked grave and solemn. Life-Stealing Scholar and the others weren't good people. If they found out that the golden fire fruit had been taken, they would definitely search the island. The situation would be very dangerous. What should we do now? Asked Zi Yuan. Her face was pale. She was thinking about how ruthless Life-Stealing Scholar and the others were. They could kill people without batting an eye. Let's go and see if we can steal their boat, said Lin Feng. Zi Yuan and Lin Feng left the island and saw the Life-Stealing Scholar's boat. Lin Feng used his godly awareness to check the boat and sighed. There were more than 10 people on the boat, and there were many strong cultivators. It would be extremely difficult to steal the boat. Lin Feng had no choice but to leave with Zi Yuan. The two of them wandered around the island, hoping to find something. If they couldn't find the boat, they would have to take the risk and hide on the island. Prince, look. There's a boat over there, said Zi Yuan, pointing in the distance. Lin Feng looked over and saw that there was indeed a boat. He was very surprised. Had that boat been left behind by a cultivator who had died on the island? Even though he was surprised, Lin Feng was still very happy. He quickly walked over to the boat with Zi Yuan. Prince, we can leave now. Let's get on the boat, said Zi Yuan. Wait, said Lin Feng. But Lin Feng hastily stopped Zi Yuan. What's wrong, Prince? Asked Zi Yuan suspiciously. What an evil chi. There's something wrong with that boat. Chapter 448. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Ziyuan didn't sense anything wrong because her cultivation was too low, so she couldn't sense it. Although Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't very high, Lin Feng's soul power was very strong. His soul power was equivalent to a cultivator at the 7th stage of the yin-yang realm. Therefore, Lin Feng's perception of danger wasn't any weaker than a yin-yang realm expert's. At first glance, the boat didn't seem special, but after carefully sensing it, he immediately found something strange. First, there was a gloomy aura hidden in the boat. Although it was deliberately hidden, it couldn't be completely hidden. Second, the boat was too old. Lin Feng even suspected that the boat would sink to the bottom of the lake because of a leak. However, the boat did contain some formations, and they seemed to be much more advanced than the ones on the boat that Daoist Shen Cheng had destroyed. Even so, Lin Feng didn't choose to board the boat immediately. He felt that something was wrong with the boat. Either the boat itself was evil, or there was an evil cultivator hiding on the boat. It was fine if the boat itself was evil, but it was just a boat. So what if it was evil? Lin Feng believed that his willpower was strong enough that he wouldn't be affected. The scariest thing was the second possibility. If there was an evil cultivator hiding on the boat, he and Ziyuan might be plotted against if they boarded the boat. In the depths of the island, Big Brother, the golden flame fruit was taken by someone. A cultivator said in a low voice. The life-stealing scholar's expression became extremely gloomy. At that moment, a voice came from not far away. Big Brother, we found the corpse of Daoist Shen Cheng here. Whoosh, 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 the group quickly flew over. The life-stealing scholar checked the corpse and said in a low voice, the time of death is less than 4 hours. There's a 70% to 80% chance that it was done by an accomplice. However, Daoist Shen Cheng's boat was destroyed. We only saw the wreckage and didn't see any other corpses. There are probably a few people who came to this island alive and are hiding on the island now. Let's split up, the life-stealing scholar said. Yes, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another shot out in all directions. Stop hiding, you won't be able to escape. Come out and hand over the golden flame fruits and our boss will spare your lives. If you don't know what's good for you, only death awaits you. A cold laugh resounded above the island. Prince, they've started searching the island. Ziyuan said worriedly. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. The area of this island was not particularly large, so it was very difficult to hide. If it was a large island, Lin Feng might choose to hide. However, it was only a matter of time before such a small island was discovered. Fellow Daoist, I hope you can take us out of here. When the time comes, we'll definitely reward you handsomely. Lin Feng cupped his fists and jumped onto the boat with Ziyuan. After Lin Feng and Ziyuanyuan boarded the boat, it floated towards the magnetic fog lake. Inside the cabin, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Lin Feng sent out his divine will, but it was bounced back by an invisible force. What a powerful soul. It bounced back my divine will. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He and Ziyuan stood at the front of the boat, but they didn't enter the cabin. The people inside the cabin didn't make any noise either. Lin Feng stared at the cabin cautiously. If there was anything wrong, he would be able to react immediately. Blood. Prince, look. It's blood. Blood is flowing out of the cabin, shouted Ziyuan in fright. Lin Feng looked over and his expression suddenly changed. It was really blood. A huge amount of blood was flowing out of the cabin. It was too strange and terrifying. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Feng screamed in agony. It seemed like his soul had been attacked. Lin Feng hit his head with all his strength. Hey! At that moment, eerie laughter came out of the cabin. That laughter made people's hair stand on end. It sounded like the laughter of evil spirits. Then, a dense black fog came out of the cabin. In the black fog, a sharp claw condensed and grabbed at Lin Feng's chest. It's been a long time since I've met a young cultivator with such a bloodline. He's my favorite. The eerie voice came out of the cabin. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It sounded 100 times worse than the cawing of a crow. The sharp claw was about to grab Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes, which were originally filled with pain, suddenly lit up. He didn't look like he had been attacked by a soul secret technique at all. Lin Feng had been guarding against the evil cultivator in the cabin, so he knew what the evil cultivator was doing. When Lin Feng realized that something was wrong, he hurriedly used the primal chaos ancient lamp to protect his soul. The evil cultivator's soul secret technique was blocked by Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp. However, the evil cultivator didn't know that. He thought that Lin Feng was severely injured, so he attacked Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng raised his right hand and threw out a lightning ball. This was a lightning attack formed by the Sky Tyrant lightning art. Lin Feng heard that evil cultivators were most afraid of lightning attacks. Boom! The ball of lightning exploded and blasted away the ghost claw formed by the black fog. Boom boom boom! Lin Feng threw a few more lightning balls into the cabin. Boom boom boom! A series of explosions rang out, accompanied by the furious roars of the ghost cultivator. Ah, brat, you actually know a secret lightning technique. It hurts. You're going to explode my body. I'm going to kill you. Buzz. At that moment, a black light rushed into Lin Feng's mind. The black light condensed into a small person. It was a soul miniature person surrounded by black fog. The soul miniature person held a treasured sword in his hand. It flew quickly in Lin Feng's mind, wanting to kill Lin Feng's soul. What kind of secret technique is this? Lin Feng was shocked. This was obviously a soul secret technique, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Evil cultivators were most proficient in soul attacks. The soul miniature person that this evil cultivator cultivated was many times stronger than Lin Feng's soul sword. So you're hiding in your intrinsic magic treasure. I'm going to destroy your intrinsic magic treasure as well. The evil cultivator's eerie voice came out. The soul miniature person came forward with his sword and swung it at Lin Feng's intrinsic magic treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp. Clang. Chapter 449. Chimph, it's useless. No matter how strong your attack is, it can't break through my primal chaos ancient lamp's defense. Lin Feng's soul was hiding in the primal chaos lamp. Then, he controlled the primal chaos lamp and attacked the enemy's soul. Asterisk bang. Asterisk once again, the two sides collided fiercely, and a violent collision occurred. Guiyama's soul was sent flying away by Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp. Damn it! Damn it! The primal chaos ancient lamp is a supreme treasure made of primal chaos ancestral chi. How did you get it? How can there be primal chaos ancestral chi in this world? Guiyama roared in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Go ask Yama if you're going to die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He controlled the primal chaos ancient lamp to attack the evil cultivator's soul. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk the two sides collided fiercely again and again. Azura ghost Luo Yang suddenly felt as if his soul was being hit by a mountain over and over again. The force of the collision was too terrifying. It made Azura ghost Luo Yang feel so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Guiyama's soul secret technique had the absolute upper hand. He could have destroyed this kid's soul, but this kid had such a powerful treasure. Guiyama's soul quickly retreated from Lin Feng's mind. At that moment, Lin Feng realized that the blood flowing out of the cabin had disappeared. It wasn't real blood, but a scene created by Guiyama's illusion technique to confuse Lin Feng. Since you want to harm me, I'll eliminate you first. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He condensed more lightning balls and threw them into the cabin. Guiyama roared furiously, "Kid, do you think I can't kill you?" Asterisk buzz. Asterisk as soon as he said that, a flying sword flew out and slashed at Lin Feng. The flying sword was too powerful. Its flickering fluctuations made Lin Feng's heart jump. It was a high-quality precious flying sword. Such a flying sword could kill Lin Feng. Slash, at that moment, Zi Yuan was already prepared. She took out the flying sword Lin Feng had given her and slashed at Guiyama's flying sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a dull clanging sound was heard as Zi Yuan's flying sword blocked the attack of Ghost Fiend Yang's flying sword. Although Ghost Fiend Yang's flying sword was more powerful, It was not easy to destroy Zi Yuan's flying sword in a short period of time. Gui Yama roared furiously. Gui Yama is bullying me. That's not what heroes do. Lin Feng sneered. A ghost cultivator dares to talk to me about whether I'm a hero or not. Are you kidding me? Yama's attack. Gui Yama's attack. Gui Yama's purple earth core fire. Gui Yama's Yama, Yama. Gui Yama's fire. Gui Yama. Ghost Azura Luo Yang said in disdain. Brat, you are really stupid to the extreme. Do you think that every ghost cultivator is afraid of flame attacks? Let me tell you, I've already cultivated to the point where I'm invulnerable to fire and water. Ordinary flames can't hurt me at all. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He took out his heavenly fire and flew into the cabin. Very quickly, a blood-curdling scream came from the cabin. What kind of fire is that? How can it hurt me? The Azura ghost Yang seemed to have seen a lot, and after a short moment of shock, he remembered the purple earth core fire. He roared, Heavenly fire, you're a heavenly fire. You're just a little general, but you've actually refined the legendary heavenly fire. Gui Yama was shocked. Ordinary flames couldn't hurt him, but heavenly fire was enough to turn him to ashes. You're quite knowledgeable. Since you know that this is heavenly fire, you won't die unjustly today. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Gui Yama shouted, You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll also die in this lake. Hihi, I have a complete map of the magnetic fog lake. Even if I kill you, I can still find a way out. Lin Feng sneered, ignoring Gui Yama's pleas for mercy. Gui Yama wasn't a good person. He was too big of a threat. Killing him was the best choice. Brat, I'm a ghost cultivator. Do you know what kind of existence a ghost cultivator is? Gui Yama shouted. Lin Feng was startled. Before Gui Yama, he hadn't come into contact with other ghost cultivators, so he didn't know what kind of existence they were. He frowned and said, What are you trying to say? Ghost Azura Luo Yang roared, Ghost cultivators don't have their own physical bodies. They cultivate with their Yuan spirits, so their spiritual strength is especially powerful. Ghost cultivators' Yuan spirits are usually attached to something, such as a sword, a saber, or even a rock. My Yuan spirit is attached to this ghost ship. It's already been 300 years, and I've become one with this ghost ship. If you kill me, this ghost ship will also be destroyed. At that time, the two of you will fall into the magnetic fog lake and be buried with me. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't thought that such a strange thing could happen. Come back. Lin Feng waved his hand. Immediately, the purple earth core fire flew back and jumped on Lin Feng's fingertips. Maybe we can talk now, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. I'll take you out of the magnetic fog lake. Gui Yama said coldly. Lin Feng said indifferently, Aren't you going to invite us in? Gui Yama removed the terrifying spiritual energy that had enveloped the cabin. Lin Feng wasn't worried that Gui Yama would attack him again. If Gui Yama dared to act blindly without thinking, Lin Feng could use his heavenly fire to destroy Gui Yama's soul. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan entered the cabin and saw a distorted black fog floating in the air. It was Gui Yama. Ghost cultivator. What a strange cultivator. Why did you become a ghost cultivator? Lin Feng asked. He. Gui Yama laughed. Gui Yama laughed sinisterly. Why did I become a ghost cultivator? Do you think I want to be neither human nor ghost? Back then, I passed through the magnetic fog lake and died tragically. My primordial spirit attached itself to this ship and didn't die immediately. Later, I found a few demonic cultivators' secret books. They were ghost cultivators' techniques. Now, I've become neither human nor ghost. Gui Yama's voice was filled with unwillingness. Lin Feng was silent. Every year, many people who passed through the magnetic fog lake would die tragically in the lake. There were far too many such incidents. However, Lin Feng didn't sympathize with Gui Yama. After becoming a ghost cultivator, Gui Yama had become a murderous demon. He didn't deserve any sympathy. Lin Feng said indifferently, Your soul attached itself to this ship and didn't die. It seems that this ship itself is hiding some secrets. He looked around the ship. Gui Yama knew that he had let it slip. When he saw Lin Feng's suspicious gaze, his expression changed slightly. Chapter 450. If the physical body was destroyed, the soul would soon dissipate as well. This was common knowledge in the world of cultivators. However, the fact that Ghost Azura Luo Yang's soul had been preserved after his physical body had died had aroused Lin Feng's suspicions. Although Lin Feng did not have a deep understanding of ghost cultivators and did not know how they attached their souls to other objects, Lin Feng was very clear about one thing. Before he had obtained the ghost cultivator's secret technique, Luo Yang's soul had not been destroyed because it had been attached to the boat. This was enough to explain many things. There were some strange things about the boat itself. Later on, Luo Yang had started to cultivate the ghost cultivator's secret technique, so the boat had turned into a ghost boat. Lin Feng asked calmly, "How long have you been a ghost cultivator?" Luo Yang did not want to talk to Lin Feng too much, as he was worried that he would spill the beans again. However, Lin Feng's methods were too powerful and restrained him. If he refused, Luo Yang was worried that Lin Feng would use those terrifying methods to deal with him again. Luo Yang said reluctantly, "I've been attached to the ghost boat for 300 years, and I've been a ghost cultivator for 200 years. Lin Feng said, "You spent 100 years to become a ghost cultivator. Your cultivation talent is really TSK. When he saw Lin Feng's disdainful expression, Luo Yang was instantly enraged. Ghost cultivators had their own dignity. Moreover, ghost cultivators valued their dignity more than ordinary cultivators. Luo Yang explained, "What do you know? Ghost cultivators are the most difficult cultivators. Becoming a ghost cultivator in 100 years is already considered a super genius. I became a ghost cultivator and cultivated for another 200 years. My current soul power is equivalent to a yin-yang realm expert at the 8th stage. When my soul power reaches the level of a creation realm cultivator, I will be able to leave the magnetic fog lake." Lin Feng said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "You managed to become a ghost cultivator in 100 years. That's 100 years before you became a ghost cultivator, yet your soul was not destroyed. This is truly shocking. Just what kind of treasure is on this ship of yours?" Luo Yang's expression changed again and again. He thought that Lin Feng was just chatting casually, but he didn't expect that he would be tricked by Lin Feng again. Luo Yang cursed Lin Feng in his heart for being despicable and shameless, but he didn't answer Lin Feng's question and simply kept quiet. The purple earth core fire danced on Lin Feng's fingertips. Lin Feng said, "If you don't cooperate with me, then I can only let you have a taste of the purple earth core fire. Brat, don't go too far. We're in the magnetic fog lake. If you push me too far, we'll just die together." Luo Yang roared angrily. His cold eyes stared fiercely at Lin Feng, as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. Lin Feng sneered. If a normal cultivator had threatened him like this, then Lin Feng wouldn't have acted rashly. However, Lin Feng didn't care about Luo Yang's threat at all. In order to survive, Luo Yang didn't hesitate to become a ghost cultivator that was neither human nor ghost. This showed that Luo Yang was extremely afraid of death. "Then let's see if I dare to burn this broken ship. Moreover, I have a map to control you, so it won't be difficult for me to successfully pass through the magnetic fog lake. At that time, it won't be too late to burn you to death." Lin Feng threatened Luo Yang. When Luo Yang heard this, his face turned green. He thought to himself that he had gone through a lot of hardships to become a ghost cultivator. He didn't know how many hardships he had to go through to reach the manifestation realm. Perhaps in less than 100 years, he would be able to leave this damned magnetic fog lake and live like a normal person. But now, he was going to die at the hands of this brat. He wasn't willing to die like this. "I'll endure you for now. After 100 years, I'll be able to leave this magnetic fog lake and cultivate a body of flesh and blood. At that time, I'll definitely cut you into pieces." When he thought about this, Luo Yang took a deep breath and said, "This ship was originally owned by an extremely powerful cultivator, and it was embedded with a piece of heavenly star soul jade. My primordial spirit was attached to this piece of heavenly star soul jade, which was why it didn't dissipate. Heavenly Star Soul Jade? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He had heard from the Fire Chelene that this Heavenly Star Soul Jade was a type of jade that was born on the bright moon in the depths of the Milky Way world. The moon was the king of the stars. The power of the moon was the most suitable energy to strengthen one's soul, but cultivators couldn't absorb the power of the moon to increase their own strength. However, it was said that some heavenly treasures could absorb the power of the moon, such as the Heavenly Star Soul Jade that only appeared on the moon. The Heavenly Star Soul Jade was formed by the power of the moon and could absorb the power of the moon. Even if a cultivator's physical body died, they could attach their soul to the Heavenly Star Soul Jade and live on. However, the Heavenly Star Soul Jade was an extremely rare treasure. The Fire Chelene had searched many places in the past, but it hadn't been able to find it. Lin Feng said, "The Heavenly Star Soul Jade is really good stuff. I've never seen it before. Let me take a look." "Don't go too far," Luo Yang said gloomily. Lin Feng said coldly, "What? Can't I even look at it? If you don't know how to appreciate favors, I'll have to do it myself." "H, you're obviously trying to steal my Heavenly Star Soul Jade. This treasure is extremely important to me. I'd rather die with you in this lake than give it to you," Luo Yang said fiercely. Said Luo Yang ferociously. He wanted to fight against Lin Feng. "Die with me? Even now, you still don't understand the situation you're in. Even if you want to die with me, do you have the ability to do so? I'll use my heavenly flames to control you, and once we reach the shore, I'll kill you. If you don't believe me, we can fight to the death and see who will emerge victorious." Lin Feng sneered. "You, despicable." Luo Yang flew into a rage. Lin Feng sneered, "A demon who kills without blinking an eye is calling me despicable? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. You think you're sure to win? But if I use the soul disintegration technique, my soul will be destroyed, and the ship will be destroyed as well. At that time, we'll both die in the lake." Luo Yang said fiercely. "Soul disintegration technique?" Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Luo Yang knew quite a few soul techniques. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't force Luo Yang into a corner. If Luo Yang really wanted to die with him, he would have no choice but to cry. Said Lin Feng. "Let's make a compromise, shall we?" "What is it?" Luo Yang asked. "We'll split the Heavenly Star Soul Jade in half. It'll be good for you, good for me, good for everyone. How about it?" Lin Feng said. "You, dream on." Luo Yang roared through clenched teeth. He still needed the Heavenly Star Soul Jade to strengthen his soul. If he gave half of it to Lin Feng, it would be the same as asking for his life. Chapter 451. Lin Feng said indifferently, "So you're saying that you want to fight me to the death for half a piece of Celestial Soul Jade? Is that really necessary? Isn't it just half a piece of Celestial Soul Jade? Even if you lose half of it, the remaining half will still allow your cultivation to increase rapidly. If you fight me to the death, your body and soul will be destroyed. Think about all the hardships you've gone through over the past few hundred years to reach where you are now. Is it worth it to fight me to the death for half a piece of Celestial Soul Jade?" Azura Ghostface fell silent, his expression extremely ugly. Asking him to hand over half a piece of Celestial Soul Jade had pained him greatly. However, when he thought about Lin Feng's words, they did make a lot of sense. When he thought about all the hardships he had gone through over the past 300 years, if his body and soul were destroyed, wouldn't all the hardships he had suffered over the past 300 years have been for nothing? Azura Ghostface gritted his teeth. "How can I trust you? If I give you the Celestial Soul Jade and you cross the magnetic fog lake to kill me, what should I do? Won't I die a miserable death then?" It was no wonder that Azura Ghostface would think this way. Lin Feng was too much of a threat to him. Back in the magnetic fog lake, Lin Feng had been worried about his body disintegrating, so he had not fought him to the death. Now that they were on land, all of his worries were gone. He could kill Azura Ghostface however he wanted. Lin Feng said, "I can make an oath. What do you think?" "All right, then make an oath." Luo Ghostface's eyes suddenly lit up. Cultivators rarely made oaths. If they broke an oath, they would suffer a backlash from the oath. The sky was usually clear for thousands of miles, but there was thunder and lightning. Why? It was because some cultivators broke their oaths and were struck to death by lightning. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Oh, right. Aside from the celestial soul jade, I want something else. I don't think you'll be stingy with it." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Luo Ghostface instantly darkened. He said in a low voice, "Kid, stop. Are you done yet? Please don't say that. I've only made one request. How can you call it endless? I think you should at least make 3 or 4 requests before you can use that word." Lin Feng said seriously. "Phut." Zi Yuan, who was standing at the side, was amused. She thought to herself, "Young master is so naughty. This time, this ghost cultivator will be angered to death, right?" Luo Yang was indeed angered to death by Lin Feng. He really wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, then eat all the flesh that was cut off from Lin Feng's body, drink the blood of his soul, and enslave Lin Feng's soul. However, he could only think about it for now. Luo Xian said angrily, "You can't be so shameless." Lin Feng said, "How am I shameless? I'm just stating my request. As for whether you agree or not, that's up to you." Luo Xian suppressed his anger and sullenness and said, "Tell me, what request do you have? You attacked me with a small soul person. That's a pretty good soul technique. Teach me that soul technique," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Luo Xian had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. The miniature soul-wielding sword was more than just a pretty good soul secret technique. It could be considered a top-tier soul secret technique. Among the dozen or so soul secret techniques that Luo Xian knew, this technique was one of the most powerful ones. Many top-tier organizations might not even be able to produce such a powerful soul secret technique. But now, from this brat's mouth, this powerful soul secret technique of the miniature soul holding the sword was only described as not bad. Luo Xian's expression was gloomy. He wondered if he should give Lin Feng an incomplete copy of the miniature soul-wielding sword for Lin Feng to cultivate. If he cultivated an incomplete copy of the miniature soul-wielding sword, Lin Feng might suffer from qi deviation and die. Luo Xian immediately laughed sinisterly. But at that moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out. "This is a fair trade. Don't try to trick me with an incomplete copy of the miniature soul-wielding sword. I also cultivate a soul secret technique, so I believe that I have a certain degree of understanding of soul secret techniques. If you try to trick me with an incomplete copy of the miniature soul-wielding sword, then this fair trade of mutual benefit will fail. I will have no choice but to get rid of you. Who told you to try to trick me? Of course, if you hadn't, we would still be good friends." Luo Xian was shocked. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to see through his intentions. But after hearing Lin Feng's words, Luo Xian felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Was this a mutually beneficial trade? This trade is only useful to you, okay? Was this a fair trade? Damn it, I was forced to do this, okay? We're good friends. I really want to slap you to death. You have the nerve to say that we're good friends. How can you trick your good friends like this? Luo Xian felt that he was simply unlucky to have met Lin Feng. This kid's cultivation was obviously not very strong, but his methods were very astonishing. Furthermore, he was able to restrain himself. This made Luo Xian feel like crying. Luo Xian said with a gloomy face, "Why would I use an incomplete copy of the miniature soul-wielding sword to trick you? Although I, Luo Xian, am a ghost cultivator, my character is still trustworthy." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xian threw a yellowed scroll to Lin Feng and said, "This is the cultivation method for the complete miniature soul-wielding sword." Lin Feng was delighted. After catching the scroll, he immediately opened it and carefully read every word recorded on it. There were only a few hundred words, but the cultivation method of the miniature soul-wielding sword was recorded very clearly. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad. At least you didn't use an incomplete copy of the cultivation method to trick me. Now, you should make an oath. If you do, I will give you the heavenly star soul jade." Luo Xian said. Lin Feng raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. "Today, Azura Ghost Yang will give me the heavenly star soul jade. After I cross the magnetic fog lake, I will let Azura Ghost Yang go. I will definitely not harm Azura Ghost Yang. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. After swearing the oath, in a flash, a thunderbolt penetrated into Lin Feng's brain and turned into a talisman. Lin Feng knew that it was the oath talisman. If he violated the oath talisman would be activated and lightning would strike him to death. Azura Ghost Yang let out a long breath when he saw Lin Feng make the oath. He threw a purple jade to Lin Feng. This purple jade was clearly the Heavenly Star Soul Jade. Lin Feng held the Heavenly Star Soul Jade in his hand. He immediately felt a large amount of moon essence energy enter his body and be absorbed by his soul. His spiritual strength increased at a rate 10 times faster than before. Lin Feng was shocked. This Heavenly Star Soul Jade was actually so powerful that it could increase one's spiritual strength by 10 times. This was too heaven-defying. No wonder the Fire Chelin had been searching for it. Chapter 452. On the other side of Magnetic Fog Lake, Lin Feng waved at Luo Yang. We'll meet again. Luo Yang's expression was gloomy. He sneered and thought to himself, the next time I see you is when I condense my flesh and blood and leave Magnetic Fog Lake. That will be the time of your death. The ghost ship drifted toward the depths of Magnetic Fog Lake and soon disappeared into the thick fog. Master, have we reached the desolate region? Zi Yuan asked softly. No, we need to pass through Fog City to reach the desolate region. Lin Feng said. Fog City? What's that place? Zi Yuan asked softly. Fog City is an ancient city at the border between the East Province and the desolate region. I heard that after passing through Magnetic Fog Lake, we can reach Fog City. Lin Feng said. Yes. Zi Yuan nodded. This area was shrouded in fog, and visibility was about 20 meters. Beyond that, nothing could be seen. The visibility was much better than in Magnetic Fog Lake, but it was still very low. Fog City was in the depths of the Great Fog World. Lin Feng planned to rest in Fog City before heading to the desolate region. In the vast desolate region, Lin Feng was a little lost. He did not know where to go. The Fire Chelin was not by his side. His clansmen had been captured. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. When he reached the desolate region, he would first find out what major forces there were and hope to join them to cultivate. Roar. Half a day later, the roar of a beast came from afar. Rumble. Soon, the earth began to shake violently. Soon, a huge monster rushed over. It was 100-meter-tall beast. It looked like a deer, but it wasn't a deer. It looked like a lion, but it wasn't a lion. It looked like a tiger, but it wasn't a tiger. It looked like a cow, but it wasn't a cow. The wild beast in front of him was heavily injured. Its body was covered in wounds and blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few silhouettes rushed over from afar and soon stopped. Then, they took out their flying swords and rushed towards the David's deer. There were 3 men and 1 woman, each of them dressed luxuriously. For example, the woman was wearing a purple gold robe embroidered with phoenixes, a mysterious jade hairpin on her head, a piece of Heavenly Mother jade on her waist, and 2 jade bracelets on her wrists, which were also a pair of magic treasures. There were 7 or 8 magic treasures on her body, and the other 3 male cultivators also had magic treasures on them. Clearly, these 4 young men and women came from extraordinary backgrounds. They took out their flying swords and slashed at the odd beast. Roar, the 4 odd beasts roared and pounced towards the 4 people. However, the flying swords were too fast. Puff 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 puff. 4 consecutive piercing sounds could be heard, and the huge body of the odd beast fell to the ground with a loud bang. Dust flew everywhere, and it died on the spot. Ha ha, the blood and heart of the odd beasts are extremely good ingredients for concocting medicine. We were extremely lucky to have encountered and killed these odd beasts. One of the male cultivators said with a smile. The 4 people walked towards the corpse of the odd beast, and only then did they see Lin Feng and Zi Yuanyuan not far away. The 4 people only glanced at Lin Feng for a moment before moving on. Lin Feng was only a martial general, so he couldn't enter their eyes. However, Zi Yuanyuan attracted their attention. The 3 male cultivators were stunned. They didn't expect to meet such a beautiful girl next to the lake. The female cultivator was also beautiful, but after seeing Zi Yuan, she couldn't help but feel jealous. The cultivator in green smiled and said, "I'm Fan Di. How should I address you, brother?" Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Lin Feng, this is my cousin, Zi Yuan." Lin Feng didn't know who these four people were, so he didn't say much. Fan Di smiled and said, "So it's Brother Lin. We're all core disciples of the Longyun sect. This is senior brother Song Tianwu, this is junior brother Li Muge, and this is senior sister Li Ruoya." The young cultivator in white was the Song Tianwu mentioned by Fan Di, and he should be the leader of their small team. The other young cultivator in black should be Li Muge, said Lin Feng while bowing hand over fist. "Good morning." The female cultivator named Li Ruoya took out the blood, heart, and horn of the odd beasts. She didn't take the rest of the things, but these three things were the most valuable. Song Tianwu stared at Zi Yuan from time to time, and his eyes flashed with amazement from time to time. This made Lin Feng frown slightly, but he didn't say much. Song Tianwu asked with a smile, "Where did Brother Lin and cousin come from? How did you appear near the magnetic fog lake?" Lin Feng said, "We were cultivating in a sect in the East Province. We crossed the magnetic fog lake with another ship and planned to return to our family." "I see. Are you going to Fog City?" "I think we can go together and take care of each other on the way," Song Tianwu said. Lin Feng didn't like the way Song Tianwu looked at Zi Yuan, and he didn't know the character of these people, so he declined politely, "We have to turn back to visit a cousin's house in a small town on the way, and then we can go to Fog City. So, I'm afraid we're not going the same way as you." Song Tianwu thought it was a pity. He smiled and said, "In that case, let's say goodbye here. Maybe we can meet again in Fog City. We will stay in Fog City for a few days. It would be great if we could meet again." Lin Feng said politely and left with Zi Yuan. Song Tianwu stared at Zi Yuan's back and shook his head. "Why is senior brother Song so enthusiastic?" Li Ruoya said with a faint smile. Li Muge said with a faint smile, "Could it be that senior brother has taken a fancy to the girl named Zi Yuan?" Fan Di rubbed his chin and said, "That young girl really does have a unique charm. No wonder senior brother looks at her differently." Song Tianwu shook his head with a smile and said, "That girl gave me a strange feeling. You should know that my martial spirit is the perceptive martial spirit. In addition to being able to sense all kinds of treasures, I can also sense some hidden bloodline power. The girl's bloodline seems to be very complicated." Fan Di said, "Look at the girl's eyes. She seems to be a snake woman." Li Muge frowned. "Snake women are enchanting. Although the girl named Zi Yuan is young, she is indeed beautiful. But in terms of bloodline, the snake woman's bloodline is very lowly. Well, let's go to Fog City to find Master Ji Yun to refine the blue blood pill," Song Tianwu said. Hearing the words blue blood pill, Fan Di, Li Muge, and Li Ruoya all showed extremely excited expressions. The four of them didn't stop and quickly rushed to the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 453. Fog City was an especially large city. It was about the size of 5 Crimson Fire cities and had a population of around 30 million. Because Fog City was located at the border between the East Province and the Desolate Realm, it was very lively. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan arrived at Fog City. There was a thick fog outside Fog City. However, the entire Fog City was enveloped by a spell formation, so it wasn't covered by fog. Within Fog City, the factions were very complicated. It was said that there was one sect, 3 clans, and 18 factions. This sect was called the Heavenly Thunder Sect. It was an ancient sect that was very powerful. The 3 clans were the Nalan, Hellion, and Gongsun clans. Although these 3 clans weren't considered ancient factions, they were still very powerful because they had Yin-Yang realm experts. The 18 factions were relatively weak. Only a few of the top clans had Yin-Yang realm experts. As for the rest of the clans, even the strongest expert was only a martial king. Of course, Lin Feng didn't plan to visit the various factions in Fog City. He planned to rest in Fog City for 2 to 3 days before deciding on his future. "Sir, there's a bookstore there. It's definitely selling introductions to the various factions in the Desolate Realm. Let's go, Ziyuan said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and entered the bookstore with Ziyuan. There were more than 10 customers in the bookstore. Some were quietly reading, while others were strolling around. Lin Feng discovered that the bookstore was selling rare martial arts manuals. There were even some spirit formations and alchemy manuals. Of course, they were all relatively simple spirit formations and alchemy manuals, but they were still very extraordinary. Sir, what kind of books are you looking for? The shopkeeper asked with a smile. I want books that introduce the various factions in the desolate realm. Lin Feng said. The Chronicle of Wasteland has a very detailed record. The shopkeeper took out a book and gave it to Lin Feng. How much is it? Lin Feng asked. 30 gold coins, the shopkeeper said. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. 30 gold coins for a book was quite shady, but he was too lazy to care about that. He paid the money and sat down with Ziyuan at a table not far away to read the contents of the book. The divine land of the East County was one of the poorest states among the 3,000 states. It did not even have an ancient force. One had to know that the division of powers in the 3,000 prefectures was extremely strict. There were ancient powers, desolate ancient powers, and ancient holy lands, ancient royal dynasties. Other than these powers, the Martial Soul Guild, the Alchemist Guild, and the Spirit Array Caster Guild were extremely powerful. However, because these three powers were neutral powers, they didn't participate in the struggle for hegemony in the Tianwu continent's 3,000 continents. Therefore, very few people would mention these three powers. There were many forces in the Wasteland region. Among them, the four strongest forces were Nebula Pavilion, 10,000 Laws Sect, Deity Sword Villa, and Blue Cloud Sect. These four forces had all reached the level of an ancient force and were overseen by almighty experts. Nebula Pavilion, 10,000 Laws Sect, and Deity Sword Villa were still powerful, but the Blue Cloud Sect had declined. It was said that the Blue Cloud Sect's secret technique, the Heaven-Seizing Art, had been lost, causing the sect to gradually weaken. The Heaven-Seizing Art was a secret technique that had shaken the 3,000 prefectures in the past. A single Heaven-Seizing Art had crushed countless experts in the 3,000 prefectures. Unfortunately, such a powerful secret technique had become a legend that would never be seen again. Blue Cloud Sect. Lin Feng muttered. Ziyuan grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said with some heartache, "Young master, are you homesick?" This was because the small city where the Lin family lived was called Green Cloud City. Now that he saw the words Blue Cloud Sect, he couldn't help but think of the past. Lin Feng smiled and said, "No." However, his desolate expression was clearly different from what he had said. In addition to the 4 ancient powers, there were also 10 ancient powers. These 10 ancient powers included sects, and clans with long histories. Although their heritage might not be as long as the 4 ancient powers, these ancient powers still produced many experts. "Let's go and eat something," Lin Feng said. Ziyuan nodded obediently and left the bookstore with Lin Feng. There was a restaurant not far away. Lin Feng and Ziyuan went to the second floor and asked for a table near the window. They ordered some food, which was quickly served, and the two of them began to eat. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, a group of people came upstairs. The leader was a young man who was tall and thin. His footsteps were a little light, and his face was slightly pale. He had obviously overindulged. "Young master, look over there." One of the young man's servants suddenly pointed at Ziyuan. The young man's eyes lit up and he said, "Is she a snake woman? I've heard that snake women are the most seductive. She's extremely flirtatious in bed." The young man waved his hand and quickly walked over. "I'm Lan Kang. How should I address you, brother?" the young man asked when he arrived at Lin Feng's table. However, his eyes were fixed on Ziyuan, which made Lin Feng very unhappy. "Are you done eating? If you're done, let's go." Lin Feng placed a gold coin on the table and looked at Ziyuan. Ziyuan nodded and stood up to leave with Lin Feng. Lan Kang's face darkened. "What's wrong? Didn't you hear what I asked you?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "We've just met by chance. Why do you need to know my name?" Lan Kang smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe we'll become familiar with each other. Ha 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 ha, Nalan Kang, put away that face of yours. Don't pretend to be approachable. Who in Fog City doesn't know your true nature? You've only taken a fancy to the pretty young lady by this young master's side. A disdainful laugh was heard. In the next moment, a young man in white walked down from the 3rd floor. This young man in white was much more pleasing to the eye than Nalan Kang. He was very handsome, had a slender figure, and had a smile on his face that was like a spring breeze. It was easy for people to have a good impression of him. When he saw this person, Nalan Kang's expression sank. He said in a neutral tone, Helianze, don't make yourself sound so noble. If I, Nalan Kang, like a woman, I'll use normal methods to obtain her. I'm not like you. TSK, I heard that there's a guy in Fog City who even dared to take advantage of his father's 9th madam. Unfortunately, he was discovered before he could do anything and was imprisoned for a year. You. Helianze's expression became extremely gloomy. Lin Feng could tell that neither Nalan Kang nor Helianze were good people. Chapter 454. Please make way. My cousin and I still have matters to attend to. Don't block our way. Lin Feng said indifferently. He could guess Nalan Kang and Helianze's identities. Lin Feng guessed that they were the young masters of the Nalan and Helian clans of the Fog City's 3 clans. Fuck. Brat, our young master didn't allow you to leave. How dare you leave? Are you tired of living? One of Nalan Kang's servants reprimanded him coldly. Lin Feng's expression darkened. These people were too arrogant. Nalan Kang and Helianze had brought more than 10 people with them, and many of them were experts. Lin Feng sensed that there were at least 4 martial kings. This wasn't a good place to fight. It would be fine if he was alone in the Fog City, but he had Zi Yuan with him. It would be difficult for him to escape. Lin Feng suppressed his anger and said coldly, then what are you trying to do? Are you trying to force us to stay here? Nalan Kang smiled and said, brother, don't misunderstand. My servant doesn't know how to speak. I'll reprimand him when we get back. I see that you and I are fated to meet, so I want to invite you to my Nalan clan. We can drink and chat happily, don't you think so? Lin Feng knew what Nalan Kang was trying to do. He said indifferently, sorry, I'm not interested. Nalan Kang, I think you should just forget about it. Can't you tell that this brother has serious doubts about your character? If I were you, I would leave tactfully so as not to embarrass myself here. Helianze took the opportunity to mock Nalan Kang. He didn't get along well with Nalan Kang, so he wouldn't let go of an opportunity to attack Nalan Kang. Nalan Kang's expression darkened. He didn't look at Helianze, but at Lin Feng instead. Brother, you probably don't know who I am, right? I, Nalan Kang, am the son of the Nalan clan's patriarch. My status is noble, and I've lowered myself to befriend you. Are you not giving me any face? At this point, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. Helianze curled his lips and said disdainfully, that's enough. Who doesn't know that you have an ulterior motive? Brother, you don't have to worry. I, Helianze, can't stand people who rely on their family background to do whatever they want. Brother, if you leave with me, Nalan Kang won't dare to touch you. Seeing Nalan Kang and Helianze's faces, Lin Feng could only sneer. The two of them were the same. No matter what they did, their goal was Zi Yuan. Nalan Kang. Nalan Kang. Lin Feng said coldly, Helianze, right? I appreciate your kindness. Nalan Kang, I also appreciate your kindness. My cousin and I really have something to do. I didn't mean to refuse, so please make way. If there's a chance, I'll invite you to a gathering next time. I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine. This time, not only Nalan Kang, but even Helianze's face darkened. In the eyes of these two, this boy was so unappreciative. Nalan Kang sneered, we don't care if you leave or not, but the one beside you can't leave. Helianze said, sell this snake girl to me, and I'll send you out of the city. How about it? Now that the two had made it clear, they obviously had no scruples. How impressive. There was a sneer. Deng 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 deng, 4 young practitioners came over, and the one who spoke was Li Muge. These 4 people were Song Tianwu, Li Muge, Fan Di, and Li Ruoya of the Longyun sect. They had just come out from Master Ji Yun's place and each of them got a blue blood pill, so they were very excited. They planned to have a meal in the restaurant, find a place to rest, and then return to the sect to refine the blue blood pill. But they didn't expect to meet Lin Feng and Zi Yuan here. Brother Song, Brother Li, Brother Fan, Fairy Li Lin Feng made a fist salute. Zi Yuan also saluted slightly. The 4 nodded slightly. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Nailan Kang looked coldly at the 4 people coming over. Helian Zi also said indifferently, today is really strange. There are so many people who are not afraid of death. The Longyun sect, where Song Tianwu, Li Muge, and the others were from, was ranked second among the top 10 ancient forces in the waste domain. It was very powerful. As the core disciples of the Longyun sect, their identities were naturally extraordinary. How dare an aristocratic family in a small fog city be so rude to them? Naturally, the 4 of them didn't look too good. Li Muge said coldly, "Do you know who you are talking to?" "Pa," but the response to Li Muge was a slap from Nailan Kang. Li Muge was stunned by the slap. Song Tianwu, Fan Di, and Li Ruoya were also stunned on the spot. Someone dared to slap the core disciples of the Longyun sect. "How dare you slap me?" Li Muge screamed in disbelief. Helian Zi kicked her. With a bang, Li Muge, who was unprepared, was kicked away by Helian Zi for more than 10 meters. Ouch! Li Muge immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. With a flop, she fell to the ground. "You are courting death." Song Tianwu and the other 2 who came to their senses roared angrily. "How dare you say we are courting death? I think it is you who are courting death. You are really reckless. How dare you meddle in our business in Fog City? Today, let the young master teach you how to behave. Beat them up and teach them a lesson." Nailan Kang was used to being arrogant. He waved his hand and shouted arrogantly, "Yes, master." The people around Nailan Kang shouted loudly and were about to start. "You all come together. Don't ruin the reputation of our Helian family." Helian Zi also waved his hand. "Yes, master." The group of people from the Helian family also answered. Lin Feng was a little speechless. These 2 people were really too arrogant. Didn't they know that there was always someone better than them? Li Muge was beaten so badly. There would be a good show to watch. Nailan Kang and Helian Zi's subordinates were about to start. Song Tianwu and the other 2 had been trembling with anger. "Open your dog eyes and see what this is." Song Tianwu took out a token and held it in his hand. Chapter 455. When the rest of the guards heard that these people were the core disciples of the Longyun sect, how would they dare to make a move? They were all scared to death. As the second most powerful force among the top 10 ancient forces, the Longyun sect would be the 6th most powerful force in the waste domain. Although the Nailan family and the Helian family were also very powerful, they were nothing in front of the Longyun sect. There were at least 3 powerful people in the Longyun sect. It was not something that the Nailan family and the Helian family could provoke. Now everyone was looking at Song Tianwu and the other 3 in horror. "I'll take your lives, you 2 bastards." Li Muge got up from the ground, and his face was completely distorted. He was a core disciple of the Longyun sect, but he was beaten up like this in the small fog city. This was simply a great shame. It would be fine if it was not spread back to the sect, but if it was, how could he face others in the future? Now Li Muge couldn't wait to cut Nailan Kang and Helian Zi into pieces. Misunderstanding, it's really a misunderstanding. Nailan Kang looked at Li Muge in horror. His previous arrogance disappeared in an instant, and now there was only horror. Helian Zi on the side was the same. He kept begging, "It's our fault. We didn't recognize Mount Tai. We are willing to compensate." Although they were all second-generation figures. Obviously, this Helian Zi was much stronger than Nailan Kang. In such an irreversible situation, Nailan Kang only cared about begging for mercy, and Helian Zi even knew the method of compensation to save him. Lin Feng looked at Nailan Kang and Helian Zi indifferently. These 2 were simply jackals of the same tribe. Now that they had kicked an iron plate, they deserved it. They were not worthy of sympathy at all. Clap, clap, 2 loud slaps were heard. Li Muge rushed over and slapped Helian Ze and Nalan Kang's faces fiercely. Helian Ze and Nalan Kang were sent flying by the force. Wow! The 2 of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. Within the blood they spat out were a few teeth. Helian Ze and Nalan Kang really deserved it. Some diners in the restaurant were discussing in a low voice. Helian Ze and Nalan Kang were arrogant and domineering in the Fog City. Naturally, they had done a lot of outrageous things. Now that they had kicked an iron plate and were sent flying with a slap, they felt very satisfied. Junior fellow apprentice, the Helian family and the Nalan family have to show some respect. Song Tianwu reminded him. If it were anyone else, he would have just killed them. However, these 2 families had Yin-Yang realm experts overseeing them, so he had to be careful. Li Muge rushed over and punched and kicked Helian Ze and Nalan Kang. Li Muge rushed over and punched and kicked Helian Ze and Nalan Kang. Li Muge rushed punched and kicked Helian Ze and Nalan Kang. Lin Feng looked at Zi Yuan with a smile. When this little girl first followed Lin Feng, she was very timid because of her unfortunate experience. But after such a long time, Zi Yuan had become a little scheming. Being stared at by her child with a faint smile, Zi Yuan blushed slightly and couldn't help but pinch Lin Feng's palm. Seeing the intimate action between Zi Yuan and Lin Feng, Song Tianwu couldn't help frowning slightly. Song Tianwu was obviously not just suspicious of Zi Yuan's bloodline as he had said to Li Muge, Fan Di and Li Ruoya before. Obviously, he had some other thoughts about Zi Yuan. Song Tianwu's change of expression couldn't be concealed from Lin Feng. This was also the reason why Lin Feng was unwilling to have more contact with Song Tianwu and the others. Ah, spare our lives. Please spare us. We're willing to compensate. No matter what the price is, we're willing to compensate. Nalan Kang and Helian Ze were beaten black and blue, but they didn't dare to fight back. They curled up on the ground and begged for mercy. The guards of the Nalan family and the Helian family were even more afraid to help. Offending the people of the Longyun sect was courting death. Are you junior brother Li Muge? Why don't you give me some face and spare these 2? Just then, a voice came from the 3rd floor. Lin Feng looked over and saw a child in blue standing in the corridor and looking at them. This person has such a powerful cultivation. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. This blue-clothed practitioner had a restrained aura. Lin Feng guessed that he was at the peak of the 10th heaven of the martial king realm and would break through the Yin-Yang realm sooner or later. It seems that this person should be a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder sect. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He knew that there was a sect in Fog City, which referred to the Heavenly Thunder sect, an ancient force. Greetings, senior brother Lei Yun. Song Tianwu and the others obviously knew this young strongman and didn't dare to neglect him. They all cupped their fists and saluted him. Don't be so polite, junior brothers. The practitioner of the Heavenly Thunder sect named Lei Yun waved his hand with a smile. Although Li Muge couldn't wait to kill Helian Ze and Nalan Kang, Lei Yun's identity was extraordinary. Now that he personally came out to plead for mercy, he had to give some face to Lei Yun. Moreover, Lei Yun might break through the Yin-Yang realm soon. It would be beneficial to make friends with Lei Yun now. Senior brother Lei Yun, how dare I not obey your plea? Li Muge cupped his fists and looked at Helian Ze and Nalan Kang fiercely, saying, Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces. Yes, 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 let's get out of here. Helian Ze and Nalan Kang hurriedly got up. Thank you for your help, senior brother Lei Yun. Before leaving, Nalan Kang and Helian Ze cupped their fists towards Lei Yun, full of gratitude. Okay. Lei Yun nodded slightly. Helian Ze and Nalan Kang walked out. Before leaving, they looked at Lin Feng fiercely, full of resentment and murderous intent. Lin Feng was a little speechless. It wasn't me who hit you. Why are you looking at me like this? Let's go. Helian Ze and Nalan Kang waved their hands and quickly went downstairs with their subordinates. Out of the restaurant, Nalan Kang said fiercely, Are we really going to swallow our anger? Helian Ze said gloomily, we can't afford to offend those people from the Longyun sect, but that boy must die. Nalan Kang's face twisted. Yes, that boy must die. If it weren't for him, how could we be beaten up like this? And we have offended several core disciples of the Longyun sect. Helian Ze said, we will wait and follow that boy. When he leaves the city, we will kill him. Chapter 456. Why don't you come up and have a chat with me? Lei Yun smiled. It's our honor to be invited by senior brother Lei. Song Tianwu and the others cupped their fists. How should I address you, brother? Lei Yun looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had a good impression of Lei Yun. He was strong, but he was also very approachable. Lei Yun cupped his fists and said, Lin Feng, this is my cousin, Zi Yuan. Brother Lin, Miss Zi Yuan, why don't you come and have a drink with me? Lei Yun smiled. Lin Feng replied, thank you for your invitation, brother Lei. The group then went to a private room on the 3rd floor. Song Tianwu smiled and said, Senior brother Lei, you're really in the mood to drink by yourself. Lei Yun smiled and said, when I'm tired from cultivating, I'll come out alone and think about what I did wrong. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lei Yun's way of doing things was to reflect on himself. This was one of the most outstanding qualities of a cultivator, but it was also something that very few people could do. Most people could only see their own strengths but not their weaknesses. In other words, they could see their own weaknesses but were unwilling to touch them. Lei Yun, on the other hand, was able to examine his own weaknesses. It was no wonder that he was so strong at such a young age. Lei Yun ordered someone to bring out new dishes and wine. He smiled at Song Tianwu and the others and said, Junior brothers, when did you come to Fog City? In the past, we went out to train together, but you didn't look for me when you came to Fog City. Do you not see me as a friend? Song Tianwu hurriedly said, we didn't think about this matter properly. I hope senior brother doesn't blame us. We originally planned to visit you after we were done with everything, but we didn't expect to meet you here. Li Ruoya smiled and said, that's right, senior brother. Perhaps this is fate. Haha, then let's drink to this fate. Lei Yun smiled. Everyone raised their glasses. Lei Yun looked at Lin Feng. He did not look down on Lin Feng because of his low cultivation level. Instead, he smiled and said, Brother Lin, this must be your first time in the Fog City, right? Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. Lei Yun replied, actually, our Fog City's people are quite friendly. Brother Lin, you should know that no matter where you are, there will always be some vermin. The vermin that Lei Yun mentioned was naturally Nalan Kang and Helian Ze. Lin Feng smiled and said, I don't care about these things. I'm just a passerby. There's no need to take it to heart. Lei Yun smiled and said, Brother Lin, you're really magnanimous. But you can't let your guard down, especially the disciples of aristocratic families. They're usually narrow-minded, so you have to be careful. Lin Feng was slightly surprised, but he immediately nodded and said, thank you for your reminder, Brother Lei. Lei Yun smiled. He knew that Lin Feng was a smart person and had already understood his meaning. Although Lin Feng's cultivation didn't seem to be very high, Lei Yun had an intuition that if he wanted to win against this Lin Feng, he might have to pay a heavy price. Although this feeling seemed very absurd, Lei Yun had always believed in his intuition very much. So, if he helped Lin Feng casually, maybe there would be a return in the future. Even if there was no return, he wouldn't lose anything. It was just a casual remark. They chatted quite congenially. Especially after drinking some wine, they felt much more familiar with each other. Li Muge put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder and said, Brother Lin, I guess you're 18 or 19 years old this year, right? You're still in the martial general realm. Your talent is not very good. I don't think you should go back to the sect in the East County in the future. The East County is far worse than our waste domain. After you go home, tell the elders at home, and then bring your cousin to our Longyun sect. At that time, I'll help you get the identity of an inner disciple. As for Miss Ziyuan, she can be an outer disciple first. When her cultivation is improved in the future, she can continue to be promoted. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Li Muge was obviously drunk. He said with a smile, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Li. I'll think about it carefully. Ha ha, straightforward. Come on, let's continue to drink. Li Muge raised her glass and gulped it down. They stayed in the city for 3 days. On this day, Lei Yun came to see them off in person. Lin Feng, Song Tianwu and others said goodbye to Lei Yun. Outside Fog City, Song Tianwu said with a smile, Brother Muge was not drunk that day. Brother Lin, you can think about it. Of course, remember, you must bring Miss Ziyuan to our Longyun sect. I think Miss Ziyuan is talented. With more training, she may be able to improve her cultivation quickly. Lin Feng murmured in his heart. Song Tianwu was a good person, but he was too concerned about Ziyuan. This was the reason why Lin Feng was really guarding against these people. He didn't want to fall out with these people because of Ziyuan. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said with a smile, I'll definitely think about it. Well, then let's part here. Song Tianwu nodded with satisfaction. Brother Lin, Miss Ziyuan, have a safe journey. Brother Lin, be sure to bring Miss Ziyuan to our Longyun sect. Fan Di and Li Muge were very enthusiastic and even a little reluctant. It was unknown whether they were reluctant to see Lin Feng leave or reluctant to see Ziyuan leave. See you later. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left with Ziyuan. Li Ruoya said, Lin Feng is a good person. Unfortunately, he is 19 years old this year, and his cultivation is only at the 7th heavenly layer of the martial general realm. Then she shook her head slightly and stopped thinking about it. In her opinion, even if Lin Feng really came to Longyun sect in the future, there would not be too many interactions between them. After all, there was a gap between their identities. Well, let's go. Song Tianwu said. The few of them nodded and each of them took out a flying sword. The flying swords that they took out quickly grew bigger. They jumped onto the flying swords and drove them into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and Ziyuan quickly moved in another direction, which was the direction of Northern Wasteland City. Northern Wasteland City was one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the Wasteland City. Many great forces had offices in Northern Wasteland City. Lin Feng wanted to go to Northern Wasteland City to see if the 4 great sects were recruiting disciples. Little boy, you can't escape, a cold voice came from behind. Dozens of silhouettes were rushing over. The ones in the lead were Nalan Kang and Helian Zi. Behind Nalan Kang and Helian Zi were 6 strong cultivators of the martial king realm. Nalan Kang and Helian Zi had obviously come prepared. They wanted to kill Lin Feng here. Chapter 457. Prince, there are so many of them. Ziyuan's face turned deathly pale when she saw them. Lin Feng said, Don't worry, it's all right. Little boy, you won't be able to escape. Stop quickly and I'll give you a quick death. If I catch up with you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Nalan Kang's voice was filled with hatred. Nalan Kang was smiling evilly, Little boy, even if you surrender, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Feng obviously ignored Nalan Kang. He didn't believe Nalan Kang's words. He said to Ziyuan, hurry up and fly ahead. Don't wait for me. I'll catch up with you once I'm done with these people. But Prince. Ziyuan wanted to say something, but Lin Feng interrupted her. Lin Feng patted her head and said, be good. Ziyuan's lips trembled. She knew that her prince had stayed behind to fight with his life on the line. Ziyuan hated herself for being so weak. If she had been strong enough, her prince wouldn't have had to stay behind to fight with his life on the line. He had stayed behind because he was worried that she wouldn't be able to escape. That was why her prince had stayed behind to fight with his life on the line. He wanted to buy time for her to escape. If she had been strong enough, she would have been able to help her prince. But now, she couldn't do anything. Ziyuan hated herself for being so weak, but she knew that she couldn't stay here because her cultivation was too low. If she stayed here, she would only be a burden to the young master. She activated her robe and floated in the air before quickly flying off into the distance. When Helian Zi saw that Lin Feng had stayed behind and Ziyuan had left, he said disdainfully, little boy, do you think you can stop us? I suddenly thought of a good idea. We won't kill you. We'll capture you and bring that little girl here. We'll show you how we do it. Haha, that's a great idea. I can't wait. Nalan Kang burst into laughter. When Lin Feng heard them, he looked glum. Those two people were worse than animals. You're all courting death. Lin Feng looked at Nalan Kang and Helian Zi coldly. Kid, is there something wrong with your head? Even now, you still dare to boast shamelessly before us? Nalan Kang's face was full of disdain. Attack. Helian Zi waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen figures quickly flew out. These were more than a dozen martial generals. To deal with Lin Feng, a small fry in the martial general realm, the other party did not take him seriously at all, nor did they send out martial king realm experts. These experts had hideous smiles on their faces. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their hearts, they were even thinking that after the young master was done with that girl, would he also let everyone have a good time? Nalan Kang and Helian Zi had done this more than once or twice. They had once defiled some women, and after defiling them, they would directly reward them to their subordinates. Things like being raped to death by a group of subordinates had happened before. In fact, such things were happening every day, every hour, and every moment. Wherever there were people, there would be desire. Where there was desire, there would be sin. And this time, it was Lin Feng who had encountered it. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen martial general realm experts all attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He quickly flew out like lightning and rushed into the crowd. Ordinary martial general realm cultivators were like ants in Lin Feng's eyes. Kid, are you courting death? Seeing that Lin Feng actually dared to take the initiative to attack, the martial general realm cultivators immediately felt that they had lost face. They all looked indifferent as they rushed towards Lin Feng. Bang bang bang. Lin Feng channeled the Sky Tyrant lightning art. Bolts of lightning surged out and attacked these people. Following the sound of violent collisions one after another, the martial general realm cultivators were sent flying. Cracking sounds were also heard. It was unknown how many bones in their bodies were broken. The purple lightning ruthlessly bombarded their bodies, directly tearing them apart and killing them on the spot. More than a dozen martial general realm cultivators were killed by Lin Feng in one round. How is this possible? Nalan Kang and Helian Zi's expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. They exclaimed in disbelief. Wasn't that kid in the martial general realm? How could he be so powerful? Could it be that this kid is hiding some powerful magic treasure on him? Did this kid borrow the power of a magic treasure? Nalan Kang and Helian Zi thought of the same thing at the same time and thought of this. Boundless greed immediately appeared on their faces. If they could obtain such a powerful magic treasure, wouldn't they be able to greatly increase their battle strength? Thinking of this, Nalan Kang and Helian Zi shouted, "Capture him alive, we must capture him alive." Haha, this kid really has a lot of secrets on him. The two of them had the same idea. They were even thinking about how to make Lin Feng give up on such a powerful magic treasure after they captured him. Both Nalan Kang and Helian Zi were thinking about this problem. After all, there was only one magic treasure. It had to be said that these two fellows were thinking quite far ahead. Hearing Nalan Kang and Helian Zi's orders, the remaining 30 martial general realm cultivators rushed forward and attacked Lin Feng. More than 30 people besieging one person. In these people's opinion, Lin Feng would definitely be unable to resist. Helian Zi and Nalan Kang coldly looked at the besieged Lin Feng. The 6 martial king realm cultivators also looked on coldly as the 30 martial general realm cultivators besieged Lin Feng. Chimpage. Lin Feng coldly laughed. Facing the 30 martial general realm cultivators besieging him, he moved again. Lin Feng rushed into the crowd as if he had entered an uninhabited area. Bang bang bang. Dense purple lightning exploded and the martial general realm cultivators were sent flying. Their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Accompanied by blood-curdling screams, more than 30 martial general realm cultivators were killed by Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. When Nalan Kang and Helian Zi saw that so many people had died, not only were they not afraid, they were even more excited. In their opinion, the stronger Lin Feng was, the more powerful Lin Feng's magic treasure was. So what if a few dozen of their subordinates had died? In any case, the Nalan clan and the Hellion clan were large and powerful. After these people died, they could continue to recruit strong cultivators. There were many people who wanted to join the two great clans. It's up to you. Nalan Kang and Hellion Ze looked at the six martial kings. In their opinion, even if Lin Feng relied on his magic treasure, he would still die under the joint attack of the six martial kings. Prince, don't worry, we will definitely deal with this little brat. The corners of the six martial kings' mouths curled up. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The six martial kings all moved and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Among the six martial kings, there were two martial kings of the third celestial layer, two martial kings of the fourth celestial layer, one martial king of the fifth celestial layer, and one martial king of the sixth celestial layer. The most terrifying ones were the two martial kings of the fifth and sixth celestial layers. If they joined forces with the other four martial kings, they would definitely be able to kill him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would die. Chapter 458. Brat, what kind of treasure do you have? I'm really curious, said a cultivator of the sixth Tian of the Qi layer, looking at Lin Feng indifferently. You want to know? Kneel down and kowtow, and I might tell you. How about it? Lin Feng sneered. The strong cultivator of the sixth celestial layer was infuriated and said coldly, infuriating me now is not a wise choice because you might lose your life because of it. Is that so? I don't think so. Lin Feng sneered. Do you think you can survive our siege? Sneered a martial king expert of the fifth firmament. Do you think you can survive our siege? You're daydreaming. The other experts laughed disdainfully. Boom. Six strong cultivators of the Huangqi layer surrounded Lin Feng. Bang 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 bang, the sound of violent collisions resounded. Lin Feng was in a lot of trouble, mainly because the two fifth firmament and sixth firmament martial king experts had put Lin Feng in a difficult situation. The two of them were exceptionally strong. They held Lin Feng back while the other four could attack Lin Feng with all their strength. Clang. A loud sound was heard and Lin Feng was sent flying. His face was pale. If it had been someone else, they would have been seriously injured. But Lin Feng's body was too strong, so he was able to withstand the terrifying power of the attack. Hey, your body is so strong. Everyone was shocked. Nalan Kang shouted excitedly, it seems like this brat has an extremely powerful body tempering technique. Hellion Ze laughed loudly, that's great. Let's capture this brat and get all his secrets. The more secrets Lin Feng had, the more excited Nalan Kang and Hellion Ze became. They believed that no matter how many secrets Lin Feng had, they would eventually obtain them. Boom. The six experts of the martial king realm attacked again. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He had to get rid of the cultivator of the sixth celestial layer. That cultivator was the strongest. If he could get rid of him, he would have a chance to turn the tables. If he couldn't deal with him, he would be in danger. Bang! The two sides started fighting again. Lin Feng was surrounded by six strong cultivators of the Huangqi layer. Lin Feng was surrounded by danger and was blown away a few times. Brat, it's time to end this. The sixth firmament martial king expert flashed behind Lin Feng and fiercely punched Lin Feng, sending Lin Feng flying a few hundred meters away. There was a thump. Lin Feng fell into the forest and stopped moving. He wasn't killed, was he? The fifth firmament martial king expert frowned. The sixth firmament martial king expert said, I don't think so. I controlled the strength of my punch. He must have fainted. The six martial king realm experts took a deep breath and withdrew the protective upstanding qi that enveloped their bodies. Master, that brat has been dealt with. The expert in the sixth heaven of the martial king realm reported. Excellent. Let's go take a look. Nalan Kang and Hellion Ze waved their hands. The two of them and the six martial kings walked towards Lin Feng. But as soon as they reached Lin Feng's side, the sixth firmament martial king expert suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. He hugged his head and cried out in pain. Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Feng, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly shot up and attacked the sixth firmament martial king expert. Just now, Lin Feng had only pretended to faint. Because Lin Feng knew that when the opponent used the protective qi, it would be difficult for his soul sword to break through the protective qi and hurt the Sixth Firmament Martial King expert. Therefore, he could only use his wits to win this battle. He pretended to have fainted. Sure enough, these people were fooled. Lin Feng seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and instantly activated his soul sword, attacking the Sixth Firmament Martial King expert. Those people didn't have time to react. Lin Feng had already arrived in front of the cultivator of the Sixth Celestial Layer and used his palm as a blade. Lin Feng slid through the air. Puff! A tearing sound was heard. The Sixth Firmament Martial King expert's head directly flew into the sky. Blood spurted out. He died on the spot. Not good. This brat is cunning. Master, retreat quickly. The Fifth Firmament Martial King expert was the first to react and shouted loudly. Nalan Kang and Helian Zi paled and quickly retreated more than 10 meters. The two of them roared at the same time, "Kill him!" They were frightened by Lin Feng's methods. At this moment, they did not care about anything else. They just wanted to kill Lin Feng as soon as possible. Under the leadership of the Fifth Firmament Martial King expert, the 5 Martial Kings once again rushed toward Lin Feng. But without the Sixth Firmament Martial King expert holding the line. These people's defeat had long been doomed. Come out, archaic divine Emperor Chengqi's clone. Lin Feng waved his right hand and a ray of light shot into the sky. Roar. The roar resounded through the forest. The two-headed Chengqi rushed out and directly pounced on the Fifth Firmament Martial King expert. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. The Fifth Firmament Martial King expert was immediately blocked by the two-headed Chengqi. Lin Feng, on the other hand, activated the 5 devouring martial spirits and entered the strongest state. The ultimate state of the 5 martial spirits. Great fusion. Boom! The 5 devouring martial spirits fused together and formed a powerful confining magnetic field, enveloping the 4 martial king experts. Ah, how is this possible? The 4 martial king realm experts found that their movements had become extremely slow. Lin Feng walked toward the 4 people step by step. Go to hell. Along with that devilish voice, Yi Zichen's voice sounded. Whoosh. Lin Feng moved as fast as lightning. Puff 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 puff. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and killed the 4 martial king experts in succession. Run. Nalan Kang and Helian Zi were almost scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled. The Fifth Firmament Martial King expert's expression changed drastically. He wanted to escape, but he was held back by the two-headed Chengqi. Lin Feng rushed forward and cooperated with the two-headed Chengqi. The two-headed Chengqi firmly entangled the Fifth Firmament Martial King expert, while Lin Feng slashed with the black dragon sword. No. The expert at the 5th heaven of the Martial King realm let out a terrified cry. Poochie. But in the next moment, his head was chopped off by Lin Feng's sword. Blood splattered everywhere as the headless corpse fell to the ground. Nalan Kang and Helian Zi frantically fled into the distance. They only wanted to escape now, and they were both trembling in fear. Whoosh! But at that moment, a figure descended from the sky and blocked the two of them. Lin Feng's golden wings were too fast. It was easy for him to catch up to them. Spare! But before Nalan Kang and Helian Zi could say the word spare, Lin Feng had already swung the black dragon sword at the two of them. Puff puff! 2 ripping sounds were heard. Nalan Kang and Helian Zi felt pain in their necks. They reached out to cover their necks, but blood gushed out. How could this be? How could we die here? The two of them muttered, full of unwillingness. Then, they fell to the ground and twitched a few times before losing all signs of life. Chapter 459. Zi Yuan was waiting for Lin Feng anxiously. From time to time, sparkling and translucent tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked so delicate and pitiful. I have to become a powerful cultivator in the future. I don't want to be a burden to my master anymore. Zi Yuan bit her lip. Swoosh. In the distance, a silhouette flew over. When Zi Yuan saw that familiar face, she was so happy that she cried and jumped into his arms. Master, you're finally back. I was so worried. Zi Yuan wept like a pear blossom in the rain. Lin Feng comforted her. I'm fine, aren't I? We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan quickly left. Fog City. The Nalan clan. Oh no, something big has happened. A guard of the Nalan clan rushed to Nalan Hong's study. The housekeeper who was waiting on him came out and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? What's wrong with you?" "Yes, something has happened to the master," the guard said with a pale face. When he heard that something had happened to the master, the housekeeper's expression changed drastically. The clan leader only had one son, Nalan Kang. What happened? Nalan Hong walked out and asked gloomily. Nalan Hong looked like he was in his 40s. He had a medium build and an aura of superiority. The guard said in a panic, "The master has been killed." "What? Kang has been killed?" Nalan Hong couldn't believe it. His face was distorted. Nalan Kang was the only son of the Nalan clan. Because Nalan Kang was the only son of the Nalan clan, even though Nalan Hong knew that Nalan Kang had committed crimes outside, he couldn't bear to punish Nalan Kang. But now, Nalan Kang had been killed. Who? Who did it? Nalan Hong shouted furiously. It was a young man with a young girl. The young master took a fancy to the young girl and chased after the young man, but he was killed. The guard said weakly, "I don't care who that little brat is, I'll tear him to pieces and avenge Kang. Nalan Hong roared. He didn't care who was right or wrong in this matter. Nalan Hong only knew that Nalan Kang was killed, and now he only wanted to take revenge. "Do you have a portrait of that kid?" Nalan Hong asked coldly. "Yes, I've already asked the witnesses who saw him in the restaurant to draw a portrait of him." The guard took out a piece of paper. There was a picture of a bright and handsome young master. It was Lin Feng. "Do you know which direction they fled in?" Nalan Hong asked with a gloomy expression. The guard replied, "It's said to be in the direction of the northern wasteland city. I'll go there personally. I'll cut him into pieces and avenge Kang." As soon as he finished speaking, Nalan Hong soared into the sky and flew into the distance. At the same time, in the Hellion family, the clan leader, Hellion Zheng, had a gloomy look in his eyes as he ordered, "Bring the portrait and let the Hellion clan's death warriors chase after that brat. Even if we have to chase him to the ends of the earth, we must take his life." "Yes." The third elder of the Hellion clan received the order and left to give instructions. The clan leader, Hellion Zheng, didn't let his hatred get to his head and directly chase after Lin Feng. The main reason was that Hellion Zheng had 5 sons, unlike Nalan Hong, who only had one son. More than a year ago, when Hellion Zi had almost raped his beloved 9th madam, Hellion Zheng had already given up on his son. Of course, giving up on his son was one thing, but now that Hellion Zi had been killed, Hellion Zheng had to avenge him. Northern Wasteland City, one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the Huangyu region. The Northern Wasteland City was gigantic. From a distance, it looked like a wild beast crouching on the horizon. It gave people a suffocating feeling. The city walls were 1,000 meters tall and made of an unknown black rock. The streets of the Northern Wasteland City were even wider. The main street was 50 or 60 meters wide, and there was an endless stream of people and carriages. No wonder it's one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the Huangyu region. Walking on the streets of the Northern Wasteland City, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he had seen such a huge ancient city. When he had first seen it, he had indeed felt a sense of awe. "Master, there are so many people in the Northern Wasteland City." Looking at the densely packed streets, Zi Yuan couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Lin Feng said, "The Northern Wasteland City is one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the Huangyu region. It's a place where cultivators gather." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "Let's find an inn to stay in first, then we'll think about the future." "Okay." Zi Yuan nodded obediently, following Lin Feng's advice. The two of them found an inn and asked for a room with 2 rooms. After resting for a day, Lin Feng planned to go to the place where the 4 great forces were stationed in the Northern Wasteland City to ask if they had any plans to recruit disciples. The 4 great forces were Nebula Pavilion, 10,000 Dharma Sect, Deity Sword Villa, and Blue Cloud Sect. Now that the Blue Cloud sect was in decline, its strength had been left behind by the other three great forces. The other three great forces also had their own areas of expertise. Nebula Pavilion was good at soul cultivation, 10,000 Dharma sect was good at various divine ability inheritances, and Deity Sword Villa was good at sword arts. As for the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Feng didn't know what this sect was good at because its secret techniques had been lost. Lin Feng leaned towards joining Nebula Pavilion or 10,000 Dharma sect. If he joined Nebula Pavilion, he would be able to learn the method of soul cultivation. In the future, he would be better at soul attacks. On the other hand, 10,000 Dharma sect was better at secret techniques that were displayed through the physical body, such as various ancient divine abilities. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan went to ask around, and he found out that the few great forces would recruit disciples every year. Of course, it wasn't easy to join these great forces, and one needed to be extremely talented in order to have a chance. If one didn't have talent, they wouldn't even be able to become an odd job disciple. The place where they recruited disciples wasn't in the northern wasteland city, but in the four great ancient sects. Lin Feng planned to stay for a few days, and then go with Zi Yuan to Nebula Pavilion and the other great forces to see if he could join them. On the way back, when Lin Feng and Zi Yuan passed by the auction house, someone shouted, "The auction will be held in 3 days. Those who want the auction strategy, come quickly." Many people gathered around. The auction strategy cost 1 gold coin, and it was only a few pieces of paper. It was ridiculously expensive, but it couldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Lin Feng also bought an auction strategy, and planned to go back and take a look to see if there was anything he needed. Of course, the auction items that were introduced in the auction strategy were only a portion of all the auction items. There were many precious auction items that weren't recorded, but even just a portion of the auction items was enough to shock people. Many treasures were enough to make people's hearts beat faster. Chapter 460. Silver Armor, a high-class precious weapon. It's as thin as a cicada's wings and is very comfortable to wear. Demon Hunting Sword, a divine sword made by a Fortune Realm cultivator using Dark Sky Demon Iron. It's indestructible and can cut through iron as if it were mud. Ancient Pill Recipes, a record of 36 ancient pills and the steps to concoct them. Underground Secret Territory Map, a record of a secret territory in the underground world. It's rumored that a Fortune Realm cultivator created this secret territory. It's highly possible that the Fortune Realm cultivator left behind his legacy. Lin Feng clicked his tongue when he saw the dazzling introduction. As expected of an ancient auction house like the Northern Wasteland City, the items sold here were incomparable to those sold in Sangharan City. Of course, Lin Feng knew that even the Northern Wasteland City auction house belonged to the ancient Jiang family. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Jiang Yudi's beautiful face. Had she left Sangharan City? Blood Spirit Ghost Face Vine, a demonic vine that grows in the depths of the underground world. It's 3,100 years old and is the main ingredient used to concoct many pills. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes locked onto an item. It was the Blood Spirit Ghost Face Vine. The main ingredient used to concoct the ancient blood demon pill. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Lin Feng had concocted the ancient blood spirit pill before. It was a pill that could increase the strength of one's bloodline. It had sold for a sky-high price at the Sangharan City auction house. The ancient blood demon pill was a pill that could restore one's bloodline memories. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Zi Yuan has the blood of a snake woman, but it's not very strong. She should have the blood of a demonic snake in her body, right? Why hasn't it been restored? Is it because her blood isn't very strong? Or is it because it's being suppressed? Lin Feng could see that Zi Yuan's cultivation talent wasn't very good. It was mainly because her blood was too weak. If the demonic snake bloodline within Zi Yuan's body could be revived, then Zi Yuan's cultivation talent would become extremely shocking. Even if she couldn't compare to those absolute geniuses, she would still be much stronger than ordinary people. We can buy the Blood Spirit Ghost Face Vine and concoct some ancient blood demon pills for Zi Yuan. She hasn't been in a good mood lately because she wants to become stronger, but she's not very talented, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally understood Zi Yuan's thoughts very well. After several life and death crises, Zi Yuan had always felt that she was the one who had dragged him down. She had always been in a state of deep self-blame. Although Lin Feng had always been trying to persuade Zi Yuan, how could he not know? Zi Yuan was still blaming herself and was unable to extricate herself. She found it hard to forgive herself. In addition, Zi Yuan's cultivation speed was simply too slow, causing her to feel increasingly depressed. If this continued, Lin Feng was truly worried that something would happen to Zi Yuan. Most of the time, a healthy person's body wouldn't have any problems, but when they were overwhelmed by negative emotions, it could lead to serious problems in their body and eventually lead to their death. On the other hand, some people who were seriously ill and didn't seem to be able to live for much longer could recover in the end. That was the impact of negative emotions on a person. Zi Yuan's depression, anxiety, self-blame, sadness, and pain all made Lin Feng worried. Now, Lin Feng had found a way to help Zi Yuan get rid of her negative emotions. After making up his mind to go to the auction house, Lin Feng put the auction house guide away. He wasn't interested in the other things. Over the next 3 days, Lin Feng studied the secret soul technique. He could sense that the secret soul technique was much more powerful than the soul sword technique he had learned before. Once he mastered it, it would become even more terrifying. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The auction was finally held. People came and went in front of the auction house. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Naturally, not everyone was qualified to enter the auction house. Because the northern wasteland city was an ancient city, there were many strong cultivators, and the various influential groups were always at odds with each other. There was a limit to the number of people allowed to enter the auction house. Only those who were extremely strong or had extremely noble backgrounds were qualified to enter. Little boy, this auction house isn't a place for young people like you to enter. Hurry up and leave. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan were stopped by a guard. Lin Feng flicked his finger and a card flew out. The guard caught it. That's a purple gold VIP card. The guard commander's expression suddenly changed. Jiang Yudi had given that card to Lin Feng, and it was a symbol of his status. The guard was a yin-yang cultivator, but when he saw the card, his expression changed again. Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't very high, but cultivation wasn't everything. Some people were born into powerful groups, and that was an advantage. The world wasn't fair. How should I address you, sir? Asked the guard cautiously. Only almighty cultivators could have such a card, but Lin Feng had one. The guard didn't understand why Lin Feng had such a card. A purple gold VIP card? Who is that little boy? Many people were astonished. Whether they were people who were about to enter the auction house or cultivators who were just watching, they all looked at Lin Feng in shock. They obviously knew what that card meant. What? Do you really want to dig out my background after entering the auction house? Sister Yudi didn't say that when she gave me this VIP card. Lin Feng said indifferently. When the guard heard Lin Feng say Sister Yudi, his body trembled. He naturally thought of Jiang Yudi. He carefully handed the VIP card to Lin Feng and smiled. So you're a friend of Miss Yudi. Please don't blame me, sir. I'm just doing my job. Lin Feng nodded and put the VIP card away. Sir, if you see Miss Yudi, please send my regards to her. I'm Sichu Ming. The guard looked at Lin Feng hopefully. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. A yin-yang realm cultivator could be considered a big shot in any organization, but in a powerful organization like the ancient Jiang family, their status could only be considered ordinary. The ancient Jiang family, which had conferred titles to the gods of the ancient Vermilion Bird Pavilion, was really terrifying. All right. Lin Feng nodded. The guard called Sichu Ming rubbed his hands excitedly. He quickly called a beautiful servant girl over and asked her to bring Lin Feng and Zi Yuan to the VIP box. The servant girl knew that Lin Feng had an extraordinary status, so she served him carefully. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan were led into the auction house by the servant girl. Chapter 461. The auction house could hold about 10,000 people. There were VIP boxes set up in the middle of the floor. The servant girl led Lin Feng and Zi Yuan to one of the VIP boxes. Once the curtain of the VIP box was pulled open, everything outside could be seen. However, the people outside could not see what was going on inside the VIP box. This was because the VIP box was covered by a restriction that prevented others from probing. Inside the VIP box, there was also an inner door. If the guests inside the VIP box did not want to expose themselves, they could leave through the inner door after the auction ended. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan sat down as the servant girl served them tea. Then, she took out a booklet that was more than 10 pages thick and inlaid with gold. She said respectfully, "Sir, all the auction items are recorded in this booklet. You can take a look at it first. If you see something you like, you can choose to bid for it when it's time for the auction." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, but he didn't flip through the booklet. Lin Feng was mainly here for the blood spirit ghost face vine. Outside, cultivators entered the auction house one after another. The seats that were originally slightly empty were quickly filled with people. Even in the northern wasteland city, the auction would only be held once every 3 months, so every time the auction was held, it would always attract a lot of people. Dong, dong, dong. 2 hours later, 3 gongs and drums were sounded. The auction house quieted down. 2 cultivators walked out. One was an old man, and the other was a beautiful female cultivator. This was the usual combination of auctions. "I am Ji Tianmo, the auctioneer of this auction. On behalf of the Northern Wasteland City Auction House, I welcome everyone." The old man was full of smiles. The female cultivator smiled sweetly and said, "I am Song Yanger, the assistant auctioneer of this auction. I hope that everyone can compete enthusiastically because there are many good things to be auctioned today." Ji Tianmo clapped his hands and a servant girl carried a tray onto the stage. All of a sudden, the temperature in the huge auction hall dropped. The first item is a jade cold toad. Ji Tianmo lifted the brocade covering the tray and saw a transparent porcelain on the tray. Inside the porcelain was a dark green toad. The jade cold toad, it's that thing. Many people were shocked, and the entire auction house was in an uproar. Many pairs of fiery eyes looked at the jasper cold toad. Croak, croak, croak. The jade cold toad croaked. It wanted to jump out of the porcelain, but it was sealed in it. "Sir, what's that jade cold toad? Why are so many people so excited?" asked Zi Yuan. Said Lin Feng. "The jade ice toad is a strange beast, it's extremely rare. It's said that the jade ice toad can cure hundreds of poisons. No matter what kind of poison you have, the jade ice toad can cure it. Besides, it's said that the jade ice toad can also help you practice cultivation. If you practice ice skills, with the help of the jade ice toad, your cultivation speed will increase by 12 times." At that moment, the auctioneer, Song Yang said, "The starting price of the jade cold toad is 5 million spiritual stones. Each increment must be at least 500,000 spiritual stones." Lin Feng was astonished. The starting price of the jade cold toad was really high. Normally, if the starting price was so high, the final price would rise to an unimaginable level. "Let's begin," said Song Yang 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 30 million, 100 million, 300 million, 1 billion, 1,500 million, 3 billion. Many people joined in the bidding. Lin Feng was astonished. The price had reached 3 billion, but it didn't stop. It was obvious that the price was going to continue rising. However, after thinking about it, it seemed to be normal. The first item of the auction was called Good Start. Although it wasn't the most expensive item among all the auction items, it could usually be ranked in the top 5. Moreover, the Jasper Icy Toad was indeed a rare beast. Although the price was ridiculously high, to those top forces, they didn't lack spiritual stones. In the end, the Jade Cold Toad was sold for 4,500 million spiritual stones. It was a sky-high price. With so many spiritual stones, even an ancient force could operate normally for 10 years. After the Jade Cold Toad, the other precious items were taken out for auction. Lin Feng didn't participate in the bidding. He was waiting for the Blood Spirit Ghost Face Vine. The next item to be auctioned is an interspatial ring refined by a Creation Realm weapon refiner. This interspatial ring is about the size of 10,000 mu of land. Ge Tianmo waved his hand and a servant girl came up with a tray. Song Yang opened the cloth and saw the silver-white ring on the tray. 10,000 mu? He made such a big spatial ring. Many people were moved. Ordinary spatial rings were a few square meters. The bigger ones were dozens or hundreds of square meters. It was rare to see a spatial ring with 1,000 square meters. But the one in front of them was 10,000 mu. It was too big. Many people were moved. Of course, there were many people who didn't care. After all, there were only a few things to store. It didn't seem to be necessary to make such a big spatial ring. The starting price of this spatial ring is 1 million spiritual stones. Each bid can't be less than 100,000 spiritual stones. Let's start the bidding. Song Yang smiled. Many people participated in the bidding. In the end, the spatial ring was bought by Lin Feng for 230 million spiritual stones. Not long after, the blood spirit ghost face vine was also taken out for auction. But the price wasn't too high. Lin Feng bought the precious blood spirit ghost face vine for 5 million spiritual stones. After buying these two items, Lin Feng planned to leave. He paid the spiritual stones and put away the items. When the auction was in full swing, Lin Feng and Zi Yuan left the auction and returned to their residence. Lin Feng had already prepared the rest of the spiritual herbs to make the immemorial blood demon pill. Now that Lin Feng had bought the main ingredient, the blood spirit ghost face vine, Lin Feng planned to make the immemorial blood demon pill. Lin Feng took out the medicine cauldron and took a deep breath. This time, the fire Qilin wasn't by his side, so he had to rely on himself. The immemorial blood demon pill was a mid-level low-level mystic class pill. It was Lin Feng's first time making such a high-level pill. He was very nervous about whether he could succeed. Chapter 462. Huff huff. Lin Feng adjusted his breathing. He was a confident person. So what if the fire Qilin was not by his side? It was not his first time refining medicine. The only difference between a yellow tier pill and a dark tier pill was their grade. They were both pills. Lin Feng comforted himself. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that his soul energy had reached the soul level of a dark tier alchemist. Therefore, he had enough reason to believe that he could succeed in refining. Whoosh! Lin Feng flicked his finger and the purple earth core fire jumped out. It curled around Lin Feng's fingertips and danced happily. Lin Feng flicked the purple earth core fire into the cauldron. Stalks of spirit herbs were thrown into the cauldron by Lin Feng and began to be refined and purified. Refining medicine was a very meticulous job. Other than the heavenly fire, strong soul perception, and control of spirit herbs, an alchemist must have another important factor. That was character. Some people, no matter how talented they were careless. They did things carelessly and did not care about the consequences. Such people, even if they had the strongest talent in refining medicine, would find it difficult to become a powerful alchemist. Meticulousness. This was a quality that an alchemist must pay attention to. Other than meticulousness, an alchemist also needed other characteristics such as patience, strong perseverance, and so on. Therefore, this was why it was so difficult to become an alchemist. Those who had talent were already as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Among those who had talent, they also needed to have various outstanding qualities. This would eliminate a portion of them. Therefore, this was one of the main reasons why alchemists were so rare. However, Lin Feng had always been a meticulous person. Especially when Lin Feng was focused on something, such as refining medicine or drawing spirit arrays, he would put his heart and soul into it and work hard to achieve the limit of what he could do. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Buzz. In the room, there was a shocking fluctuation. Creak. The door opened and Lin Feng walked out with a tired look on his face. During these 3 days, Zi Yuan had been waiting very anxiously, afraid that something would happen while Lin Feng was refining medicine. Now that she saw Lin Feng come out, she was finally relieved. "Sir, you must be tired. You must be hungry. I'll get someone to prepare some food." Looking at the exhausted Lin Feng, Zi Yuan said with heartache. Lin Feng smiled and said, "There's no rush. Ziyuan, go in and consume this pill. Then refine it. As he spoke, Lin Feng passed the porcelain bottle containing the ancient blood demon pill to Ziyuan. This pill was concocted for me. Ziyuan's expression was full of surprise. Lin Feng smiled and said, hurry up and take it. It's just been refined, so its medicinal power is at its best right now. I hope it'll be useful to you. Even if you can't become a cultivation genius after refining this pill, I estimate that it'll greatly increase your cultivation speed. Ziyuan's hand trembled slightly as she held the bottle. She had always wanted to have a powerful cultivation talent, but she had never had such a talent. Ziyuan had always been very anxious, and she even hated herself for being a burden to her master. So her master knew what she was thinking, and he had always kept it in mind. Ziyuan's eyes became moist. Lin Feng rubbed Ziyuan's head and said, good luck. I believe that Ziyuan will become a powerful cultivator in the future. Yes, I will, Ziyuan nodded. Ziyuan nodded solemnly. Then, she took the porcelain bottle with the ancient blood demon pill as if she was carrying a holy object and entered the room inside. Lin Feng muttered, I hope that Ziyuan's snake demon bloodline can be stronger. If it's too weak, then the ancient blood demon pill won't be of any use. Ziyuan will definitely suffer a heavy blow. Lin Feng suppressed the worry in his heart and sat on the steps outside, leaning against the door frame and resting with his eyes closed. After refining pills for 3 days without rest, Lin Feng was truly exhausted. Ziyuan must become stronger. I don't want to be a burden to master anymore. Ziyuan bit her lip and opened the bottle. She poured out a blood-red pill and swallowed it. Boom! The ancient blood demon pill's medicinal power began to produce a shocking effect. Waves of fiery energy spread out from Ziyuan's body. Pain. Ziyuan felt an unprecedented pain. It was as if her soul was being burned by hellfire. It was a pain that reached deep into her soul. Ziyuan bit her lip even though she was about to die from the pain. However, she still tried her best not to make a sound. Ziyuan was afraid that her master would worry about her. Ziyuan bit her lip so hard that blood flowed into her mouth. She could taste the thick taste of blood spreading in her mouth. Her nails dug into her flesh as her body curled up on the bed, twitching violently. The ancient blood demon pill's medicinal power was too overbearing. Even Lin Feng didn't think of this. Ziyuan felt her consciousness slowly becoming blurry. Am I going to die? I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I don't want to leave master. Ziyuan was unwilling. She wanted to live. However, she felt as if her body was about to be ignited. Waves of fire even spewed out of Ziyuan's body, wanting to burn her to ashes. If it was in the past, this would be a form of relief. But now, Ziyuan really wanted to live. She loved the feeling of being cared for by her master. She loved the feeling of being by his side. However, Ziyuan's consciousness was becoming blurry. In the end, Ziyuan fainted. The immemorial blood demon pill's alchemic fire was terrifying. It wanted to devour Ziyuan completely and turn her into ashes. But at that moment, Ziyuan's eyes turned dark green. At the same time, Ziyuan's blood began to transform. Her originally dark red blood began to turn golden. Boom! At the same time, in the sky above northern Wasteland City, endless thunderclouds covered the sky. This sudden change alarmed countless people. Countless people rushed out and looked at the sky in shock. They didn't know what was going to happen. Look, what's that? Someone pointed at the sky in horror. Everyone looked over and discovered that within the thunderclouds, an enormous golden snake of unknown length had appeared. A single scale of the golden snake seemed to be larger than the entire northern Wasteland City. An ancient and vicissitude aura surged out of the golden snake's body. Feeling the aura of the golden snake, countless people knelt on the ground and worshipped the golden snake as if they were kneeling to a god. The Holy Emperor's Phantom. Some almighty cultivators looked at the golden snake in disbelief. Why would the Holy Emperor's Phantom appear in the sky above northern Wasteland City? Bloodline awakening. In a courtyard, a beautiful woman walked out of her room. When she saw the golden snake in the sky, her charming eyes were filled with shock. Swish! Chapter 463. Lin Feng sensed that two people were looking at him in an ice-cold way. He opened his eyes and saw a beautiful woman in the courtyard. That woman was extremely beautiful, no matter if it was her body or her face, but when Lin Feng saw that woman, he only felt ice-cold. It was a bone-piercing coldness. Lin Feng knew that this woman was definitely a terrifying existence. At that moment, Lin Feng saw the huge golden snake in the sky. He was shocked. Was it because Zi Yuan had consumed the ancient blood demon pill? This beautiful woman had come here because of the giant golden snake. If Zi Yuan had really lured the snake here, then it was too terrifying. It meant that Zi Yuan's bloodline was extremely powerful. But the woman in front of him was so cold that Lin Feng felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. She was too terrifying, and she didn't seem to have good intentions. "Senior, may I know who you are?" asked Lin Feng carefully. "Who's inside?" asked the woman instead of answering Lin Feng. "She's my cousin," said Lin Feng. "Cousin?" The woman frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything. She just walked into the room. Lin Feng stopped her and said, "Senior, you can't go in. My cousin has some problems with her cultivation, and she's recovering. Please don't disturb her." The woman looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "She's already awake, and she's doing well." Lin Feng saw that he couldn't hide anything from the woman, so he smiled awkwardly and entered the room first. As expected, Zi Yuan had already woken up. But she still looked a little weak. "Cousin, how are you?" Lin Feng quickly walked over and gave Zi Yuan a meaningful glance. Zi Yuan was very smart, and she understood what Lin Feng meant. She said, "Thank you, cousin. I'm fine. Who's this beautiful big sister?" The woman who had been looking at Lin Feng coldly smiled at Zi Yuan and said, "Young lady, my name is Lan Ruo. I'm not your big sister anymore. You can call me Aunt Lan Ruo. Can I examine your body carefully?" Zi Yuan looked at Lin Feng. Lan Ruo also looked at Lin Feng, but there was a threatening look in her eyes. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "My cousin's body has just recovered. It's our honor to be examined by Senior." The woman nodded in satisfaction. She initially looked at Zi Yuan coldly, but now she was smiling. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. That woman changed her mind faster than flipping a book. The woman smiled and said, "Don't worry. She'll recover." Zi Yuan nodded. The woman placed her right hand on Zi Yuan's abdomen, and it immediately shone with golden light. "Ah, what's wrong with me?" Zi Yuan cried out in alarm. The woman was pleasantly surprised. She really did awaken the most ancient sacred ancestor blood race. What a pleasant surprise. I never thought I'd encounter such a fortuitous encounter in northern Desolate City. Judging from the woman's tone, Zi Yuan had awakened a very powerful bloodline. Lin Feng was about to ask her about it when the woman said, "Come with me quickly." When this girl awakened her bloodline, she alarmed many people. "We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome if other people find this place." Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. If even the woman found this troublesome, it naturally wasn't something he and Zi Yuan could deal with. Lin Feng had seen a huge golden snake in the sky. That was the result of Zi Yuan's bloodline awakening, and it was indeed too shocking. It had attracted many experts, but Lin Feng didn't suspect anything. Even though Lin Feng didn't want to have too much contact with the woman, it seemed that he could only leave with her and then think of a way to escape. The three of them quickly left. Not long after, several figures flew towards the inn where Lin Feng was staying, but Lin Feng and the others had already left. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan followed the woman to a mansion in the northwest part of northern Desolate City. "Someone's following us." The woman frowned and glanced into the distance. Lin Feng looked over and saw a middle-aged cultivator looking at him with a ferocious smile. He could also sense some gloomy qi coming from all directions. There were cultivators hiding in the dark, and it was obvious that they were targeting him. The woman could obviously tell that the qi was targeting Lin Feng, so she looked at Lin Feng meaningfully before entering the courtyard. "Cousin. Brother, who are those people?" asked Zi Yuan worriedly. "I'm afraid they're from the Fog City," whispered Lin Feng. "They're chasing us." Zi Yuan's face paled slightly. Lin Feng nodded gravely and said, "Let's go in and see what they're up to." Zi Yuan nodded and entered the courtyard with Lin Feng. "Master, you're back. Who are these two people?" asked a group of more than 10 people. "There's no time to talk. Let's leave Northern Desolate City," said the woman. As the beautiful woman spoke, she took out a palm-sized boat. This ship was different from ordinary ships. Ordinary ships would enter the water. For example, Taoist priest Shen Cheng's ship could pass through the magnetic fog lake. The ship that the woman had taken out was obviously much larger. It was a flying ship. She poured her magic power into the ship, and it quickly flew into the air. It grew to 20 meters long and 8 or 9 meters tall, and it emitted powerful energy waves. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement when he saw the ship. It was really a treasure. Only the best equipment forgers could make such a ship. "Let's get on the ship. We'll talk on the way." The woman looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. The people of the Fog City were watching them, and Zi Yuan's bloodline had awakened. They had to leave Northern Desolate City as soon as possible. Leaving with the woman's ship wasn't a bad choice. The group boarded the ship. Whoosh! The ship soared into the sky and flew away. Chase! The men of sacrifice from the Hellion clan, who had been hiding in the surroundings, chased after them. "The men of sacrifice from the Hellion clan are here as well." "Interesting," said Naylan Hong indifferently. He quickly disappeared from the street. The ship was very luxurious. The woman called Lin Feng and Zi Yuan to a room. She smiled at Zi Yuan and said, "Little girl, what's your name?" "My name is Zi Yuan. This is my cousin, Lin Feng." Zi Yuan was very smart, and she smiled. "Where is your family?" asked Zi Yuan. Said Lin Feng. "Something happened in my family. Now, only my cousin and I are left. We depend on each other." When she heard that Lin Feng and Zi Yuan had no family, the woman was delighted. She looked at Zi Yuan happily, but when she looked at Lin Feng, her eyes were filled with killing intent. However, she hid it too well, and Lin Feng didn't notice it. Chapter 464. Zi Yuan had awakened the sacred ancestor's bloodline, which was unimaginably powerful. In the future, she would definitely become a peerless expert. Therefore, the beautiful woman had the intention of taking Zi Yuan into her sect. "The world is difficult. You two depend on each other for survival. What do you plan to do?" Lin Feng replied, "I plan to seek protection from a large sect. Our Heavenly Dao Ancient Holy Land is the #1 power in the Heavenly Dao Prefecture. We have a long history, and we have the most ancient inheritance. Why don't the two of you join us?" Lin Feng hadn't expected such a good thing. An ancient holy land had actually sent him an invitation. A power like the Heavenly Dao Ancient Holy Land was definitely one of the strongest powers in the 3,000 provinces. Lin Feng had deliberately concealed his aura, so he looked very ordinary. Thus, Lin Feng knew that the woman had only invited him and Zi Yuan to join the Heavenly Dao Ancient Holy Land because of Zi Yuan's talent. With Zi Yuan's talent, you'll definitely be able to become a core disciple very quickly after joining us. At that time, we'll also be able to find you an outer disciple. What do you think? The woman looked at Lin Feng. She could tell that Lin Feng was around 19 years old, but he was still only a general. In addition, Lin Feng had deliberately concealed his bloodline power. Thus, she felt that Lin Feng's talent was only average. Lin Feng said, "Thank you. I'll leave everything to you, senior." "All right, very good. The Heavenly Dao Ancient Holy Land won't mistreat you," the woman said. "Zi Lin Feng will sleep in the same room as you." "Zi Yuan, why don't you sleep in the same room as me?" The woman smiled at Zi Yuan. Zi Yuan didn't want to be separated from Lin Feng, but when she thought about how they were cousins, she felt that it was best to avoid arousing suspicion. She nodded and said, "I'm afraid that I'll disturb Senior's dreams." The woman smiled. "How could that be? I'm more than happy to have you by my side. In the future, you'll also become a disciple of the Heavenly Dao Ancient Holy Land. You can call me Martial Aunt like everyone else." Zi Yuan nodded obediently. The young cultivator called Zi Yu took Lin Feng to a room and smiled. "Brother Lin, You can sleep on this bed, said Ziyu, smiling. This person's full name was Wang Ziyu. He was 20 years old and was a fifth firmament martial king. He was only 1 year older than Lin Feng. He was quite talented and was an inner disciple of the heavenly Tao ancient Holy Land. Asked Lin Feng. How long will it take to get to the celestial Tao ancient Holy Land? Asked Lin Feng. We need to cross 3 provinces. Even if we take a flying ship, we won't be able to get there in 10 years. We need to go to Rain City now. It's one of the 10 great ancient capitals of desolate territory. It rains heavily all year round, that's why it's called Rain City. There's a space-time wormhole in Rain City. It'll take us 3 months to get to the celestial Tao ancient Holy Land. Wang Ziyu said. Space-time wormhole? What is that? Asked Lin Feng. It's a space-time wormhole. It's a kind of tunnel, but it's not an ordinary tunnel. It's a wormhole. It's a tunnel that can cross an endless distance. It's said that the gods created it. When you enter a wormhole, you can jump through the void and greatly reduce the time it takes to travel between 2 places. But nowadays, there aren't many wormholes. Usually, there's only 1 wormhole in a region. Sometimes, there are 2, 3, and some regions don't even have a wormhole. Lin Feng nodded. I see. Lin Feng nodded. It was just like how the Eastern Province didn't have any space-time wormholes. Ziyuan, why aren't you asleep? Asked the beautiful woman when she saw Ziyuan tossing and turning. I don't know if my cousin is asleep or not. Uncle, I'm going to go see him. I'll be back soon. Ziyuan stood up and walked out of her room. She walked towards Lin Feng and Wang Ziyu's room. In the darkness, the beautiful woman's eyes flashed coldly. He has the divine ancestor's bloodline. How can such a genius have any connections in this world? The beautiful woman got up and walked to the window. When she saw the figure that was far behind the spaceship, a cold smile appeared on her face. The next day, the beautiful woman called Wang Ziyu and said, keep an eye on Lin Feng. Wang Ziyu's heart shuddered. A few years ago, something similar happened. Her beautiful martial aunt had found a very talented girl. That girl had a fiancé who was her childhood sweetheart. The condition for joining the Heavenly Tao Ancient Holy Land was to join the Heavenly Tao Ancient Holy Land with her childhood sweetheart and fiancé. The woman had agreed. But on the way there, the young man had suddenly died. At that moment, Wang Ziyu had already guessed who the culprit was. At that moment, her teacher was telling her to keep an eye on Lin Feng. Besides, her eyes were filled with killing intent, which made Wang Ziyu think of many things. But Wang Ziyu was only an insignificant elite disciple. She didn't dare disobey her teacher's orders. Disciple will remember. All right, you can go. The woman waved her hand. Over the next 3 days, Lin Feng noticed that Wang Ziyu was acting strangely. Originally, he and Wang Ziyu had been chatting happily, but during these 3 days, Wang Ziyu had barely spoken to him. It seemed like she had something to say to him, but she was hesitant. On the 3rd night, Wang Ziyu said to Lin Feng, Brother Lin, hurry up and leave the ship. Don't waste any more time. If you waste any more time, you might die. What do you mean? Lin Feng was puzzled. Don't ask so many questions. Come with me. Wang Ziyu brought Lin Feng to the outside of the ship. He said, hit me, then I'll open the ship's restrictive spells and let you leave. If you're too late, I'm afraid, traitor. A cold voice rang out. The beautiful woman silently appeared and slapped Wang Ziyu with her palm, sending her flying. Wah! Wang Ziyu coughed up blood and crashed into the restrictive spells. She fell to the ground, twitched violently, and stopped moving. Nobody knew whether she was dead or alive. How could you be so cruel? When Lin Feng saw Wang Ziyu's fate, he pulled a long face. At that moment, he had already guessed what had happened. The beautiful woman had probably wanted to kill him. Wang Ziyu had heard the news and wanted to let him go. At that moment, she had been killed. When Lin Feng saw that Wang Ziyu had wanted to let him go, his heart was filled with killing intent. You betrayed me, and you're courting death. Those people behind you are chasing you, right? You're really persistent. Piss off. The beautiful woman smiled coldly and waved her sleeves. A powerful force wrapped around Lin Feng and threw him out of the ship. The ship turned into a beam of light and flew off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 465. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dozen people in black clothes were rushing towards Lin Feng while releasing an ice-cold chi. Lin Feng was surrounded. Ruolan, you bitch. Lin Feng gnashed his teeth. He hated Ruolan to the core. He knew that some people had been chasing him and Zi Yuan. How could Ruolan not know? She had driven him off the airship because she wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. Little boy, why are you being driven off? Asked the leader of the group. He was a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer. His cultivation level was terrifying. He alone could pose a threat to Lin Feng. Besides, he had many helpers. Lin Feng knew that he was in danger. If he wasn't careful, he could die. Who are you? Are you from the Nalan clan? Or are you from the Hellion clan? Lin Feng looked at those people in black coldly. Since you're going to die, we'll let you know why. We're from the Hellion clan. We've received orders to kill you. Even if we have to chase you to the ends of the earth, we'll take your life. The leader of the black-clothed men said coldly. So you're from the Hellion clan. No wonder you're chasing me. But we don't know who will win, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He immediately attacked. The situation wasn't good. Lin Feng needed to break out of the encirclement. The enemy had a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer. Besides, apart from that cultivator, there were 2 cultivators of the 7th celestial layer, 5 cultivators of the 5th celestial layer, and 7 cultivators of the 4th celestial layer. There were too many high-level cultivators. If Lin Feng fought against them, he would be courting death. Boom, dense thunderbolts intertwined and moved towards the cultivators of the 4th celestial layer. They were the weakest, so it was the easiest place to break out of the encirclement. As for the other places, the cultivators of the Hellion clan were too strong. Breaking out of the encirclement was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing that Lin Feng actually still dared to make the first move, these death warriors were immediately enraged. The leader of the death warriors shouted, although this little boy's cultivation level isn't high, he probably has some powerful magical treasures. Don't underestimate him. The main reason was that Nalan Kang, Hellion Zi, and the others who had chased after Lin Feng had all died. At that time, there were 6 martial king experts following them, although the cultivation of those 6 martial kings was not particularly high. But what about Lin Feng? He was only a martial general cultivator. The leader of the men of sacrifice would not believe that a martial general realm cultivator could kill 6 martial king realm cultivators with his own strength. He was more willing to believe that it was because Lin Feng had a powerful magic treasure on him that he was able to kill the 6 experts. Now, the leader of the Death Warriors was even thinking that after killing Lin Feng, he would take all of Lin Feng's powerful magic weapons for himself. Anyway, the Patriarch didn't know that Lin Feng had such a magic weapon. Yes, Your Excellency, those people of sacrifice were extremely careful. They all moved towards Lin Feng at the same time. There were people all around him, but Lin Feng did not dodge. Seeing this scene, the men of sacrifice had a sinister expression on their faces. Is this brat courting death? He's not dodging. In their opinion, Lin Feng was simply courting death. How could he survive after receiving so many attacks? Brat, die. A few powerful death warriors had hideous smiles on their faces. They had already charged towards Lin Feng. Roar. At that critical moment, the 2-headed Cheong Chi rushed out and protected Lin Feng's body. It waved its huge claws and attacked the death warriors. Lin Feng was relying on the 2-headed Cheong Chi's strength. He wanted to use the 2-headed Cheong Chi to catch them off guard and block the attacks from the 2 death warriors to buy himself some time. It's an avatar. The death warriors were shocked. However, their attacks were powerful enough to send the 2-headed Cheong Chi flying. However, the 2-headed Cheong Chi had already won Lin Feng precious time. Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Lightning incantation to form a lightning attack and collided with the 4th Firmament Martial King experts. They had the advantage in numbers. However, their cultivation was limited. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Several cultivators in the fourth heaven of the martial king realm were sent flying. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He quickly rushed out of the encirclement. However, at that moment, a cold aura swept over from behind. Lin Feng was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He saw a crescent-shaped magic treasure appear in the void. It spun violently and slashed at Lin Feng's back. Puff! The power of the magic treasure was too strong. Lin Feng's body could not withstand the terrifying sharpness. A deep wound was torn open and blood immediately gushed out. If Lin Feng's body was not strong enough, this attack would have cut Lin Feng into two. Swoosh! Lin Feng's body fell into the forest below. Haha, Sir's full moon swordsmanship is really powerful. That kid is not simple, but he still can't withstand the power of Sir's swordsmanship. Seeing Lin Feng fall, the Death Warriors complimented him. They did not believe that Lin Feng could survive. My treasured saber is made of frost black iron. It belongs to the extreme yin attribute. When combined with my full moon swordsmanship, its power is naturally endless. Alright, go and collect that kid's body. The leader of the Death Warriors said. Yes, sir. Two men of sacrifice immediately plunged into the forest below. Puff! Lin Feng, who was falling rapidly in midair, spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that there was a terrifying saber chi in his body that was destroying his vitality. Although the injury on his back was serious, it was not fatal. The most terrifying and fatal injury was the saber chi that entered his body. The two Death Warriors who went to collect Lin Feng's body were very fast. They reached out to grab the falling Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly moved. Fast as lightning. A shrill scream was heard. Lin Feng took advantage of the fact that the two Death Warriors were not prepared to use the Sword of Souls. Then, he used his palm as a saber and instantly chopped off the heads of the two Death Warriors. Then, Lin Feng quickly rushed into the depths of the forest. He knew that he had to find a place to suppress his injuries quickly. Otherwise, only death awaited them. Oh no, something happened. When the leader of the men of sacrifice heard the screams coming from below, his face suddenly changed. He shouted and rushed down. The rest of the Death Warriors also rushed into the forest. However, there was no sign of Lin Feng in the forest. There were only two decapitated Death Warriors. This kid is seriously injured. His life is in danger. He can't run away. Go after him. The leader of the Death Warriors shouted with a gloomy face. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, more than 10 Death Warriors scattered in all directions, quickly searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Chapter 466. Pu. The saber chi in his body wreaked havoc. Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. What a powerful saber technique. It actually injured me to this extent. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He had never suffered such a serious injury before. The blow that he had just received was in a situation where he was completely defenseless. It was precisely because of this that the damage was even more terrifying. Lin Feng felt that the saber chi in his body was going to destroy all of his vitality. It was so violent that it was wreaking havoc in his body. However, he didn't have the time to suppress it at all. Lin Feng knew that in his current state, even a martial master cultivator might be able to kill him. Tired. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented fatigue. Whoosh. Finally, Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. His body quickly fell into the forest below. Even the pair of energy wings formed by the golden body's wings had dissipated. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. He really wanted to close his eyes completely and never wake up. Because he was really too tired. Plop. But soon, a bone-piercing chill swept through his body. Lin Feng's already dispirited aura recovered a lot. Lin Feng fell into a torrential river and was swept far away. Lin Feng's spirit recovered a lot after being stimulated by the cold river water. Although he was still very weak, he could at least use some strength. He hugged a piece of wood and floated downstream. The saber chi in his body was still wreaking havoc on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng spat out mouthfuls of blood from time to time. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a protruding platform at the bottom of the cliff. Even though it wasn't very big, it was very secluded and could hide people. Lin Feng used all his strength to swim towards the protruding platform. Finally, Lin Feng climbed up the rock. Pu. The saber chi in his body pierced through Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale. He tried his best to sit up and leaned against the rock wall. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. When he circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art, it pulled at the wounds on his body. His back was burning with pain and the blood didn't stop flowing. Lin Feng spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt drowsy and couldn't keep his eyes open. Pu. Lin Feng was very straightforward. He took out a dagger and stabbed it into his thigh. Blood immediately spurted out. After receiving such a huge blow, his spirit. A lot. Lin Feng knew that he definitely couldn't close his eyes. As long as he closed his eyes, then, what awaited him would be death. So he didn't hesitate to provoke himself. Lin Feng started using the ancient Dracophant formula. The strength of the ancient Dracophant formula started healing Lin Feng's injuries. But at that moment, a dazzling blade light continued to penetrate into Lin Feng's body. It wanted to tear his body apart. It was a fatal blow. Demonic blood saber. Demonic blood saber. A series of low and deep sounds came from the blade light. Saber spirit. Lin Feng was shocked. The so-called spirit was a kind of existence with a simple consciousness, spiritual consciousness. Like the weapon spirit of a magic treasure. The saber chi in Lin Feng's body had a spirit. It wasn't a magic treasure. It was just the saber chi of a saber technique. But it gave birth to a spirit. This was extremely terrifying. Normally, only experts in the yin-yang realm could give their attacks a spirit. Of course, some martial king experts who were about to enter the yin-yang realm might be able to understand the method of giving their attacks a spirit in advance by chance. The leader of the men of sacrifice wasn't in the yin-yang realm. He was in the martial king 10th heaven peak. But he comprehended the saber spirit. This meant that he was about to break through the yin-yang realm. What was so terrifying about the spirit? First, if one could give their attacks a spirit, then their attacks would be several times stronger. For example, if 2 cultivators in the yin-yang realm at the first heaven had comprehended the spirit and the other didn't. Then, when the 2 of them fought, the cultivator who comprehended the spirit could even kill the cultivator who didn't. Although they had the same cultivation, there was such a big gap. This was the terror of the spirit. Secondly, the spirit was a kind of consciousness given by the user. The spirit would only obey the user's consciousness and act according to the user's consciousness. For example, the saber chi that entered Lin Feng's body contained a saber spirit. The consciousness of the saber spirit was to destroy Lin Feng's body and kill Lin Feng. If it was an ordinary saber chi that pierced through Lin Feng's body, it would have disappeared. However, the leader of the men of sacrifice's attack contained a spirit. Therefore, not only did his attack not disappear, but it also entered Lin Feng's body and began to destroy Lin Feng's body. This was the terror of the spirit. Finally, some terrifying spirits were said to be able to take over someone's body and be reborn. Of course, the leader of the men of sacrifice couldn't do that. Even so, the leader of the men of sacrifice's saber had almost killed Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't fallen into the icy river and recovered his mental strength, he might have died under the attack of the saber chi. Lin Feng used the archaic dragonesque elephant skill and summoned the shadow of the archaic dragonesque elephant to suppress the saber chi in his body. The baleful blood saber is invincible. The baleful blood saber is invincible. The saber spirit's cold voice continued to wreak havoc in Lin Feng's body. It wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body further. However, the shadow of the archaic dragonesque elephant was too powerful. It stomped down and crushed the saber spirit. Such a powerful saber spirit should be mine. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He activated his devouring martial spirit. BZZZ. The devouring martial spirit immediately enveloped the saber chi that contained the saber spirit. Lin Feng wanted to forcibly refine the saber chi that contained the saber spirit. Lin Feng knew how terrifying that attack was. It was the leader of the Men of Sacrifice's full strength. The leader of the Men of Sacrifice hadn't broken through to the yin-yang layer yet. It was already impressive that he could use such a powerful attack in battle. If Lin Feng could refine the saber spirit, he would have a terrifying attack. The baleful blood saber, the baleful blood saber. The saber spirit was struggling and roaring furiously. However, its struggling and roaring gradually weakened under the suppression of Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. The saber spirit's qi was gradually mixed with Lin Feng's qi. So you're hiding here. In the distance, a silhouette flew over. It was a man of sacrifice wearing black clothes who had the strength of the fourth celestial layer. When he sensed the chaotic qi in Lin Feng's body, he was overjoyed. He knew that Lin Feng was about to die. The man of sacrifice didn't inform the others. Instead, he rushed towards Lin Feng because he knew that Lin Feng might have a precious treasure on him. The man of sacrifice wanted to kill Lin Feng quietly and take the treasure for himself. Chapter 467. The smile on the fourth-level Martial King Realm Man of Sacrifice's face grew colder and colder, and his killing intent grew stronger. In his opinion, Lin Feng, who was seriously injured, would not be able to escape death. He seemed to see himself killing Lin Feng and obtaining Lin Feng's magic treasure. Then, he would take Lin Feng's magic treasure as his own, and his cultivation would increase greatly. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The man of sacrifice grinned. So what if you've woken up? It's too late to hide now. Boom. But in the next moment, a terrifying aura enveloped his entire body. The fourth-level Martial King Realm expert's face suddenly revealed a look of horror, because he found that his body was imprisoned in mid-air, unable to move. At this critical moment, Lin Feng summoned his devouring martial spirit. 5 devouring martial spirits as one. The powerful magnetic field formed immediately imprisoned the cultivator. Die. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used his palm as a saber and slashed out directly. Puff. The fourth-level Martial King Realm expert's neck was suddenly torn apart, and blood spurted out. Then, his body fell into the water and was swept away by the waves. Puff. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just suppressed the saber qi in his body, and his injuries had not recovered. At this moment, he used his 5 devouring martial spirits to fight against the enemy, and injured himself again. I can't stay here for long. These men of sacrifice will come after me. Lin Feng swallowed a few healing pills, and his qi and blood recovered a little. This was not a place to stay for long. Even if he wanted to heal, he had to find a hidden place. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the dense forest. He vaguely felt a few terrifying auras entrenched in the depths. There should be very powerful fierce beasts entrenched in the depths. Perhaps he could hide there and heal his injuries as soon as possible. Whoosh! Lin Feng flew into the depths of the forest. Not long after, he was attacked. Buzz! A flying sword as fast as lightning shot towards Lin Feng. This was a death warrior in black. He was hiding on top of a big tree and launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. The flying sword emitted a cold light, emitting an aura that caused Lin Feng's heart to palpitate. However, Lin Feng's reaction speed was extremely fast. He quickly dodged the flying sword's attack and then rushed towards the other party. Whoosh! Lin Feng instantly rushed in front of the Martial King Realm Man of Sacrifice. He was also a man of sacrifice at the 4th heaven of the Martial King Realm. The kamikaze warrior originally thought that he could kill Lin Feng with one strike, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to dodge the attack. Moreover, Lin Feng instantly arrived in front of him. His expression changed dramatically. He wanted to retreat quickly, but it was too late. Lin Feng had already launched a punch with the Sky Tyrant Thunder Art. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out, and dense lightning energy enveloped the Death Warrior. Bolts of lightning struck the Death Warrior's body mercilessly. Poof! The Death Warrior's body was instantly torn to pieces. Blood dripped, and he died on the spot. Lin Feng took away the Death Warrior's flying sword and storage ring. Then, he released a flame and burned the Death Warrior's body to ashes. Then, he quickly left. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Not long after, 4 figures rushed over. They were 4 Death Warriors. 2 of them were 5th Heaven Martial King Realm cultivators, while the other 2 were 4th Heaven Martial King Realm cultivators. Look, there's ashes. Our people must have been killed, one of the Death Warriors said with a gloomy expression. They must have gone deeper. Chase them. As soon as the voice fell, the 4 Death Warriors quickly chased into the depths of the forest. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng kept coughing, and his face was very pale. His injuries hadn't healed, and the continuous battles had worsened them. It was difficult for him to increase his speed, but Lin Feng's perception was still very strong. Not long after, he felt 4 cold auras chasing after him. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and his body silently disappeared. Soon, the 4 Death Warriors rushed over. They lost all their auras. They must be hiding in the surroundings. A 5th Heaven Martial King Realm Death Warrior said in a deep voice. Split up and search. Another cultivator at the 5th Heaven of the Martial King Realm said coldly. The 4 Death Warriors spread out and began to search. Not long after, a shrill scream was heard, alarming the other 3. The 3 Death Warriors quickly rushed over and found that one of their companions' chest had been pierced by a sword. That kid knows how to hide. Use the wind and force him out. A 5th Heaven Martial King Realm Death Warrior said with a gloomy expression. Boom, then, the 3 of them used the wind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fierce wind swept over and destroyed a large area of the forest. Lin Feng was forced out. Kid, you're dead. When the 3 Death Warriors saw Lin Feng, their faces were full of murderous intent. They quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Roar roar. A deep roar was heard, and the 2-headed Cheong Chi appeared. Under Lin Feng's control, the 2-headed Cheong Chi rushed towards the 2 5th Heaven Martial King Realm cultivators. Lin Feng rushed towards the 4th Heaven Martial King Realm cultivator. If he got rid of the 4th Heaven Martial King Realm cultivator first, Lin Feng would feel less pressure. I'll deal with the clone. You go deal with the kid. One of the Death Warriors said. Said the other cultivator, nodding and throwing himself at Lin Feng. The 2-headed winged tiger threw itself at him, but it was stopped by a cultivator of the 5th celestial layer. Tyrannical thunder incantation. Without holding back, Lin Feng used his most powerful attack. A ball of lightning instantly appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng attacked the 4th Heaven Martial King Realm cultivator. Kid, you're courting death. The 4th Heaven Martial King Realm cultivator sneered and threw out 12 punches in a row. Fist shadows were everywhere, rushing towards Lin Feng. At the same time, the Martial King Realm cultivator had already rushed behind Lin Feng. With a sneer on his face, he attacked Lin Feng with his palm. Even if Lin Feng could really kill the 4th Heaven Martial King Realm cultivator, he would still be killed by the 5th Heaven Martial King Realm cultivator's attack. Avoiding the attack was the best choice. The 2 Death Warriors originally thought that Lin Feng would avoid the attack. They were waiting for this moment. As long as Lin Feng retreated, the 2 of them could attack Lin Feng together. But what surprised them was that Lin Feng didn't retreat at all. It was as if he hadn't sensed the cultivator of the 5th celestial layer. He was still moving towards the cultivator of the 4th celestial layer. Bang! The 2 sides collided fiercely. The power of thunder exploded, directly blowing the 4th Heaven Martial King Realm Death Warrior's arm into a bloody mist. The 4th Heaven Martial King Realm Death Warrior let out an incomparably shrill cry. In the next moment, Lin Feng's palm hit his head, and his entire head was smashed into his body. Kid, you deserve to die. The 5th Heaven Martial King Realm Death Warrior had already rushed over. Seeing that Lin Feng had killed one of his companions, he roared angrily and slammed his palm on Lin Feng's back, sending Lin Feng flying more than 10 meters away. With a loud bang, Lin Feng's body slammed into a big tree. The tree, which could only be hugged by a dozen people, was instantly broken by the terrifying impact. Chapter 468. Whoosh. After sending Lin Feng flying with a palm strike, the 5th layer Martial King Warrior rushed towards Lin Feng, who had fallen to the ground. The clone is still alive, which means that the kid is still alive. Be careful, don't kill him. Leave him alive. We still need to find out the cultivation method of the clone from him. The warrior who was fighting the 2-headed Cheong Chi shouted. Don't worry, we won't kill this kid. The The treasure on this kid's body is not fated with us, but if we can get this kid's clone technique, we will definitely have a chance to cultivate it. The warrior who rushed towards Lin Feng replied. Soon, the warrior came to Lin Feng's side and attacked Lin Feng, who had fallen to the ground. Just in time. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. When the cultivator came close to him, he quickly used the entanglement technique. Dense threads entangled the man of sacrifice in the fifth heaven of the martial king realm. Ah, the spiritual array technique. This kid is a spiritual array master. The death warrior cried out in horror. Poof! In the next moment, the head of the warrior was chopped off by Lin Feng. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Feng panted heavily. He now felt that it was very difficult to breathe. His whole body was in extreme pain and he didn't know if his bones were broken. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He had to kill the other person. He couldn't delay any longer. If the 10th layer martial king warrior leader was attracted, he would definitely die. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly moved towards another cultivator of the 5th sky of the Huangqi layer. The warrior originally thought that Lin Feng would be captured by his accomplice, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng would kill his accomplice. At this moment, he already had the intention to retreat. Because he was only a cultivator of the 5th celestial layer, and Lin Feng not only had a powerful clone, but was also a spiritual deployment caster. At this moment, it was extremely unwise to stay. However, Lin Feng had no intention of letting this person go. He quickly rushed forward and punched out. Roar! The two-headed Qiongqi also let out a deep roar and cooperated with Lin Feng. The two-headed Qiongqi was the main attacker and Lin Feng was the support. Pu. After a dozen or so rounds of fighting, Lin Feng cut off the head of the death warrior. Who? Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. Very soon, a death warrior flew over. Brat, you killed so many of our people. Seeing the 4 dead cultivators, the death warrior's expression became extremely gloomy. 7th layer martial king. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This death warrior was too terrifying. He definitely had the strength to kill Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng wasn't injured before, facing this person would still be a dead man. What's more, he was now seriously injured and was in a very bad situation. You want to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you. What a ridiculous statement, said Lin Feng coldly to the cultivator of the 7th celestial layer. He was holding a high-grade spirit stone in both hands. Lin Feng was quickly absorbing the spirit qi in the spirit stone to quickly recover his body. His heavily injured body was about to reach its limit after repeated battles. He had to recover quickly, or he wouldn't even have the strength to fight. The 7th layer martial king cultivator naturally saw the spirit stone in Lin Feng's hand and couldn't help but snort coldly. He didn't say anything else and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. This person obviously knew Lin Feng's plan. He could also feel the terrible condition of Lin Feng's body, so he didn't want to give Lin Feng any time to recover. Roar! The two-headed Qiongqi roared and rushed towards the 7th layer martial king death warrior. I'll destroy this clone. The death warrior's expression was indifferent. In his opinion, it was not difficult to destroy an external avatar. Boom, boom, boom. The man of sacrifice continuously attacked the two-headed Qiongqi more than a dozen times. Each time, the two-headed Qiongqi was sent flying, but in the next moment, the two-headed Qiongqi would attack again. The man of sacrifice's attacks were stronger each time, but he couldn't destroy the two-headed Qiongqi. The man of sacrifice's face became very ugly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a clone before. However, he had never seen such a powerful clone. The man of sacrifice's face sank. He felt that things were not going well. They had already been delayed for a while. If they delayed any longer, the boy would be in big trouble once he recovered. Even though the cultivator of the 7th celestial layer didn't think Lin Feng could pose a threat to him. Even so, he didn't want to give Lin Feng too much time. In the man of sacrifice's opinion, if he could get rid of his opponent quickly and easily, there was no need to use complicated methods. Get out of my way. The two-headed Qiongqi once again attacked the man of sacrifice. This time, The man of sacrifice didn't want to destroy the two-headed Qiongqi. He just wanted to make the two-headed Qiongqi retreat so that it wouldn't disturb him from killing Lin Feng. Bang! The man of sacrifice attacked again. He fiercely attacked the two-headed Qiongqi and directly sent it flying. Then, the man of sacrifice instantly rushed towards Lin Feng. Boy, it's time to end this. The face of this man of sacrifice in the seventh heaven of the martial king realm was full of cold and dense killing intent. He raised his right hand, gathered a powerful attack, and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng threw away the two spiritual stones in his hand. While the two-headed Qiongqi was holding off the man of sacrifice, Lin Feng had already absorbed the pure energy contained in the 6 spiritual stones. After absorbing the energy contained in the 6 spiritual stones, Lin Feng felt that his genuine qi had recovered a lot. This man of sacrifice of the 7th heaven martial king realm was indeed very powerful. If it was before, Lin Feng would have had a hard time defeating him. But now, Lin Feng had mastered the saber qi that contained the saber spirit. This was the strongest attack that Lin Feng had mastered so far. Boom! When the man of sacrifice attacked Lin Feng also moved and activated the saber qi. He gently waved his right hand in the void. A dazzling saber light rushed out. Lin Feng poured all his genuine qi into the saber light. Buzz! The saber light instantly became 10 meters long. Demonic blood saber. Demonic blood saber. The saber spirit let out an eerie and terrifying cry. Saber spirit. How is this possible? Shouted the cultivator of the 7th celestial king Leia. He couldn't believe it. He wanted to retreat, but he realized that he couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attacks. At this moment, the saber light that was more than 10 meters long had already struck down. No. The expert in the 7th heaven of the martial king realm let out a terrified cry. Puff! The next moment, his body was torn apart. The terrifying saber light then destroyed a large area of the forest and tore a huge abyss in the ground. Several mountains in the distance were instantly split by the saber light. One saber split mountains and rivers. The saber light that had awakened the saber spirit was really powerful. Chapter 469. Roar. A deep roar came from afar. On top of a mountain, a 300-meter-long, 200-meter-tall flaming lion roared into the sky. The entire forest quieted down. It was a beast king in this area. It was abnormally powerful and emitted a terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble. Now that the beast king had appeared, it was time to hunt. All the beasts carefully hid, not daring to appear at this time. Whoosh! A figure swept over from afar. It was the injured Lin Feng. He rushed into the depths of the forest. Lin Feng tried his best to conceal his aura, trying not to be discovered by the Beast King. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't stay in the outer area any longer. Sooner or later, he would be discovered by the cultivator of the Hellion clan at the top of the Huangqi layer. If he was discovered in his current state, he would die without a doubt. Of course, Lin Feng was also worried. He thought of the middle-aged cultivator he had caught a glimpse of the other day. He was filled with killing intent. That was a yin-yang realm powerhouse. Was it a powerhouse from the Hellion family? Or was it a powerhouse from the Nalan family? Or perhaps, he was mistaken. That killing intent was not directed at him at all? Was it directed at that B***TCH Ruolan? That person did not appear again. However, Lin Feng had always been cautious and was still on guard against that existence. That fellow's threat was much greater than the Hellion family's men of sacrifice. That was a yin-yang realm powerhouse. Lin Feng knew very well how terrifying and powerful a yin-yang realm powerhouse was. Roar, roar, the earth-shattering roar resounded through the forest. The Beast King's aura filled the air. Even Lin Feng did not dare to move around carelessly. He hid himself deep in the darkness. He was worried that he would be discovered by the flaming lion if he moved around. Finally, the flaming lion soared into the sky and flew into the distance. It was probably looking for food. Lin Feng opened up a cave in a valley not far from the flaming lion's lair. Then, he set up a few concealment and illusory formations. He blocked the entrance with a large rock before entering the cave. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Those death warriors of the Hellion clan probably didn't think that he would hide next to the Beast King Scarlet Flame Lion's lair to recuperate, right? Even if they thought that he had escaped to the Beast King Scarlet Flame Lion's lair, with their strength, would they dare to come in and search for him? If they encountered the Beast King Scarlet Flame Lion, only death awaited them. Lin Feng began to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art to heal his injuries. Waves of dragonesque elephant force began to flow within his body. His body quickly recovered. In the outskirts of the forest, swish swish swish, one figure after another flew towards the battlefield. Looking at the dozens of forest giant wolves eating the corpses, the leader of the men of sacrifice looked extremely gloomy. "Are you the only ones left?" The leader of the men of sacrifice asked with a gloomy expression. He had just sent out a call. Now, besides him, there was a 7th Heaven Martial King Realm Cultivator and 2 4th Heaven Martial King Realm Cultivators. The rest did not come. Obviously, they were all dead. The 3 men of sacrifice lowered their heads. They looked incomparably unsightly. They had never thought that killing a severely injured person would cost them so much. Said the leader of the men of sacrifice gloomily. "It seems that the little boy has more powerful treasures than I thought." Even now, the leader of the men of sacrifice still thought that Lin Feng was so strong because of the treasures on his body, not because of Lin Feng's strength. After all, he was only at the 7th Heaven Martial King Realm. How much fighting strength could he have? "Master, what should we do next?" asked the man of sacrifice who was at the 7th Heaven Martial King Realm. The leader of the men of sacrifice looked into the distance and said, "That little boy must be hiding in the Beast King Realm. The Beast King Realm is very sensitive to its territory. If anyone dares to enter the Beast King Realm carelessly, the Beast King Realm will attack them, unless they can avoid the Beast King Realm's detection. Like this, we'll guard the exits of the Beast King Realm's territory. When that little boy comes out, we'll immediately send out a call." "Yes," replied the 3 men of sacrifice. Swoosh, swoosh, immediately after, the 3 men of sacrifice followed the leader of the men of sacrifice to the core of the Beast King Realm's territory. They didn't enter the core of the Beast King Realm. Instead, they spread out and waited for Lin Feng to appear. "Finally, I'm much better." Lin Feng opened his eyes and felt his body's condition. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Even though his body hadn't fully recovered, he had recovered 80 to 90%. The wound on his back had also healed. Lin Feng opened the restrictive spells and sensed that the Beast King Realm's Scarlet Flame Lion hadn't returned yet. He felt that it was time to leave. He shouldn't delay any longer. If he waited until the Beast King Realm's Scarlet Flame Lion returned, he might not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Swoosh. Lin Feng flew outside. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Even though it was dark around him and visibility was extremely low, Lin Feng noticed that there was a faint fluctuation in the air. Fluctuation of godly consciousness. He frowned. It had to be a cultivator's fluctuation of godly consciousness. Someone was using godly consciousness to scan the area. Lin Feng quickly dodged the godly consciousness. His mind was racing. Lin Feng was sure that it was the men of sacrifice. He recalled the scene when he had first encountered the men of sacrifice. Apart from the leader of the men of sacrifice, there were 2 men of sacrifice of the 7th celestial layer, 2 men of sacrifice of the 5th celestial layer, and 2 men of sacrifice of the 4th celestial layer. Now, 1 man of sacrifice in the 7th heaven of the Martial King Realm, 2 men of sacrifice in the 5th heaven of the Martial King Realm, and 5 men of sacrifice in the 4th heaven of the Martial King Realm had been killed by him. Now, there were only 4 men of sacrifice in the 10th heaven of the Martial King Realm, 1 man of sacrifice in the 7th heaven of the Martial King Realm, and 2 men of sacrifice in the 4th heaven of the Martial King Realm. Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help but look cold. Since those people were using godly consciousness to search for him, he didn't mind getting rid of them silently. Whoosh! Lin Feng used the Dark Escape skill and disappeared silently. This Dark Escape skill was very magical. It directly avoided the detection of the men of sacrifice's godly consciousness. He locked onto a man of sacrifice of the 4th celestial layer Martial King Realm. The man of sacrifice was hiding in a big tree with his back against it. This was to prevent a sneak attack from behind. At this moment, the man of sacrifice of the fourth celestial layer Martial King realm looked around cautiously. Waves of godly consciousness spread out in all directions with him as the center. Lin Feng hid himself deeply. This was not the time to assassinate this man of sacrifice, because once his real body appeared, he would definitely be detected by the man of sacrifice's godly consciousness. The best time to kill this man of sacrifice was when he was tired. Lin Feng was like the most experienced assassin, waiting for the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 470. Damn it, where is that brat hiding? An hour later, the man of sacrifice at the fourth heaven of the Martial King realm cursed. He had been searching with his divine sense for an hour without finding anything, so he was starting to feel tired. His companion shouted from afar, "Shuelaro-san, did you find anything?" "Nothing, that brat is probably still hiding in the depths of the Beast King's territory. He might even have been eaten by the scarlet flame lion." The cultivator called Shuelaro-san curled his lips. "That brat won't die so easily. Rest for a while and continue searching with your divine sense. We can't let that brat escape." The other person spoke again. "Got it." The death warrior called Shuelaro-san replied. He leaned against a tree and sat down to rest. He glanced at the pitch-black depths of the forest and frowned. He took out a bottle of wine and drank it. It was normal for cultivators to drink wine. Most of them drank it like water because the alcohol content of the Tianwu continent's wine was very low. "My chance is here." Lin Feng, who had been hiding in the darkness, suddenly felt his eyes light up. This was the moment when Shuelaro-san was the most relaxed. This was the best time to assassinate him. Whoosh! Lin Feng silently disappeared. Buzz! Suddenly, a cold light descended from the sky, heading straight for him. Shuelaro-san, who had been resting lazily on a tree, suddenly had a change in expression. When he saw who the sword-wielding man was, his face was filled with extreme shock. It was the person they had been chasing. He had actually recovered and avoided their divine sense to silently sneak over. Shuelaro-san was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He wanted to shout and inform the others. But before Shuelaro-san could open his mouth, Shuelaro-san felt a pain in his head, and he could no longer speak. "Am I going to die just like that?" Shuelaro-san's last thought flashed through his mind before he died. Phew! Lin Feng let out a long breath. Killing Shuelaro-san had been very dangerous, but at least he had succeeded. Whoosh! Lin Feng did not stop. He quickly left and rushed towards the second cultivator in the fourth heaven of the Martial King realm. This cultivator was also in a state of rest. This was a good opportunity for Lin Feng to assassinate this person. This cultivator's position was more suitable for assassination because he was sitting cross-legged on top of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak. There was nothing to cover his surroundings. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. This person actually chose such a place. Was it because he was confident in himself, or was he looking down on him? However, such a place was more suitable for him to assassinate this person. The man of sacrifice was sitting with his legs crossed. He had rested enough and was about to search with his divine sense. But at this moment, the death warrior felt a cold and gloomy aura enveloping his entire body. However, his reaction was already extremely fast. When Lin Feng released his killing intent, he had already sensed the approaching danger. However, it was already too late for him to react. Pu! In the next moment, a long sword pierced through his chest. This death warrior was also stabbed to death by Lin Feng. Two more. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The last two people were also the two strongest. One was at the 7th heaven of the Martial King realm, and the other was at the 10th heaven of the Martial King realm. It wouldn't be easy to kill them. Looking at the corpse of the death warrior, Lin Feng thought of a wonderful idea. He found a set of night clothes in the death warrior's interspatial ring. Lin Feng put on the night clothes and covered his face. He quickly headed towards the 7th heaven Martial King realm man of sacrifice. This 7th heaven Martial King realm death warrior sat cross-legged in front of a cliff, blocking the possibility of someone sneaking up on him from behind. This person's vigilance was obviously extremely high. When he saw Lin Feng rushing over, he stood up. Sir, I found a treasure here. Lin Feng imitated third brother Shue's voice. The seventh heaven martial king realm expert asked. What is it? Why did you leave your post and come here without permission? Although there was a hint of blame in his tone, Lin Feng knew that the Death Warrior's eyes were shining. He was already interested in the fake treasure. Sir, take a look and you'll know. Lin Feng walked over. Because the sky was dark and Lin Feng was wearing night clothes, plus he imitated third brother Shue's voice, the seventh heaven martial king realm cultivator did not recognize that Lin Feng was a fake. Lin Feng lowered his head and came in front of the seventh heaven martial king realm cultivator. No, you're not third brother Shue, you're a fake. Suddenly, the seventh heaven martial king realm cultivator shouted angrily, raised his hand, and attacked Lin Feng. 1,000 meters away, the leader of the Death Warriors also heard the commotion and his expression changed slightly. That kid must have appeared. Whoosh, the leader of the Men of Sacrifice jumped up and rushed toward the Men of Sacrifice in the seventh heaven of the martial king realm. At the same time, the seventh heaven martial king realm cultivator had finished preparing his attack. However, Lin Feng had already made the first move. He used his strongest attack. A saber light pierced through heaven and earth, shattering mountains and rivers, and instantly slashed toward the seventh heaven martial king realm cultivator. This was a saber light that contained a saber spirit, and its power was unimaginably terrifying. The saber light rushed over, emitting a shocking fluctuation, and instantly drowned the seventh heaven martial king realm cultivator. If this person had used all his strength to protect his body and a defensive magic treasure, he might have been able to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Lin Feng did not give him enough time to deal with this. Lin Feng's attack was very sudden. No. The man of sacrifice in the seventh heaven of the martial king realm let out a terrified cry. Puff. In the next moment, he was directly cut in half by the dazzling saber light. Boy, you're courting death. The leader of the Death Warriors had already rushed over, but as soon as he arrived, he saw the scene of his subordinate being killed by Lin Feng. He roared and pulled out his long saber. Clang, the long saber moved, and a murderous aura spread out. 36 saber lights directly slashed toward Lin Feng. What a terrifying saber technique. Lin Feng was shocked. The cultivation of the leader of the Death Warriors was really terrifying. Lin Feng felt an indomitable domineering aura from the 36 saber lights. Saber techniques were one of the most domineering attacks, crushing everything with absolute power. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and held it horizontally in front of him. Clang, 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 36 consecutive saber lights fiercely bombarded the black dragon sword, and Lin Feng was sent flying. With a loud bang, Lin Feng's body hit a mountain. The whole mountain collapsed, burying Lin Feng in the ruins. Chapter 471. Lin Feng grimaced in pain. A cultivator at the 10th heaven of the martial king realm was really powerful. This blow almost took away Lin Feng's life. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely dignified. Bang! Rubble flew through the air. The next moment, Lin Feng jumped out of the ruins. Boy, 11 people. You killed 11 of our men of sacrifice. You deserve to die. The leader of the men of sacrifice looked at Lin Feng with gloomy eyes. Lin Feng said indifferently, judging from your tone, you should be a direct descendant of the Hellion clan, right? Your life is precious, and it is not comparable to these men of sacrifice. Why don't you leave? I will spare your life. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the leader of the men of sacrifice's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. This boy dared to say that he would spare his life. Didn't he know the situation he was facing now? Did this boy think that he could kill an expert at the 10th heaven of the martial king realm who had condensed a saber spirit with a powerful magic weapon? How stupid he was. The leader of the men of sacrifice looked at Lin Feng with contempt and coldness, and said, Boy, you are about to die, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. This is really an eye-opener for me. I won't kill you directly later. I will first find out your secrets, and then I will torture you severely. I will let you have a taste of what it is like to live a life worse than death. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the men of sacrifice jumped out, raised his right hand, and blasted toward Lin Feng. The blow, with a violent sound of breaking the air, contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth, and blasted down in an instant. Sky-dominating thunder technique. Lin Feng growled and ran the sky-dominating thunder technique. A thunderball condensed in his hand. Lin Feng was not afraid and rushed toward the leader of the men of sacrifice. Bang! With an earth-shaking bang, Lin Feng and the leader of the men of sacrifice fiercely collided. Under the attack of the Death Warrior leader, the lightning ball condensed by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder secret art was broken. Lin Feng was sent flying by the Death Warrior leader's attack. The Sky Tyrant lightning art was powerful enough. However, the cultivation level of this Death Warrior leader was too high. The leader of the men of sacrifice looked indifferent. He quickly dashed towards Lin Feng and raised his right hand again to attack. The leader of the men of sacrifice was very experienced in fighting with enemies. After the successful attack, he didn't stop and continued to attack Lin Feng. He didn't want to give Lin Feng a chance to fight back. This attack was even more powerful. Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. Just as the Death Warrior leader's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, a pair of golden energy wings appeared on Lin Feng's back. The wings suddenly flapped. Whoosh whoosh! Lin Feng quickly retreated dozens of meters and dodged the attack of the leader of the men of sacrifice. He floated in mid-air and panted violently. Although they had only exchanged a few blows, the energy and strength required to fight with such an expert was far more than that of an ordinary person. It was a huge consumption on one's body, especially on one's mental strength. When one's mental strength was sufficient, one would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, when one's mental strength was exhausted, one's body would also feel extremely tired. Fighting with an expert would undoubtedly consume a lot of mental strength, causing one's body to feel fatigued. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but do you think you can escape from me like this? You're wrong. Today, I'll show you my ancient divine power. Blood Sea Fist Skill. Along with his voice, the leader of the men of sacrifice began to perform the Blood Sea Fist Skill. He swung his right fist and attacked Lin Feng. Buzz. Following that, endless blood-red light gushed out from his body. The man's Dantian had turned into a blood-red ocean. God of the Blood Sea. A deep roar came from the sea, and a mysterious man in a blood robe walked out of the sea. It was the God of the Blood Sea that was manifested by his martial soul. The crimson figure instantly merged with the leader of the men of sacrifice. Crack, crack. The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from the leader of the men of sacrifice's body. His body had actually swelled up by a full size. It was so shocking that it was hard to believe. With the perfect fusion of the God of the Blood Sea and the leader of the men of sacrifice, his aura surged crazily. Increase combat strength. Lin Feng was horrified. It was so terrifying. The leader of the men of sacrifice was at the 10th heaven of the martial king realm. Lin Feng already had a hard time dealing with him, and he was even suppressed by him. Now, the leader of the men of sacrifice had merged with the God of the Blood Sea, which was condensed by his martial soul. His strength had greatly increased, and he was even more powerful than before. It would be much more difficult to deal with him. Wind blows, clouds fly, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He didn't hold anything back either, he was using his most powerful attack. The Great Covering Hand was known as an Archean taboo skill. It was a supreme offensive skill recorded in the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. Boom, 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 boom. A huge hand that could blot out the sky was condensed and shot toward the leader of the men of sacrifice. What secret skill is this? How can it be so powerful? The leader of the men of sacrifice felt the terrifying aura of the huge hand. Even the leader of the men of sacrifice, who was so powerful, was shocked. He could sense a dangerous chi from Lin Feng's attack. The leader of the men of sacrifice could not believe it. He was at the 10th heaven of the martial king realm. The secret technique used by a martial general realm and actually made him feel a sense of danger. It was like something out of a fairy tale, but now, it had really happened. How many secrets does this boy have? The leader of the men of sacrifice could not help but think in horror. But then, he felt endless greed. If he could get all the secrets of this boy, How terrifying would his combat strength be? Thinking of this, the leader of the men of sacrifice became excited. Boom! Boom! The leader of the men of sacrifice unleashed his strongest attack. Lin Feng's fist was filled with an incredible amount of blood-red lights. In a flash, his fist collided with Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Along with the earth-shattering sound, Lin Feng collided with the leader of the men of sacrifice again. Thump! 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 This time, Lin Feng was not pushed back. Both of them took 3 steps back. This is impossible. The leader of the men of sacrifice roared in disbelief. A martial general realm cultivator had blocked the attack of a 10th heaven martial king realm cultivator. It was too unbelievable, but it happened right in front of his eyes. Chapter 472. Boy, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. The leader of the men of sacrifice took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Compared to Lin Feng's shock, the leader of the men of sacrifice was more ecstatic at this moment. In his opinion, Lin Feng could not escape from him because he had mastered the saber spirit. The saber spirit was a kind of conception. It could be called saber conception. The cultivator gave the saber radiance will and formed the saber spirit. The saber that had attacked Lin Feng was such an attack. It was almost comparable to the attack of an expert in the yin-yang realm. I have many tricks up my sleeve. I think you should leave now. Otherwise, you will die here. Lin Feng sneered. The leader of the men of sacrifice looked gloomy. He looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "Boy, let's see who will live and who will die in the end." Whoosh! The leader of the men of sacrifice took out his long saber. Lin Feng looked serious. The leader of the men of sacrifice was obviously going to use his amazing saber technique. It was an attack that had comprehended the saber conception. "Little boy, you didn't die from my blade last time. You're really lucky, but this time, you won't be so lucky." The leader of the men of sacrifice sneered. "Blood sea torrential." The leader of the men of sacrifice shouted coldly. In the next moment, the leader of the men of sacrifice jumped out and soared into the sky like an eagle. He descended from the sky and attacked Lin Feng with his saber. Lin Feng sensed a dense number of blade silhouettes appear. Around him, the saber radiance was dazzling. He didn't know how many saber radiances were attacking him. This was an extremely terrifying attack. After the attack, Lin Feng fell into an illusion. "You want to disturb my mind?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. He closed his eyes and used his divine sense, which was comparable to the 7th sky of the yin-yang realm. Using divine sense to see the world was different from seeing the world with one's eyes. Looking at the world with one's eyes, one could only see some superficial things. This was because human eyes were easily blinded. However, if one were to look at the world with one's spiritual will, one would be able to see more realistic things. When Lin Feng closed his eyes and probed with his spiritual force, he discovered that the densely packed saber lights had disappeared without a trace. As long as a saber light slashed towards him. "Scorching sun swordsmanship," Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He waved the black dragon sword and slashed out. The blazing sun rose into the sky. The sword light was resplendent. The densely packed sword gleams slashed towards the other party. Clang! The attacks from both sides collided fiercely. The tyrannical energy fluctuations swept out, causing both of them to retreat continuously. But at this moment, the leader of the men of sacrifice sneered. He waved his long saber and slashed at Lin Feng again. 9 blades of the Berserk God. Saber after saber came slashing down. The power of each slash was stronger than the previous one. In the end, 9 saber lights slashed out. The 9 saber lights seemed to be able to tear the world apart in an instant. When the 9 saber lights came crashing down, they instantly merged into a dazzling saber light. The merged saber light was 100 meters long. It exuded an astonishing fluctuation and dazzling light. It slashed towards Lin Feng fiercely. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng's hair stood on end. A cultivator of the 10th Tian of the Huangqi layer was terrifying. "Kill!" Lin Feng roared. Powerful genuine qi poured into the black dragon sword. Under Lin Feng's frenzied urging, the runes on the black dragon sword began to distort. Waves of black gas gushed out from the black dragon sword. At this moment, the power of the black dragon sword began to recover. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword with both hands and slashed towards the huge saber light that was 100 meters long. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and collided with the leader's attack. The black dragon sword emitted a dragon's roar. Lin Feng's sword was so powerful that it directly broke the leader's saber light. After breaking the saber light, Lin Feng instantly rushed in front of the leader. He waved his sword and slashed towards the leader. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. When he rushed over, the leader did not even have time to react. Lin Feng's sword had already slashed down. "You broke my saber technique," the leader of the Men of Sacrifice shouted in disbelief. His blade was terrifyingly powerful. The leader of the death troops clearly understood that, but Lin Feng had broken his blade. That was a huge surprise for him. "It's the sword." The leader then looked at the sword in Lin Feng's hand. His eyes were full of greed. Facing Lin Feng's attack, the leader did not dodge. Instead, his body was covered with a thick layer of earth energy. Clang! Lin Feng's sword slashed down as if it had hit a magic weapon. Earth energy shield. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. His attack had broken through the 100-meter-long blade, but it hadn't broken through the leader's protective chi. How terrifying was the chi of a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer? It was just earth energy. What if it transformed into Dharma power? Lin Feng quickly retreated, but it was too late. Said the leader of the Men of Sacrifice while punching Lin Feng's chest. The tyrannical power poured into Lin Feng's body and immediately blew Lin Feng away. Then, the leader attacked again. He slashed at Lin Feng. The dazzling saber light flew out. When the saber light came, Lin Feng felt threatened. Originally, the leader wanted to capture Lin Feng. However, when he saw how difficult it was to deal with Lin Feng, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. The attack contained a powerful saber essence. The saber light was endowed with will by the leader. It had a saber spirit. Terrifying. The attack was so terrifying that Lin Feng felt terrified. "Saber light, slash." Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He directly took out the saber light that he had refined. It was also a saber light with will. Clang! The two blade lights fiercely collided with each other, entangling in mid-air. "That's the saber light I slashed out. How did you manage to unleash the saber light that I slashed out?" shouted the leader when he saw Lin Feng's saber light. He couldn't believe it. Opportunity. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He used all his strength to activate another secret technique that he had just learned. Soul miniature person holding sword. That secret soul technique was much more powerful than the soul sword technique. An invisible soul condensed into a soul miniature person. It held a sword and rushed towards the leader in a flash. The leader's emotions were fluctuating. His earth energy wasn't as strong as before. The soul miniature person waved its sword. Slash. A moment later, the leader's protective earth energy was torn apart. "What?" The leader of the Men of Sacrifice shouted in disbelief. "Ah! My head is going to split open." At the next moment, the leader of the Men of Sacrifice let out a miserable shriek. "He's been hit." Good opportunity. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He held the black dragon sword and rushed towards the leader. He waved his sword and slashed at the leader. Chapter 473. This was the best opportunity to kill the leader of the Men of Sacrifice. This man's soul had been injured by Lin Fan, so he had no power to fight back. Lin Feng was shocked by the power of the secret skill of the little soul man. It could even split open the protective chi of a level 10 Martial King Realm expert. This secret skill was really terrifying. If he had known earlier, he would have extorted more powerful secret skills of the soul from the Azura ghost Luo Yang. Lin Feng's sword was about to hit the leader of the Men of Sacrifice, but at this moment, the leader suddenly took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. Magical talisman. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He was a spiritual array master, so he knew how terrifying this jade talisman was. Lin Feng quickly retreated. Bang! Then, The jade talisman exploded. A powerful energy swept out, and Lin Feng was blown away by the aftermath of the energy. His body fell directly into the forest. Cough, cough. Are you trying to kill me? Lin Feng couldn't help but get up from the ground gloomily. Fortunately, he had dodged quickly. If he had been at the center of the explosion, he would have been killed. At this moment, the leader of the men of sacrifice had disappeared. He ran away. Forget it. Let him run away. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew away. Damn it, damn it. I, Helian Zhen, am a cultivator of the 10th heavenly layer of the martial king layer, an existence who has comprehended blade intent, yet I almost died at the hands of an ant of the martial general layer. What a great shame, what a great shame. The leader of the men of sacrifice's face was ferocious. He had thought that Lin Feng would definitely die, but in the end, he had almost died at the hands of Lin Feng. This was a great shame for the leader of the men of sacrifice. It would even leave a shadow in his heart and hinder his future cultivation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silhouette flashed from afar. The leader of the men of sacrifice was shocked. He thought that it was Lin Feng who had chased after them. However, after taking a careful look, he realized that it wasn't Lin Feng. He also knew the person who had appeared. It was Lin Feng, the patriarch of the Nalan family. Clan leader Nalan personally came to kill that brat to avenge Nalan Kang? The leader of the men of sacrifice was somewhat surprised. He naturally knew that Lin Feng had killed Nalan Kang. Initially, the leader of the men of sacrifice thought that the Nalan family would send some experts to kill Lin Feng. However, he never thought that Nalan Hong would personally take action. Helian Zhen's injuries aren't light. Nalan Hong squinted at Helian Zhen. Helian Zhen frowned. He could sense that Nalan Hong was looking at him in a strange way. It made him feel extremely uneasy. Even though the Nalan family and the Helian family weren't enemies in the Fog City, they weren't allies either. Therefore, at that moment, when he saw Nalan Hong in the middle of nowhere, the leader of the men of sacrifice was quite worried. He tried his best to regain his composure and said, "Clan leader Nalan, you should hurry up and chase that brat. He shouldn't have run too far away. He has many incredible treasures and secret techniques. If he escapes, clan leader Nalan, you'll regret it." The leader of the men of sacrifice had sensed that something was wrong. That was why he had warned Nalan Hong. He wanted to bring disaster to Nalan Hong. "Don't worry. Before I chase that brat, I want to kill you first. You're in charge of the men of sacrifice of the Helian family. If I kill you, the men of sacrifice of the Helian family will be like a group of dragons without a leader. The Helian family's influence will be greatly reduced. At that time, the Nalan family won't mind encroaching on the Helian family's territory and businesses." As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Kang exploded and charged toward the leader of the men of sacrifice. The leader of the men of sacrifice was terrified. He turned around and ran, but he was injured. Nalan Hong was at his peak. The leader of the men of sacrifice didn't run far before Nalan Hong caught up with him. Nalan Hong turned into a golden light and instantly tore the leader's body apart. Puff! The leader of the men of sacrifice was torn in half and his body fell down. Whoosh! Nalan Hong didn't stop. He chased after Lin Feng. What a terrifying aura. It's a yin-yang cultivator. Feeling the aura in the forest in the distance, Lin Feng was shocked. Although Nalan Hong had only killed the leader of the men of sacrifice in an instant, he had still leaked his own aura. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He turned around and flew away. After more than an hour, Nalan Hong's figure appeared behind him. "Brat, you can't escape." Nalan Hong's eerie and terrifying voice was heard. Lin Feng turned around, and his expression became serious. He had seen this person before. It was the person who had appeared on the day Zi Yuan awakened. He had released a murderous aura, and it was really directed at him. "Who are you? Do you have a grudge against me?" Lin Feng asked in a low voice. "You killed my son, Nalan Kang. I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Nalan Hong's voice was filled with cold murderous intent. "You're Nalan Hong, the leader of the Nalan family. As the leader of a family, A yin-yang cultivator wants to kill a general cultivator like me. Don't you have any shame? Lin Feng sneered. Brat. Even if you have a glib tongue, you can't escape death. Nalan Hong's cold voice was heard again. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He sped up. If Nalan Hong caught up with him, he would die. On a spaceship. Cousin, wake up. The next morning, Zi Yuan woke up and went to wake Lin Feng up. However, she found that the room was empty. Lin Feng wasn't there. Zi Yuan panicked. Cousin, where are you? Zi Yuan frantically looked for Lin Feng, but she couldn't find any trace of Lin Feng. Uncle Master, where's my cousin? Zi Yuan looked at Ruolan, who had just walked out of the room. Ruolan said, I haven't told you about this yet. Your cousin decided to stay in the desolate region to cultivate, so he left last night. Before he left, he told me to tell you that he wants you to cultivate well and not slack off. No, he won't leave me alone. I'm going to find him. Zi Yuan was about to rush out of the ship, but Lan Ruo stopped her. Lan Ruo said, Silly girl, your cousin is only staying in the desolate region to cultivate. He might join a large sect, but nothing will happen to him. Your cultivation is too low, so if you stay by his side, he won't be able to protect you if you run into danger. You might even implicate him. Is that what you want to see? Implicate him. Zi Yuan's voice trembled. She recalled the scene when the Blackwater mystical snake's terrifying strike came, how her young master hugged her and exposed her to the Blackwater mystical snake, and how he was severely injured in the end. She also recalled the scene when Nalan Kang, Helian Zi, and the others were chasing after them. Her young master told her to leave first and he stopped them. No, I don't want to be a burden. I have to become stronger. That's the only way I can help my prince. That's the only way I won't be a burden to him. Zi Yuan bit her lip and ran out of the cabin. She shouted, Cousin, Zi Yuan will definitely become stronger. I won't be a burden to you anymore. Zi Yuan will protect you in the future. Zi Yuan didn't want to leave Lin Feng. However, in order to not implicate Lin Feng, she chose to leave the desolate region with Lan Ruo. 2 lines of tears flowed down her beautiful face uncontrollably. They had chased each other for 100,000 li. They had chased each other in the ancient forest, in the vast grassland, in the dangerous swamp world, and even in the desert. Lin Feng had run to many places, but he hadn't been able to get rid of Nalan Hong. Lin Feng clutched spirit stones with both hands and chewed on spirit herbs, trying to recover his true qi as quickly as possible. However, he still felt exhausted. Kid, you really can run. You've been running for 10 days. Let's see how long you can last. Nalan Hong's voice was filled with killing intent. Nalan Hong's expression could no longer be described as gloomy. He was at the Yin-Yang realm, and he had been chasing after a brat at the Martial General realm for a full 10 days. This made Nalan Hong extremely angry. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He needed to conserve his energy. In the distance, a small town appeared. People could be seen coming and going. Whoosh. Lin Feng rushed over. He shouted, Is there any senior who can save me? Nalan Hong, the head of the Nalan family in the Fog City, has been chasing me for 10 days and 10 nights. If anyone can help me, I'll remember it and repay you generously in the future. What? Nalan Hong is chasing you? No way. Nalan Hong is a tyrant. Why would he chase after a puny general cultivator? Many people were shocked and rushed over. Kid, I'm going to grind your bones to dust. Nalan Hong chased after him and heard Lin Feng's shout. He was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He was a cultivator of the yin and yang layer and he had chased after a cultivator of the general layer. That was a disgraceful thing to do. He could imagine how many strong cultivators would laugh at him in the future. When Lan Hong thought about that, he had the urge to cut Lin Feng into pieces.